The first thing this child did upon rebirth, he launched his milk bottle straight into a bishop's face, nearly shattering his teeth. Because this infant is actually an immortal demon king. Betrayed, he was reborn as mankind's sacred child. This was his third reincarnation. After 2 miserable lives, he vowed to become so powerful that even the heavens would fear him. Revenge is now his only purpose. In his first life, he was just an ordinary human. He won the lottery, but before he could enjoy it, he discovered he had a terminal illness. His days were numbered. So he was reborn. But as a bony skeleton. With such a body, forget eating, he couldn't even use the bathroom. Drowning in despair, he went on a rampage, evolving from a low-level skeleton through endless slaughter. He became a high-level skeleton, then a demon king, leading the demon race up from the darkness. He might have had his reasons, but now he was a demon king feared by all. It wasn't a total loss. People could call him Isaac, Kim Isaac, but his demon followers could never pronounce it right. But whatever, they'd never get his name right anyway. Besides, he was busy collecting his reward. Turns out, Isaac had a secret deal with the heavens. He became a mighty demon king for one reason: to become human again, to finally satisfy his desire to eat and well. With years of battle experience, he fought for the heavens countless times, defeating their enemies. But once the job was done, they betrayed him, demanding he take on yet another mission. A quest that should have taken 500 years, he finished in just 15. But the gods never intended to honor their deal, because turning a demon king into a human was an unprecedented feat. In fact, they claimed it was completely impossible. In that moment, Isaac knew. His 15 years of work, of being their loyal dog, was for nothing. Pure rage consumed him. He roared at them, "Damn you! By what right do you dare make me your slave? I don't care if you're gods. I fear none of you, you bastards. Surely you anticipated my wrath, didn't you?" The entire palace sank into darkness. "If you cannot turn me, a threat to your very existence, back into a human, then you will pay for your broken promise. I will take all your lives and turn you into skeletons. You will all share my suffering." But just as his spell grew to its peak, threatening to erupt, all his power suddenly vanished. An angel smirked. "It's useless. You cannot harm us now. Didn't you sign a contract with me? The Pope has already carved your name onto a magic worm, capable of sealing anything." But this was Isaac. He was prepared for their tricks. "I'd rather die than become a pathetic worm," he declared. With those words, a brilliant light erupted. Isaac vanished before their panicked eyes. But to everyone's surprise, he was reborn in the body of a child. "I'm human again," he thought. But 5 seconds later, a new crisis hit. This child was a saint who was about to be poisoned. The butler grinned. "My apologies, saint, but it is time for your eternal rest." He then shoved a bottle at the baby's mouth. Isaac quickly turned his head to dodge. The man tried again. Isaac sealed his lips, frowning and pushing the bottle away. The butler screamed in frustration. "Why? Why won't he drink?" Isaac thought, "Are you kidding me? I worked too hard to become human again just to drink some shady potion. But why did I even want this?" The butler's voice cut in. "Why can't you just act like a normal baby and drink? Then you could. I mean, sleep peacefully, right?" Hearing the name Isaac, a thought suddenly struck him. He whipped his head around, stunned. Did he just call me Isaac? He tried to process it. Lord Isaac. So instead of my real name, they used Isaac? He stared in disbelief. "I get it. That's why the seal failed, and I was even reincarnated into a body with the same name." He grinned. "Those fools acted so high and mighty, and yet they carelessly failed to seal me?" Just then, the butler's voice cut in as the bottle was forced into his mouth. Isaac cursed, trying to fight back. "No, no, no," the butler cried out. "Somebody help me. He's just a baby, but so strong." Isaac's face paled. "Is this vegetable juice? Disgusting. Are they trying to kill me with this horrible concoction? It was so hard to become human again." Isaac's vision began to blur. Something felt wrong inside him. Meanwhile, at the Helen Holy Nation's central cathedral, 2 figures walked down a corridor. The bishop sneered. By now, that child should be gone. Suddenly, a voice stopped him cold. "You seem pleased, Bishop." The speaker's face was like ice. It was the Emperor of Helen, Alexander. The bishop immediately bowed. "Greetings to the son of the empire." The emperor glanced at him. "What business does a bishop have here?" The man smiled. "The Joshua family came to greet the candidate. The saint, that is. After all, the Holy See must show interest." Alexander's expression darkened. "I see. Since it concerns the saint, you should go see him yourself, shouldn't you?" he continued. If another incident were to occur after we hand the saint over, that would be truly unfortunate, wouldn't it? The bishop forced a laugh. What do you mean? Suddenly, a scream interrupted their conversation. Model. A frantic voice cried out, Young master. He smirked, as if in complete control. Everyone rushed over, their faces filled with worry. The servant's voice trembled. Young master. Alex burst through the door. What happened? The maid turned, stammering. Young master. His worried face was creased with concern. A gasp was heard. So cute. But she couldn't help but let out a shriek. Look at that chubby belly. He's adorable. He eats so well. A true angel. Look. He drank all 15 of these vegetable juice bottles by himself. From behind the crowd, the bishop stared in utter disbelief. Impossible. Looking at the bottles littering the floor, he was lost in thought. How could it still be alive? And how did it drink that entire batch? A murderous aura flared from his body. That wasn't just ordinary vegetable juice. A few moments ago, after finishing a bottle, Isaac's vision grew hazy. Something feels wrong inside my body. Again? His eyes shot open, fully awake. Wait a second, this is Saint Killer. His hand looked back at the bottle. A potent poison that destroys a cleric's holy power. It might not be instant, but drinking enough is lethal. Yet Isaac grabbed the bottle and chugged it down. I can convert this poison into demonic mana, he thought. For a former demon king like me, this is a blessing from the heavens. To think they'd give me something I can turn into mana. This is perfect. I'll drink every last drop of this magical baby food. Finishing it, Isaac slammed the empty bottle down and wailed. Bring me the rest. The butler guessed, Is he asking for more? Why do I feel like I understand him? He chuckled nervously. Of course, the more you drink, the happier we are. After all, this vegetable juice doesn't work right away. Isaac happily hugged the bottle, giving a thumbs up in victory as he drank. I will absorb all of this mana. I don't know who did this, but you have my thanks. Now, his eyes were firm. What I must do now is... Isaac closed his eyes, leaving the conscious world and entering his subconscious, journeying to its deepest level, the world of the source, where the mana core is born. He landed safely. I'm safe here, anyway. He opened his hand, and a ring of fire appeared. Now, time to focus. Isaac was thrilled. I'll condense the mana I've absorbed into the core. I'll need a mana core to use magic. If I want to cast spells in the future, this is essential. As he spoke, he suddenly yelled. Boom! A magical explosion. Isaac seemed to remember something. Wait, this is the mana core. Usually it's one of 3 colors, but looking at the flames... It's white? He composed himself. No, the color isn't the problem. I haven't even condensed the mana into this tiny core yet. So what is all this energy? A slow smile crept across Isaac's face. This is far beyond my expectations. His tiny legs trembled, then he crouched to jump. He reached up. Just how many blessings were crammed into this infant body? With this, I can become a true monster, even stronger than I ever imagined. He laughed with pure joy. The name Isaac echoed in his mind. He pressed a finger to the words on the screen. His voice was firm. Survive. A flood of memories surged forth. His soul's most desperate desire. Survive. My desire to live was so strong it drove me mad. That's how I became the Skeleton Demon King, and with that power, I created even more specialized buffs and skills. Isaac, I have successfully inherited all the magic in this body. The butler leaned in close. Is he dead? The maid also bent down to check. Suddenly, the baby raised a finger, making him yelp. He's alive. Isaac babbled loudly. The two broke out in a cold sweat. Confused. Huh? He gave a silly smile. One more bottle, and make it stronger. For now, Alex sighed in relief. Thank goodness, nothing happened. Isaac blushed slightly. Well, it was just a small assassination attempt, no big deal. The bishop's face paled. What? Why is it looking at me like that? His gaze fell on the empty bottles. Did I drink too much? His mind raced. No, I can't do anything to arouse suspicion right now. I have to play dumb. Smile, just smile. With that thought, he flashed a brilliant grin. The bishop gritted his teeth. What is wrong with it? He thought to himself. After drinking that much, it should be dead or vomiting blood. How is it smiling at me right now? His face twisted with rage. A few days earlier, at the Holy See, the one who becomes the saint will rule the holy nation? The cold voice scoffed. Ridiculous, Hayes continued. In the end, everyone insists their child is the saint, even the lowest of families. The bishop bowed his head. My lord, please don't worry. All the other saint candidates have been dealt with. Hayes laughed loudly. Of course they have. But, he added, I've heard some unpleasant rumors that there's a candidate from the Joshua family. He slowly clenched his fist. The Joshua family, the emperor's right hand. The bishop quickly cut him off, his voice filled with anxiety. But we can't do anything to them. Hayes furiously threw his glass down with a loud crash. Red liquid splattered across the floor. His voice was ice. That brat will be dead the moment you arrive. Hayes screamed. You just need to confirm its death. I've already arranged for it to be handled. The saint, the title echoed in his mind. The head of the Bezet family, Cardinal Hayes, made a silent vow. The saint must come from the Bezet family. The bishop looked at the child, his mind full of doubt. He said it would surely die, so why is it still alive? He furiously ground his teeth. How can something so absurd happen? Alex cleared his throat. This is getting interesting, he continued. This sparkling gold hair is the same color as the Holy Nation's founder, isn't it, Bishop? The man was caught off guard by the question. My lord, how can you say such a thing? Isaac's eyes widened. This man is the emperor? Alex crossed his arms, speaking casually. I'd say this child is even closer to God than the current pope. As expected of the final saint candidate, the baby jolted in shock. What? I'm a saint candidate? So that's it. Is that why they keep calling me a saint? The bishop began to panic. Oh no, the emperor is already showing it favor. This couldn't be allowed to go on. Forcing a smile, he spoke up. Your Majesty, allow me to care for this child. Alex tilted his head. And your reason is? The bishop quickly explained. Something is amiss. An infant can't possibly drink that much vegetable juice. He countered. What's wrong with a saint candidate drinking the church's provisions? Isaac clutched the bottle, thinking. A demon king? As a saint candidate? How did this even happen? The bishop pressed on. But we can't be certain yet. I implore you, let me handle the child. Alex replied coolly. Someone from the Dosua family is coming. You can proceed then. Suddenly, Isaac let out a small burp, releasing a puff of dark purple smoke. He quickly slapped a hand over his mouth. Crap, that was undigested dark mana. Panicked, he thought. Did anyone see that? Just then, the bishop's voice rang out. Your Majesty. His eyes darted over. I believe I just sensed dark mana coming from this child. A glint appeared in his eyes as he drawled. Something seems very suspicious indeed. Isaac cursed inwardly. That bastard, he's already noticed? He tensed, gripping the sheets tightly. But the bishop wouldn't let it go. This child could be a failed candidate with mana. I must report this to the Inquisitor at once. Isaac seethed internally. That detestable bastard. Alex's voice boomed. What nonsense is this? How dare you speak of a precious saint candidate that way? The bishop hastily defended himself. There is no need for concern, Your Majesty. He added, the Pope has his eye on the Bezet family's candidate for the next sainthood. Alex frowned. He wants a child from his own house to become the saint? Absolutely shameless. Isaac gritted his teeth. So that's why he wants me eliminated. The bishop's voice softened. Now then. Isaac was snatched up. He stared at the baby. Bring the Inquisitor. Isaac's face paled. That detestable man. Alex raised a hand, shouting, Wait! His voice turned icy. The Dusua family are close allies of the imperial court. As emperor, I believe this child deserves consideration. The bishop turned away. I understand, Your Majesty. Then he glanced back. However, His Holiness also said, the Crown Prince's blessing will be granted after the new saint is chosen. At those words, Alex froze. He recognized the threat hidden within them. If I don't support the Pope's chosen candidate, he'll refuse to bless the Crown Prince? Regaining his composure, he asked, Is this the will of the Church? Isaac fumed. These cheap, despicable rats. He pursed his lips, worried. This is bad for me, especially if they discover my true identity. The bishop was still smiling. Or we could test him right now. With my power of exorcism. Isaac's mind raced. He glanced at the bottle in his right hand. Oblivious to the danger, he said evenly, If the boy is human, he will be fine. But if this child is a demon, he will instantly. He never finished his sentence, because he took a devastating blow from Isaac's bottle. A cry of pain echoed as blood sprayed out. A tooth went flying. Isaac watched it fall with a triumphant little smirk. Beaming, he waved the bottle around, as if to say, Take that, you arrogant jerk. He thought to himself, Screw it, I'll just act like a real baby. The bishop trembled in pain, disbelieving. What was that? The damage from a mere bottle is. Suddenly, an astonished voice cried out, That light. Is that holy power? Then this child must surely be the saint. Isaac widened his eyes, feigning innocence. Wait. I can feel holy power inside me. But what is this power? He pretended to smile sweetly, then swung the bottle squarely into the bishop's face again. He let out a little cry. Excited, he thought. What can you do now, you bastard? Then he unleashed a flurry of hits, giving no time to react. Dazed, the bishop wondered, is this dark mana? Alex and his men stared in awe. It's so bright, Isaac thought. That's right. I'll use reinforcement magic to harden this bottle, and I'll just pretend to be an innocent baby. How do you like that, you pest? The bishop lost all strength and collapsed. The crowd gasped. The bishop, he's awed by the saint's holy power. Isaac stared at the golden light, stunned. Huh? What is this? It's faint, but whenever I use dark mana, a bit of holy mana emerges with it. These two powers are polar opposites. How can I possibly use them both? It must have something to do with that white mana core. He was lost in thought. When the bottle was suddenly ripped from his hands, Isaac couldn't react in time, blinking as the bishop snatched it away. He then slammed the bottle on the floor and declared, I swear on my very being, this child is a heretic. We must begin the exorcism ritual at once. Hearing this, Isaac narrowed his eyes. This stubborn fool. He reached a tiny hand into the bishop's robes. I didn't want to do this, but it looks like you're hiding something interesting in here. He fumbled around for a moment and pulled out an arm shrouded in black smoke. The bishop's face darkened in horror. The arm was the vanquished remnant of a high-ranking demon, a totem, an artifact that uses a demon's ability to absorb the power of its own kind. He kept it on him in case of a demon attack. The bishop was bewildered. How could this brat possibly know about that? Whoosh! Something heavy flew past him. The arm had been thrown and was now in freefall. Isaac smirked. Watch closely, you fool. If you insist on targeting me. The arm hit the floor, erupting in black smoke. Then don't blame me for what happens next. With a snap of his fingers, the dark smoke billowed out. People screamed in terror. A demon! How is this possible? Stop it! Isaac waved a hand. There's your monster. A dark shadow loomed over them, causing a panic. How can a shadow lich appear in here? Alexander roared. Bishop Masa Bezet, explain this immediately. A demon inside the holy sanctuary? Have you lost your mind? The bishop stammered. Can't you see, your majesty? The child just pulled out a totem. But Alex shot back. Totems are relics of dead demons. They can't resurrect one instantly. He commanded his knights. All of you, listen. Protect the child from that foul demon. And the bishop. The soldiers immediately obeyed. A knight snatched Isaac from the bishop's grasp, much to the man's complete shock. What in the world is happening? Isaac gave a smug smile. Serves you right, you detestable mutt, he thought. Now let's see just how strong this bishop is. He glanced at the lich being restrained by the knights. The creature began to growl. Saint. Then it roared. Kill the saint. Isaac was confused. What? But the lich charged frantically toward him. Must kill the saint. The knights quickly formed a barrier. Protect the young master. His expression soured. What's wrong with it? I revived the thing. So why is it coming after me? He could only sigh. He just felt secure with the knights around, when one was sent flying backward. Isaac stared, worried, at the fallen knights on the floor. Were these guys really holy knights? Nick was still on a rampage. He had to kill the saint to save the imprisoned one. Isaac watched helplessly, knowing he had to stop him. He thought to himself, no one will notice my mana in this chaos, right? Just then, Nick lunged toward him, accelerating. Kill. Isaac felt powerless. Why do so many people want me dead in this life? I saved you, and now you aim for me. He glared fiercely at the creature. He cursed, you ungrateful little demon. Nick felt a strange power press down on him and panicked. Isaac was finally unleashing his true strength. His power surged, radiating from his small frame. Alex and everyone else in the room froze in shock. Terrified by this new power, Nick turned and fled. A knight cried out in disbelief. The demon! It's running away! Everyone gasped in awe. Holy power! Is that holy power? Sir Isaac defeated a high-rank demon. They all rushed to surround him. Incredible, and at his age, as expected of our young master, Isaac stared at his hands, stunned. What? What in the world? This is actually holy power, he wondered. Where did all his mana go? This made no sense. Did this strange body convert my mana into holy power? A sudden fury rose in him. Wait a minute. Then how am I supposed to collect 10 dark mana cores? This holy kingdom barely has any dark mana to begin with. Behind him, the bishop screamed as he was restrained. Release me, you fools! He roared with fury. That brat is a heretic. He used demonic power. How dare a demon set foot in this holy land? He addressed Alex with contempt. Sir, allow me to show you the truth. I will perform an exorcism to reveal his true face. Alex cut him off sharply. That is enough, Bishop. Are you being serious right now? You dare slander an innocent saint candidate as a heretic. Worse, you unleashed a high-ranked demon before the royal holy knights. Alex's voice was cold with anger. Even if you are from the Holy See, I will not overlook this. The bishop gritted his teeth. The seeds of suspicion had been planted in his mind. He would find the spy soon enough. His hand began to trace a magic circle. If his fears were true, it would damage the Holy See, even if it cost him his life. I must save the family. But a cunning glint appeared in his eyes as he summoned his spirit beast. At the very least, I must eliminate the saint candidate. You stubborn brat. The beast lunged straight for Isaac. He remained calm. So he finally shows his true colors. Isaac sneered. Does he really think he can kill me with that pathetic attack? He moved to use his power, but realized his mana was gone. Suddenly, another power intervened. It struck down the spirit beast instantly. A cold young man entered the room, his voice accusatory. How dare you lay a hand on a descendant of The arriving group left everyone stunned. The Azure Faith, the Knights of House Joshua. Leading them was the seventh son of the Joshua family. His name was Joshua July. He commanded, "Arrest this bishop at once." His knights moved to obey. The bishop shrieked, "Release me, you dogs of House Joshua. How dare you touch me?" Isaac's mind raced. Wait, Joshua. Joshua. He struggled to remember. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. Jeli approached him, then addressed his men. Show your respects. The entire group knelt in unison. We greet the young master of House Joshua. He spoke softly to the boy. My apologies for arriving late, Isaac. Isaac shyly sized him up. The man carried a serious air about him. He's probably stronger than the royal knights. Eli smiled and gestured to his aide. This can't make up for past failings, but please accept this small gift. Isaac watched with anticipation. Was it gold? A bar of gold? The aide produced a small figurine, his eyes sparkling. It's a model of the executed Skull Demon King. Isaac stared blankly. The aide added enthusiastically, We also have one of him being burned alive. Or perhaps you'd prefer him being crushed. His face went pale looking at the gruesome figurines, but the knights misunderstood completely. Our young master is so adorable. How can anyone be this cute? He despaired. How will I ever survive in this insane family? Tears welled in his eyes, but the knights praised him more. Look at how much he's enjoying it. Just adorable. He's so moved he's crying tears of joy. Then it finally hit Isaac. Wait, Joshua. Joshua. The symbol of a woman holding a sword in a halo of light flashed in his mind. I remember now, the holy maidens who tried to kill me. Images flooded his memory. I am XO Joshua, the 45th holy maiden. I am OX Joshua, the 61st holy maiden. You don't have the right to know my name. He clutched his head in despair. I knew it. They're all from that damned Joshua family, not just a saint candidate. I was born into a family of holy maidens? Isaac sighed deeply. What sin did I commit in my past life to deserve this torment now? Meanwhile, the bishop was still screaming. Damn you, House Joshua. A knight restraining him growled. How dare you, shut your mouth. But he continued to yell. I knew you were all heretics. Where in the hell did you find that, creature? The bishop ground his teeth in rage. I will expose your true identity, he snarled. To think you would dare bring such a monster among us. Has House Joshua fallen so low? At his words, a sword was drawn, ready to strike. Yet the bishop stubbornly continued. I will surely bring ruin to House Joshua. The words had barely left his mouth when a blade grazed his neck. Jeli's gaze was ice. Be grateful for the mercy of House Joshua. It is the only reason your head is still attached. Isaac watched with interest. This guy, he seems useful. He'd even attack a bishop for slandering his family? With a good enough reason, he might even attack the Holy See itself. The other Joshua knights surrounded Isaac. Young master, you need not listen to such filth. You should only see and hear good things. Isaac felt helpless. These morons, get away from me. Not a single one of them is useful. He stared at their enlarged faces looming over him. Isaac racked his brain. I'm starting to remember them. The Azure Joshua. They were incredibly powerful foes, he thought. My old subordinates trembled at the mere mention of the Azure Joshua. Just then, the knights began their strange chant. Off with the Skull Demon King's head. Slice it off, slice it off. Isaac felt like his head would explode. Just stop already. Henry, my loyal subordinate. It seems I must handle this myself. As Jeli and his men prepared to leave with Isaac, Alexander's voice stopped them. I will not forget this debt. He smiled. And speaking of that matter, Could you speak to your family's head about the royals fostering this child? Gilai's gaze turned to ice. Your Majesty, please, don't be so dismissive. Isaac perked up. The royal family is interested in me? Alex pressed Gilai. Forces both inside and out of the holy nation will target this young master. Surely you realize this, don't you? Of course, the Joshua family isn't weak, but is your current influence enough to protect this child? Isaac strained to listen, but in his infant body, he couldn't hear anything at all. What are they talking about? The two continued to argue, especially since the Pope himself wouldn't accept the child. The boy has the same hair color as the founding emperor. Suddenly, he overheard a detail. What's more, the Skull Demon King might be hunting the boy. He felt completely wronged. Hold on, I am the Skull Demon King. Why would I be hunting myself? Gilai held him close. Forgive me, Your Majesty. Because this child is of the Joshua bloodline, we will raise him as a member of our family, he told Alex with conviction. Whether it's the Pope or the Skull Demon King, House Joshua can handle them all, he added. In fact, I believe the former Saintess Melissa would be overjoyed to meet the Skull Demon King again. Alex was indifferent. I'm sure she would. Gilai was resolute. Then how could we possibly agree to send Saintess Melissa's direct descendant to be raised by the royals? Isaac froze when he heard that. Wait a minute, Melissa. He remembered. My final enemy before I attacked the heavens? That Melissa? The toughest, most insane saintess I ever faced. He imagined her face and couldn't help but shiver. My little darling. He was going insane. Not only was he born a saint candidate in a family of saintesses, but he was also Melissa's direct descendant? What is wrong with this life? So, what exactly is a saintess? After being defeated by the Skull Demon King countless times, they researched a way to make the saintesses stronger. The Skull Demon King had to be killed. In the end, they decided to create an ultimate weapon, the saintess, a living staff created by God to punish evil, a holy war goddess, the light of the holy nation, and the highest rank of knight with the overwhelming power of the saintesses. Everyone thought the Skull Demon King would finally be defeated. The saintess held immense power, with offense and defense on par with a god, a fierce survival instinct, and attacks that disregarded her own safety. They were beautiful, powerful, and long-lived individuals. However, the Skull Demon King was exceptionally ruthless. The Demon King smirked. He'd never killed a saintess. Killing them would only put him at a disadvantage. When a saintess is killed, all her holy power returns to God, who then uses that very power to cultivate the next saintesses. Isaac thought to himself, but that last saintess, Melissa, was truly powerful. I almost died at her hands. To think Melissa was his ancestor. Gilai continued passionately. A saintess exists for nothing but the death of the Skull Demon King. Alex listened in silence. The Joshua family is the only one that produces saintesses, and our sole mission is to defeat all who oppose God. I am certain our family can protect this child. The other knights agreed. That's right. Do you know how many saintesses have fallen at the hands of the Skull Demon King? Isaac felt unfairly accused. I didn't do anything. I didn't even touch them. They added. The Skull Demon King once imprisoned a saintess in a labyrinth, claiming she wasn't worthy of his presence. He retorted in his mind, I let her go. How was I supposed to know she had such a terrible sense of direction? Someone added, 5 saintesses have died from despair. Isaac was helpless. Damn it, they needed a therapist, not me. Gilai soothed him. It's okay, there's nothing to worry about. Even if you're cursed, we will do everything to protect you. But Isaac squirmed. I'm the one who can't accept this. Just curse me already. His uncle watched him with a doting look. We're so grateful for your birth. Your parents had only one wish for you. As Gilai said gently, it was the hope that he wouldn't grow up to be like that wicked Skull Demon King. Isaac went stiff. To my unknown parents, sorry for shattering your hopes and dreams. But Alex was still trying to persuade him. Please reconsider, Gilai. The Skull Demon King was sealed 155 years ago. Isaac was stunned. It's been that long? Doesn't that mean Melissa is dead? She was already 50 during our last fight. The Emperor continued his argument. In that time, the demon race has begun to expand its army. Having a saint by our side would be the perfect chance to increase the holy nation's influence. Therefore, this young master is crucial to the royal family, he insisted. Besides, the Joshua family currently has no saintess. It's been over a year since the saintess who bore this child disappeared with her husband. Isaac felt another shock. My mother was a saintess? Gilai didn't back down. Even though my brother isn't here, our matriarch is still very strong. House Joshua can absolutely protect this child. Isaac didn't want to hear any more. Right, I don't think anything could surprise me anymore. What's more shocking than my mom being a saintess? Alex then asked. Didn't you say Lady Melissa is currently on her way to eliminate the Skull Demon King's remaining minions? Gilai replied. She will return soon. The matriarch will surely be delighted to meet her grandson. Isaac was shocked. Hey, she's lived for over 200 years? Why isn't she dead yet? Alex said. It will be some time before Melissa returns. The child seems worried, doesn't he? Is he all right? Gilai reassured him. He'll be fine soon. In reality, Isaac's mind was screaming, You think I'll be fine soon? Not when my arch-nemesis is still alive and kicking. The moment Melissa finds out, I'll be burned at the stake. Anyone else would be fine, but Melissa was the last person I faced. He decided to grab Alex's finger to survive, putting on his cutest face. Your Majesty, please take me with you. Alex melted. Oh, this child. He was overjoyed. Look, even the baby wants to come with the royal family. Gilai struggled to hold his small nephew, denying it. He's just being overly friendly, Your Majesty. Alex began to list his conditions. The royals can offer the child so much. House Joshua creates saintesses, but do they have experience raising a true saint? Zilai wouldn't back down. The child is a destined exorcist, and no house is better suited than Joshua, for training an exorcist, that is. Besides, he is the first male saint to be born in all of history, so don't the royals also lack experience? Their argument became a fierce tug-of-war. The royal family is better? No. House Joshua is better. Pulled between them, Isaac screamed internally. Just stop. Onlookers rushed to intervene. Please, calm down. You'll tear the young master in half. Yet, in this crisis, Isaac made his choice. I'll go with the royals, so stop it. I don't want to die, he thought. The Emperor radiates a brilliant light of survival. That means a better chance to live. If I go with the Emperor, he was determined. I can't let this chance slip away. Alex praised him. A wise choice, little one. A golden light began to glow. Isaac was shocked. What is this? Elsewhere, a bishop was still pleading his case. Impossible. I'm certain he used mana. I swear that child is a demon spawn. Hygieia glared at him coldly. Holy power is a gift from the gods. Are you claiming demons now wield it? The man cried out. But I'm sure it was mana. How could I possibly mistake it for holy power? Hygieia then delivered his judgment. The Holy See has passed its final judgment on your claim. Before the bishop could finish, Cardinal Hygieia ended his life. The crime is blasphemy. A subordinate rushed forward. I will go assemble an attack squad. He refused, saying, No need. The Emperor will take the child anyway, and we'll have more chances in the royal domain. We will plan for it later. Elsewhere, Isaac's ear suddenly itched. Is someone talking about me? Hygieia was resolute. This time, the brat will die. As night fell, Hygieia and his guards waited in a courtyard for the order. A sinister smirk crept across his face. The Emperor is taking the child anyway. We'll have more opportunities in the royal territory, so we'll plan later. He whispered, This time, that brat will surely die. Meanwhile, Isaac's ear began to itch, as if someone was speaking his name. Sunlight streamed through a half-drawn curtain. Isaac groggily scratched his ear, squinting in the light. He then realized they were approaching the Joshua estate. Seeing Isaac's convoy, Hygieia and his men were stunned. His men turned to him, stammering, Wait a moment, sir. A few days earlier, Isaac wondered, What is that light? It blasted him right in the face. It's so bright, my eyes. The light was radiating from Zilai. Your Majesty, Joshua is indeed no place for a child. He tried to persuade Alex. You may see it as a land of demon corpses and mana cores. Alex looked at him with doubt. Is your will to survive truly that radiant? Zilai then held out his hand. With a light glowing in his palm, he added, The most valuable thing in Joshua is the corpse of the skeleton demon king. Hearing this, Isaac's face went pale. My body? You have my body? He screamed internally. You should have said so sooner, before Zilai could even finish. Isaac grabbed his finger. Joshua is. Huh? He babbled. Look, mister. He shook Zilai's hand with pleading eyes. Let's go to Joshua. Seeing the adorable sight, he whispered, Isaac. Back in the present, Isaac lay comfortably in the carriage. Watching the scenery, he thought, I was dragged from the royals to the military, but to reclaim my body, I have no other choice. My old body. Its magic rivaled the gods. With it back, even Tier 10 is nothing. Besides, I'd never seen a will to survive shine so brightly. He recalled the energy glowing in Zilai's hand. Following him to Joshua is my best bet for survival. Just then, in the carriage, the guard asked, Why are the pontiff's forces chasing Master Isaac? Isaac listened intently. I'm also wondering why they're in such an uproar, Zilai calmly explained. Because we received a prophecy from the gods. It foretold that the saint would become a child of the divine. The guard gasped. You mean he's the next pontiff? Zeli nodded. Exactly. That's why the House of Berzitz is so desperate. Hearing this, Isaac scowled. What a bizarre twist. He thought of the pontiff, the strongest cleric, a user of Tier 10 holy arts. He's practically a king to all clergy, and the holy knights of the theocracy, a figure whose power nearly rivals the emperor's. He sat, stroking his chin in deep thought. For 1,000 years, House Berzitz has produced every pontiff. The idea of a saint stealing that title is driving them mad, which is why every other house wants a saint of their own. The carriage suddenly lurched to a halt, startling Zeli and the guard. Zeli immediately stuck his head out the window. What's going on? The steward replied. Master Zeli, we've reached the duchy, but there seems to be a problem. The knights at the gate stood firm. They showed no sign of moving. One held up a hand. Apologies, but you cannot enter the duchy. Isaac peeked out. Now what? Zeli roared in anger. Do you not recognize the crest of House Joshua? What kind of training did you receive? The leader sneered, then bellowed. Of course you cannot enter. Then, the three transformed into demons, roaring. We must erase the child who inherited the saintess's bloodline. The guard gasped. Demons! Isaac looked horrified, as if he didn't understand. What is this? I specifically forbade them from attacking human lands. What is the new demon king thinking? The demon pointed and roared. Listen, lowly humans. Our revered king ordered us to kill all saints and saintesses. Isaac smirked inwardly. I knew it. The new demon king took the throne and is already giving orders in the name of the great skeleton demon king. King Isaac, we will kill the saint. He sneered from the carriage. In the name of what? He wanted to scream. When did I ever say that, you idiot? Outside, the demon leader continued. If you leave the child, His Majesty, the skeleton demon king, may spare your lives. Just then, a bolt of blue lightning struck him down. The other two demons froze in terror. As his comrade fell, one roared, You filthy holy knight! Zeli gritted his teeth, hissing, How dare you speak so to House Joshua? You've just earned a painful death. His face was grim as he aimed his sword. Listen well. He tapped the blade gently. To protect all that is precious, House Joshua will purge all evil. He and his guards raised their swords as one. We will hunt you to the very ends of hell and extinguish your kind. Zeli muttered to himself. I can't believe that wretched Skull King sent minions for my body. The demons charged, screaming, You dare, you lowly human. They leaped at Zeli, bellowing, You defy the demon king Isaac. For the revival of His Majesty. The knights formed a shield around the carriage as a guard lifted Isaac out. He carried him, murmuring, Forgive this intrusion, young master. Isaac was still dazed. What's happening? An imposter? The guard led him deep into the forest, scanning the trees. He set Isaac down in a clearing. Please wait here, my lord. As he cast a spell, he promised, I will return shortly. Isaac curiously noticed the protective barrier, reaching out to touch it. Not even a high-ranking clan could break through this. It was incredibly powerful. He thought with interest, if nothing can enter from the outside, then nothing from within can escape. A dark thought crossed his mind. In that case, the sheer will to survive might just trigger a magical release. He sat straight with his eyes closed, chanting, Hear my call, you born of magic, yet gifted with a mind. He focused his will, whispering, Observer. At that moment, Lich appeared. It shot forward, wailing, Ah, Grandmaster my lord. Isaac held up a hand, exasperated. Yes, I know. It's been a while. Now be quiet before you expose us. It cried out regretfully. I thought I would never gaze upon your magnificent face again. Isaac managed a wry smile. I thought I was finished, too. He watched Lich jump for joy, thinking, It really has been a long time. Though it's a detection spell, it possesses its own consciousness. I created it because manually analyzing the results was far too tedious. He continued his train of thought. It had formed a personality, but it was still quite naive. Lich's voice suddenly cut through his thoughts. Your malevolence is as great as ever. Congratulations on seizing the body of this pure, innocent child. Isaac just wanted to shout, Hey! Lich began to circle the barrier, muttering, But what did those filthy gods do to you, master? No matter how evil my master is, I cannot believe they trapped you in this child's disgusting vessel. Isaac roared. Enough! Scout the enemy! Lich chuckled softly. As you command, I shall begin. It shot off, announcing, I will now scan a 100-meter radius. It circled Zeli's position to observe, then reported back. There are 88 hostiles, all of them monsters. Creatures like these are no match for you, my great master. Isaac's mind reeled. Are they mad? Wait, 88? Is this a declaration of war? He pictured soldiers cloaked in dark energy, calculating. It'll be a problem if security in this territory strengthens. Summoning my minions will become more difficult. Damn it, it's come to this. I must finish this before House Yoshua catches on. He slammed his hands on the ground, deciding, even if it uses all my mana, I must do this myself. Lich noticed his strange action, curious. It continued its report. 51 enemies now remain. It kept watching, reporting that the enemy numbers were falling fast. Now only 31 remain. Isaac looked up, shocked. What? So suddenly? The updates continued. Now 13. A guard spotted something and reported, Young Master, something is approaching. Jili gave the order. All units. Defensive formation. From above, Lich continued. Only 4 are left. A demon roared. You've finally arrived, brother. He licked his lips savagely. Let's do this together. He growled with certainty. Today we will claim the saint's life. Lich paused for a second before asking, A saint? The demon was struck mid-sentence. Only the Skull Demon King will. The Knights of House Joshua stared, stunned by the scene. Lich smiled at Isaac. No hostiles remain. Then Lich transformed, blocking the knight's path. The demons roared, We found him! Lich, the phantom! Lich shouted back, You dare touch my king with those filthy hands. It swelled in size with rage, roaring, Surrender your lives. Inside the barrier, Isaac's jaw dropped, pale and helpless. Now what is it doing? Lich's eyes burned with rage as it screamed, My king! My one and only master! It lunged forward, seething with dark energy. And yet you dare to imprison him in this pathetic child's body? The phantom's twisted emotions erupted, aimed directly at Isaac. It glared at every knight, warning them, Do not look upon that child with your disgusting eyes. It roared with menace, or I will gouge them out. A guard nervously whispered to Jili, My lord, what is this demon saying? But humans cannot understand the tongue of demons, for they speak an entirely different language. Elsewhere, a shadow flickered in and out of existence. Lich appeared right behind Isaac, smug. Oh my, it's utter chaos out there, Isaac thought. It seems that bastard realized I'm the Skull King. Your efforts to track me are commendable. But Jili commanded his knights. All knights, hear my command. Prepare for battle. They responded in unison. Sir. Isaac could only watch, cursing under his breath. Why did you have to appear so blatantly? Inside the barrier, he waved his limbs and yelled, Hey you, this place is absolutely filthy. But Isaac celebrated internally. Oh, wonderful, this one can see me. He was thrilled. No more watching his magic core get exercised. He desperately yelled, First, hurry and help me break this barrier. Receiving his command, it gathered all its strength to shatter the shield. It obeyed, striking the barrier relentlessly. As you command, the guard frantically reported to Jili, Sir, the barrier has been breached. Jili, equally terrified, screamed, Isaac, the barrier is destroyed. A triumphant smirk appeared on Isaac's face as his eyes sharpened. Well done. He grabbed its arm, his voice dark. Now, stop your rampage and get some rest. The controlled Nick could only cry out, Master, before being absorbed into an arm. It struggled to ask, Why? Witnessing the scene, Jili stuttered, Could it be? Is that the holy art of turning a demon into a totem? The guard beside him cheered. A perfect success on the first try. He is extraordinary. He continued to praise his master. That is a sacred art that only the powerful, like a saintess or a cardinal, can wield. Isaac internally scoffed. Sacred art? I used demonic magic. Jili, however, remained suspicious. That is definitely the holy art of demon totemization. But why did I not sense any fluctuation of holy power when such a high-level art was used? The guard was still celebrating. You know, sir, only in the most critical situations can a person's true potential be revealed. He referred to the demon's attack on the shield. He babbled on. That demon targeted the young master. Its demonic soul must have instinctively sensed a threat, so it tried to eliminate him at all costs. He hugged Isaac tightly. He turned to Jili with hopeful eyes. Isn't our young master incredible? I am sure of it. I guarantee the saint child is our master. Jili considered this from a corner. He's not wrong. Even the nobles have started paying attention to this child. In the event he is not the saint child, then there must be something else special about him. He bowed his head, his face a mask of helplessness. But why did it have to be a boy? He was lost in his thoughts. Because of the Demon Bone King's curse, every son of the Dushwa family is fated to. Suddenly, the guard's voice cut in. I have made my decision. He vowed loudly. In the name of the commander of the Blue Knights, I will protect Isaac's future, as well as the future of the entire Du Shua family. His oath stunned Jilai for a moment, before he finally smirked. He's right. I've been a fool. He then reached for Isaac. Why should we cower before the Demon Bone King's curse? This child will surely bring glory to the Du Shua family. He lifted Isaac high. Let's go home, Isaac. Your uncle will teach you so many things. He looked at the baby's joyful face. With these innate gifts, you will surely become an extraordinary holy knight. He looked happy, but inside, Isaac was defiant. I have no intention of following your plans. Just hurry home and give me back my body. Jilai's next words made Isaac freeze. Even if you are not destined to live a long life, I will protect you no matter the cost. Isaac's eyes shot wide open. That's it. Jilai tossed Isaac up cheerfully, shouting, Your name will echo across the entire continent. But Isaac screamed in horror. Wait a minute. I think I just heard something very shocking. But Jilai thought he was just excited. Ah, I knew you would like it. Isaac kept struggling and shouting no, while Jilai continued on. When we return, I will immediately teach you how to curse that wretched Demon Bone King. Isaac seethed internally. You fool, who do you think you're cursing? Duke Du Shua, the carriage has arrived. Bronze statues lined the entrance. Isaac gasped. Whoa. He peeked outside, thinking, You scoundrels of the Du Shua family, while you tormented my demon race, you lived in this much luxury? What is all this worth? He pitied himself. Damned capitalists, all while I struggled just to feed my subordinates. Nick gasped in amazement. Master, this place is on another level. This is completely different from our own shabby domain. Selling just a few of these sculptures could buy us 10 Demon King castles. He gritted his teeth. I know. You don't need to remind me. Jilai held him up and explained. This is the Du Shua family estate, Isaac. This is where all the exorcisms and demon slaughters begin. He turned him to the other window. Take a look. He followed his gaze. When you are older, you will be just like those children. A group of kids was surrounding a straw dummy, beating it and yelling, Die, Demon Bone King. They rained down blows on the dummy while cursing. We'll tear you to pieces, Demon Bone King. I curse you. You're lower than trash. Tearing you limb from limb isn't enough, Demon Bone King. The shouts of die, die, echoed from the carriage. Isaac couldn't believe this reality. What have you people brainwashed these children with? Is this family a cult of fanatics? He calmed himself. It's fine. A plan began forming in his mind. I just need to infiltrate the Holy Kingdom, burn the Emperor alive, and turn this into the Isaac Empire. Nick chuckled nervously. It is just child's play. A great Demon Bone King like you shouldn't be bothered, right? How petty, he warned angrily. Shut your mouth and go scout the surroundings. Nick immediately obeyed. As you command. Standing before the magnificent castle, he could only say, Oh, he calculated mentally. Incredible. Are all of those magic cores? A quick count reveals at least 10. Nick was also in awe. This is the first time I have seen so many magic cores concentrated in one place. I wonder how many demons they slaughtered for these. The carriage stopped, and someone announced, We have arrived, young master. Jilai gave an order. Go and prepare a room. Isaac will be staying with me. The butler hesitated. Ah, about that. He replied with regret. My sincerest apologies, young Master Jilai. We have received orders to take young Master Isaac to the annex building. Jilai asked. The annex? For what reason? The butler explained. The fifth lord ordered that young Master Isaac is never to enter the main building. Isaac heard this and was confused. What is it now? Jilai yelled. Does he want to send Isaac to that deadly cursed place? Isaac looked up, annoyed, thinking, This family is a complete mess. I knew it from the moment they threw an unweaned newborn outside. The Du Shua family is on the verge of collapse. He then lowered his voice. My brother has truly done a senseless thing. Isaac agreed. Right. I can live comfortably in the mansion. Why the annex building? Lich whispered a reminder. The mana core you need is in the annex. But Jilai kept walking, waving the butler away. I won't leave my nephew in that awful place. Isaac screamed in protest. No, the annex. I want to go to the annex. He turned to the child, saying, Ignore the butlers, Isaac. Come to my room. I will read you the story of the great Saintess's battle. It was about her fight with the Bone Demon King. A bedtime story. The boy just kept screaming for help. No way. That's basically an exorcism on me. But Jilai continued his speech. After that, I will teach you an exorcism method. One specifically for the Bone Demon King. Isaac cursed inwardly. Are you trying to kill me? Suddenly, a figure blocked their path. Why all the fuss over picking up a stray? He smirked cruelly. I distinctly ordered that child sent to the annex. It was Gogo Du Sua, the family's fifth son. Defying your brother after all this time? Isaac was stunned, thinking, Gogo. He eyed him with a thought. What a thug, Gogo pointed. Put him down. I'll take him to the annex. Heli clutched Isaac, retorting, Are you kidding? This child is a descendant of the Dusua family. We can't send him to the annex, a place of exile. Isaac's eyes darted, confirming his theory. This rude bastard must be part of the faction against me. Heli pulled him close, shouting, Move it! I have to tell my nephew about the skeleton demon king. And his purification. Isaac grimaced. Hey, put me down. The annex is fine. Gogo poked Isaac's cheek with contempt. Hey, where did you find this bag of bones? He sneered at Isaac. Some descendant. Isaac eyed him warily. I actually want him to take me there. But what is this guy's problem? Is he a priest or a punk? Isaac sighed. Whatever, I'll just get to the annex and absorb the mana core. My mana core. Heli said scornfully. You think I don't know why you want my nephew in the annex? He continued to object. You want everyone to think he's cursed to keep him out of the succession. Isaac was utterly confused. Out of what succession? Wait a minute, he protested internally. No way. I have to protect this family, become a saint, and then the Pope. Most importantly, I'll get revenge on those wretched gods. Gogo's voice dripped with scorn. You think so? I heard a demon escaped. From this very child. Maybe he's already cursed. A guard stepped forward to deny it. That's not true. Young Master Isaac helped destroy that demon. He declared proudly. The fact a demon targeted him proves his importance. Another knight quickly agreed. That's right, he wields the holy power of a saint. Gogo laughed coldly. I'm moved to tears. All this effort to cover up for this. Piece of trash, don't play games with me. If you're going to call him the next saint, then show me his power. Lich urged him. He wants to see your power, sir. How about you summon a meteor for him? Isaac grumbled. A meteor, my butt. Gogo turned. Fine, if you call him a saint. He glanced at a withered tree. Then look over there. He stared at the dark plant, our family's symbol. Why not have him revive the thing our patriarch cherished? He pointed behind him. That sacred tree died from demonic dark mana. If he truly has what it takes to be a saint, then he should at least be able to revive that tree, right? He challenged with a malicious grin. Naturally, only if he is the saint you all claim. Heli asked helplessly, Are you hearing yourself? Isaac grimaced, thinking, Melissa, you were a great warrior, but why are your descendants such garbage? He thought. The eldest son is missing. The fifth is a delinquent. An idea suddenly struck him. Huh? That thing? Lich gave a nervous laugh. Sir, what is it? Isaac grabbed its head, asking, What else is there? Lich screamed in pain. Huh? Isaac then flung it far away. He commanded, Go there and get all of it for me. It cried out before it could recover. Wait. Heli was still protesting. A tree that's been dead for 75 years. And you want an infant who can't even speak. A noise from behind made them both turn in shock. The sight before them made Heli stutter. What in the world? The sacred tree. Its branches sprouted with green leaves under the sun. The living tree made him gasp. It's been revived? Gogo also stumbled back in astonishment. Even with purification and recovery magic, it just kept dying. He asked curiously, What in the world is happening here? Isaac stroked his chin. Oh, it was nothing. He mused smugly. I just absorbed the dark mana from the roots. Lich reported, panting. I have absorbed all the mana there, sir. I'm so full. A guard asked Heli in amazement. Sir Heli, how did the tree? What did you do? Heli answered calmly. I did nothing. The guard's voice trembled at the scene. Wait. Then, does that mean it was Isaac? Isaac grumbled. It was all mana. Such a waste. Seeing his master's look, Lich asked, What now, my lord? Do you want me to vomit it back up? After thinking, the guard suddenly shouted, Then it must have been Sir Isaac's doing. But Gogo was in denial. This is insane. All this time, no one in this family could ever heal that tree. How could this brat possibly do it? He stated firmly, Someone definitely helped him. Nearby, the guards were praising Isaac. As expected of the young master, Gogo was guessing to himself, Right, it was definitely Heli. His muttering was drowned out by the knights. First an exorcism, and now purification. His fists trembled as he turned to Heli. You did this, didn't you? Heli didn't understand. What do you mean? Gogo lunged, grabbing his collar and shouting, You must have received the Saintess's help, and then, you made it seem like this worthless brat did it, right? Heli was still completely lost. What on earth are you even talking about? Gogo warned him. Stop with your cheap little tricks. Jilai calmly replied, "How could I have possibly met the saintess who vanished?" Isaac glanced around, thinking, "Melissa, you should have focused on managing your house, not killing demons. Your family is a total mess," he observed Gogo. But this so-called brother looked nothing like Melissa. It was more believable that Jilai was Melissa in disguise. Nick suggested, "Perhaps an adopted brother?" It suddenly clicked. "He reminds me more of that bastard Pope." Go Quayo's patience snapped. "Stop playing innocent. Do you think I'm a fool? You brought this brat here to be the next saint candidate, using such a dirty trick when the family already has a contender." Isaac thought with a smirk. "So, there's another candidate? And this oaf wants them to win." Nick mused. "Looks like you have some competition, but you don't seem worried," Isaac explained. "If that beast is his supporter, wouldn't he be just as twisted? Crushing him would be fun." Nick agreed. "That makes sense." Jilai calmly asked, "So we should just ignore the boy? He is our nephew and our eldest brother's son. He has the right to lead this family." Go Quio sneered. "Nonsense. Eldest brother? He fled when the family was in danger." He paused, then roared at Jilai. "You dare mention the man who just now told us of this brat's existence?" Isaac silently confirmed. "Ah, so that's why they treat me like dirt," Nick advised. "You can't be so indifferent about your own life." Go Quayo's words turned venomous. "Ah, but the boy is still the saintess's son, right? He might just be some half-breed we brought back from the outside. After all, she was the saintess." His words became more poisonous. "But we can't be sure he's our brother's son, can we? I suppose his face is decent, since he resembles that woman." Before he could finish his gloating, Jilai's fist flew. "If it helps the family, we could sell him to preserve the bloodline." Go Quio screamed in pain. "Are you insane? You just hit me." Jilai shot back. "Did you think you could get away with spouting that nonsense?" Isaac cheered internally. "That's it. Brothers should exchange blows like this sometimes. Besides, I'm gathering useful information." As Jilai vented his fury on Go Quayo, the guards rushed in to intervene. "Sir, you can't do this. Please stop them." But Isaac was enjoying the spectacle. "The more chaos in the family, the better. This will make it easier for me to take over." A savage grin spread across his face. "This damned family is already destroying itself." Nick smiled wryly. "Then again, if the family falls, won't you fall with it? Has your brain shrunk?" Isaac snapped. "Shut up." Outside the castle's main hall, the sun was blinding. Inside, he was forced to sit still, confused. He fumed silently. "This is so damn annoying," people whispered as they saw him. "Another brat? What are we supposed to do with this one?" Isaac was too disgusted to respond. "Not a single sane person in this godforsaken family. They sure know how to treat an heir." An elder spoke up. "We already took in that country girl and raised her into a saintess. The least she could have done was not birth this useless son. She was unworthy of being the saintess." Isaac's face darkened. "Hey, are you all insane? This is going too far," a woman ordered. "Silence, all of you." It was the head's second wife, Henna Doswa, the acting family head, Henna Doswa. She addressed Jilai sternly. "We decided this child would be raised in the annex. To avoid any attention," her voice rose with accusation. "Why did you permit this child to come here?" Her attitude caught Isaac off guard. "She's showing her hostility so openly? She must be the one behind the push to send me to the annex." Go Quio then snapped at Jilai. "The acting head is asking you a question. Answer her." Jilai took in the scene. He figured she was this rude uncle's aunt. Jilai finally asked, "Is father not here?" Henna bowed her head. "He has gone out to town. I'll admit, this whole saint candidate business is chaotic." Jilai closed his eyes and sighed. What a pity. His words shocked all the elders. He should have been here to hear the news. That his eldest grandson, Isaac, has revived the holy tree. Go Quayo slammed the table. That was a coincidence. How could a brat like that do such a thing? The prayers of the Doswa family were finally answered, that's all. An elder spoke up. "I agree. Even our head couldn't find a solution, so how could a child possibly manage it?" Henna nodded as well. "I agree," she continued. "There was no proof to begin with." The room filled with murmurs. The acting head speaks the truth. It truly is a blessing that the holy tree has revived. Isaac was annoyed by their talk. "Look at these fools." He held out his hands. "You want proof?" Henna and Go Quayo stared, wide-eyed and speechless. Jilai and several other elders were equally stunned. A stream of energy erupted from his hand. "Then watch closely." Some people stuttered in fear. That energy." Everyone shouted in unison. It's the power of the holy tree." He just smirked and yelled, "Surprised, you amateurs? In the fully gathered council room, someone spoke. It appears Isaac eliminated the mana that was corroding the holy tree. An elder disagreed. What? There was indeed mana on the holy tree. But a newborn baby was able to remove it? Another replied, Isn't that the most logical explanation? The boy manifested that mana right before our eyes. Exactly, an elder on the side added. That's right, but even if this purification method worked, it certainly wasn't simple. A single small mistake could have completely killed the holy tree. The elder paused and concluded, That is why the head chose cyclical cleansing over direct purification. Hearing this, Go Kuyo's face darkened. What the hell are they talking about? There's no way a newborn could have done that. Jilai declared loudly. Isaac must have instinctively purified the dark mana. Isaac nodded beside him. Exactly. Jilai stood and continued. A child still on his mother's milk has done something that no one in this holy family could. It's possible, after 75 years. Gokueo's face twisted in horror. What was this madness? He slammed his fist on the table. Distinguished elders, do you truly believe this nonsense? He scoffed at the very idea. An infant exorcist? The child can't even speak. If word gets out, we'll be a laughingstock. But Isaac remained perfectly calm, unfazed by the outburst. Just look at him. Even Vietno of the Joshua bloodline is questionable. What if the child is truly from some nameless clan? What then? Gilai rose to his feet, his voice unwavering. Honorable elders, hear my words. This child is destined to become a saint. Placing a hand on his shoulder, he declared, he could even become the next pope. Isaac smirked internally. That's right. Gilai then lifted the boy high, roaring with confidence. And above all else, this child will destroy the skeleton demon king. Isaac cringed. What? You should have stopped while you were ahead. The elders gasped, stuttering in shock. The skeleton demon king? That despicable creature? Henna sneered. You're digging your own grave, Gilai. She then challenged him. If you're so certain, why don't we put him to the test? A cruel smile spread across her face. I demand access to the sacred repository in the Black Forest of Helen. A beast falls, struck down by a razor-sharp blade. Eli stood unfazed, surrounded by the monsters he had just slain. The desolate forest was shrouded in a thick mist. Sheathing his sword, he muttered, This place is worthless. From behind, a knight bowed low. Greetings, Lord Patriarch. He answered coolly. What is it? The knight lowered her voice. Sir, your proxy has requested access to the sacred repository. Eli's opposition was immediate. I made it clear the Holy See is forbidden from using it. The knight explained. It was not the Holy See's request. Surprised, Eli turned as she continued. Your grandson revived the sacred tree, so the acting matriarch wishes to test if he has the qualities of a saint. He turned, slowly approaching the knight as he spoke. What do you mean? He demanded. Why is there a saint in my family? As the patriarch, Eli Joshua, gave his command. I forbid it. Only a holy maiden can survive that place. Tell them to avoid this pointless conflict. He stated firmly. There will be no exceptions. But a voice cut through the air. Let them proceed. Lisa approached, asking, You said the boy's name was Isaac, correct? She was the matriarch of the Joshua clan. The former holy maiden, Melissa Joshua, spoke with disdain. Revived the sacred tree? How impressive. She continued, Regardless, the repository is already open, so why not send in all the candidates for saint and holy maiden? Her words made the knight stammer in fear. My lady? She tried to protest Lisa's command. But if we do, what if a child from another clan obtains the treasure inside? The matriarch answered with unsettling calm. I certainly hope they do. Even the greatest holy maidens of the past failed to retrieve anything from that place. She was referring to the repository's mysterious chest. Perhaps if someone obtains it, they can finally locate and destroy the skeleton demon king. A dark, knowing smile played on her lips. In that case, we should offer a grand prize, shouldn't we? She finally gave the order. Relay this. Whoever retrieves the finest treasure will receive a great reward, one that even the Pope himself could not afford. The knight listened in terror as she continued. They will receive the heirloom of House Joshua. The matriarch raised her hand, and be personally trained in our family's secret arts. She clenched her fist. Anything the successful child desires will be granted. The sacred repository holds divine power and ancient secrets, dating back for 1,000 years. A holy maiden always guards it, and House Joshua are its keepers, for only children under the age of 10 may enter. Thus, a rite of passage exists for 1-year-old maidens to enter and select an item. The chosen artifact gauges the child's true potential, but the repository is perilous. Even holy maidens risk their lives within. That is why it was sealed. A voice whispered excitedly. Well now, it was Lich. If my master can survive and retrieve a treasure, Isaac cried out in frustration. Baba, Nona! In his mind, he was screaming, Why are you narrating all this? Lich asked eagerly. But you're excited too, aren't you, master? Isaac replied enthusiastically. Baba, of course. But then his expression darkened. Baba ba'a. Legend says the corpse of the skeleton demon king rests within. Suddenly, a pair of arms scooped him up. Are you excited, young master? A guard informed him. The matriarch has opened the repository to all candidates. Isaac's mind raced. All of them? The guard tossed him playfully. Descendants from all 5 great houses will be here. Even those from the Pope's cursed family are coming. But I'm certain you'll emerge victorious no matter what, young master. Lich sighed in exasperation. Oh, it seems they're turning this into a massive spectacle, Isaac mused to himself. This is good. More people means more distractions. It will be easier to reclaim my original body. Lost in thought, he was passed into another's arms. You must be careful, Isaac. It was Gili, warning him gently. Demons captured from battlefields guard the interior. Isaac considered this. Danger from guardian demons? He made a confident mental calculation. If they were captured, they can't be more than level 6. He figured he could simply overwhelm them with his aura. But as Gili set him down, his voice cut through Isaac's thoughts. Level 8 demons are no easy foe. His mind reeled. What the hell? Why are there level 8 demons in there? The nearby guard added. Still, the level 9 dragon is probably the worst part. Gili nodded grimly. In terms of rank, yes. Lich was aghast. This entire Joshua family is insane. A dragon? In a place meant for children? He turned to Isaac. But at least you know your way around dragons, right, master? Seeing Isaac's expression, Lich gasped. What now? Isaac's thoughts were spiraling. This is bad. The danger from dragons is on another level entirely. He answered Lich's question internally. Well, I may have swindled a few of them, Lich pressed, disbelieving. How many specifically? He recalled a chaotic scene of roaring dragons. That bastard even scammed the hatchlings? What did he sell those kids? They weren't even 300 years old. Another dragon roared. Forget hatchlings, he scammed the ancients. Damn that wretched skeleton, Isaac estimated. About 70 of them? He realized with dawning horror. Oh, this is bad. What's worse, they have sharp memories. They'll recognize my soul. Nick just clicked his tongue. Maybe it's time I found a new master. Isaac gritted his teeth, glaring. I can still hear you. He slammed his hand on the bed, resolved. Looks like I'm out of options. His mind began to race. So, there are level 8 demons and a level 9 dragon in the sanctum. But as I am now, I can barely handle a level 6 demon. His eyes hardened. To fight them, I'll have to steal all the Joshua family's mana cores. A wicked grin spread across his face as he ordered, to the annex. Outside, the weather was perfect, sunlight streaming through the castle's glass. Isaac and Nick were reading on the porch when Nick spoke up worriedly. Master, are you all right? Seeing Isaac's grim face, he added, You look like you're about to be purified. Isaac didn't respond, his eyes fixed on the book. He let out a soft sigh. Damn, he thought, damn it all. If I could just master holy power, these 3 spells would be child's play. But soon he despaired internally. Why is this getting more frustrating? He was, after all, still just a baby. He pushed on with his studies, a new thought forming. I just need to manipulate his mind and make him teach me. Nearby, Nick asked, Master, are you planning to use black magic among all these clerics? Are you going to destroy this house and then play the part of a cool demon lord? Isaac grimaced, turning to give him a long, judgmental stare. What in the world happened to you over the last 155 years? Nick just chuckled. Isaac sighed. I can't grasp this theory alone. Suddenly, a hand lifted him up. You look exhausted, Isaac. Gili held him close, patting his back. I bet you've had a very busy day, Isaac agreed internally. That's right. Babies my age need 16 hours of sleep. Gili carried him back to the crib, as a guard stared, puzzled, at the book he'd been reading. Gili then gently placed Isaac inside. He then waved a hand back and forth before the boy's face. The motion sparked a realization. Isaac's eyes lit up. Oh, that's a spell. He got excited and tried to climb out, wanting Gili to do it again. He screamed internally, Cast the spell, old man! But Nick reminded him, Please stay still, sir. He reiterated the mission. You need to get to the annex as soon as possible. You can't exactly hide from them in here, can you? The words snapped Isaac back to reality. Right, the annex. A plan formed instantly. I have to get rid of them, and fast. With that, he flopped over and pretended to sleep. Nick was exasperated. Terrible acting. Who would believe that? But the guard just chuckled foolishly. Lord Isaac falls asleep so fast. Geli praised him as well. What a wonderful child, so quick with everything. Nick cursed under his breath. Are they all insane? So as not to disturb his sleep, Geli suggested, It's late, shall we go outside? The guard agreed. Yes, I need to get to my training. All the while, Isaac feigned a deep slumber. Nick sighed. Incredible. They all bought it. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. That totem looks dangerous. I think we should take it outside. Isaac's eyes shot open. What? It was Geli, speaking from outside the door. It's a precious item, Isaac's first totem. We must ensure it's kept safe. The guard replied respectfully, Yes, sir. Isaac panicked. I still need to restore it. Who said you could take it? Outside, the voice continued. We'll display it where everyone can see it. Inside, Isaac was weeping. Ah, my totem. I haven't even drawn the mana from it yet. When the door closed, he sat up, a new plan in his eyes. Fine, I'll just drain the entire mana core. In the annex, he clumsily climbed from his crib. Time to crawl. Nick sounded worried. Are you really going to crawl all the way there? I have a plan. Open the door, he commanded. Nick had no choice but to obey. Yes, as you wish. He began pushing the door, but gave a warning first. Just so we're clear, I am not carrying you there. As he strained against the door, he didn't notice Isaac tumble to the floor. After a moment, Nick realized the problem. Your uncle locked the door. The mechanism is on the outside, and he even placed a spell on it. Isaac's face went pale as he cursed. That detestable old man. He then ordered, Break it down. Nick warned. They'll think you're under attack and come running. All Isaac could do was hiss. Damn it. He slammed his tiny fist against the door, his mind racing. He pushed with all his might, fury building inside him. This is driving me crazy. I can't stand their whispering. If I use magic, things will only get worse. Just as he wondered how to escape, the door was suddenly pushed open from the other side. It knocked him backwards. As the door swung open, a boy named Susie gasped. Huh? He walked in holding a bandaged toy arm and saw him. Isaac was sitting on the floor where he'd fallen. This was Susie Yoshua, son of Goku Yoshua and a candidate for sainthood. He was only 5 years old. Susie cried out, But this kid can't even walk yet. Isaac scowled back with deep suspicion. This one is definitely an enemy. Nick whispered worriedly, He might try to harm you, master. Susie's expression turned icy. A totem. Even a genius like me couldn't create one. He clutched the toy arm tighter. There's no way this little brat made it. Energy began to gather in Susie's hand. But seeing this, Isaac wasn't the least bit afraid. In fact, he let out an innocent, excited gurgle. A sinister smile crossed Susie's face. I'm the one who deserves to be the saint. He raised his glowing hand threateningly. Isaac, how dare you desire? What is rightfully mine? Isaac merely felt contempt. Using his power, he took control of a toy behind Susie. This, he thought, is how I'll escape this arrogant Yoshua. Before Susie could react, the toy slammed down on his head. Isaac pointed gleefully at the stunned boy. I found my new pony! With tears in his eyes, Susie shrieked. Do you have any idea who I am? Isaac thought calmly. You look exactly like that thug of an uncle. He must be his son. Isaac then raised his own toy in a clear, unspoken threat. I saw you gathering mana to attack me, you little punk. He then brought the toy down on Susie repeatedly. Take that. Nick cheered from the side. A beautiful strike, master. Isaac smirked. Insolent whelp. Now get ready to be my ride. Susie blocked the blows, desperately focusing power into his arm. He then unleashed it, knocking the toy away. Do you really think you're so much better than me? Isaac remained completely unfazed. What's so surprising? No one at this age should be able to use holy power, let alone a level 3 defense. Susie's hand began to glow. It's too soon to be surprised, he said, unleashing a level 3 attack. Holy light. He aimed the blast right at Isaac. Eat this. But Isaac looked down on him with utter contempt. Wow, so impressive. 2 whole beams of holy light. A smirk played on his lips. Thanks for the meal. Susie was stunned that the energy blast didn't even scratch Isaac. Tears welled in his eyes as he spoke. How could a defense spell be that powerful? But Isaac was just playing happily inside the energy shield. This made Susie suspicious. How did you learn that? When I haven't even been taught it yet? Isaac replied casually. Thanks for the demonstration. Susie stammered in disbelief. No way. Then Isaac fired the energy right back at him. A wave of panic washed over Susie. He watched the attack hurtle towards him, screaming, Wait! Isaac just watched on with a smug grin as Susie shrieked. Nick hesitated. Master, I'm enjoying the show, but is it really okay to kill a member of the Duja clan? Isaac just sighed in response. Who said I was going to kill him? He glanced at Susie, who was cowering in terror. The attack didn't even land. Susie was shocked to find himself alive. Huh? Embarrassed, he stood up and yelled at Isaac. You evil little brat, you can't even hit me, so why'd you scare me like that? Isaac just smirked at his outburst. Susie roared in fury. No matter how many holy arts you use, you'll never defeat a saint candidate like me. Suddenly, a deep roar echoed. You dare? Susie fell silent, his face clouding with fear. Behind him, Nick had transformed into a giant monster. His voice boomed menacingly. Attacking my master. Susie? Terrified, he collapsed to his knees at Nick's question. Do you have a death wish? His face went pale as silent tears streamed down his face. Meanwhile, Isaac casually rested a hand on Nick with a smug grin. Riding the massive beast, he tilted his head at Susie. What are you doing? He smirked sinisterly and ordered, Hey ugly, get over here and carry me. The inky black sky made the scene feel incredibly bleak. I am Susie Duja. Beneath a tree, he stood all alone. One day, I will become a saint. With eyes full of resolve, he vowed, I will escape this. I'll escape the cursed Duja clan and become the Pope. His feet trudged heavily, but he panted for breath as he carried the child. This damn brat is. Isaac swung a toy around and shouted, To the annex building. Seeing the smug child, Susie raged. Why are you doing this to me? Susie snapped. Do you have any idea who I am? Nick immediately cut in with a threat. Move, before I tear you to pieces, you pathetic insect. He fell silent, watching the beast in fear. With teary eyes, Susie thought, Right, just focus on surviving. He trembled as he pleaded. Somebody please save me. In a vast moonlit garden, a child's voice echoed. Isaac yanked Susie's hair, directing him. Left. To the left. Susie snapped in frustration. Are you trying to get us killed? Get a grip. He panted, exhausted. Where are we even going this late at night? Susie's feet hit the ground and he froze instantly. He was too horrified to speak. This is? He looked up at the gloomy, ancient building, the Duja family's second annex, the haunted house. Susie was terrified. Why would this lunatic bring me here? So many died here, the family head forbids anyone from entering. But unlike Susie's fear, Nick grinned. Looks like there are a few dozen here, in its eyes. Blue motes of light swirled around the house. You'd have to risk your life training for 15 years to gather this much mana, Isaac said excitedly. Let's go, kiddo. Realizing his intent, Susie refused. You want to go inside? No, we absolutely can't go in there, he explained. The adults warned us not to. Nick cut him off again. Shut your mouth and walk, puppy. The only light came from the moon shining through the windows. Susie dragged his heavy feet through the grand room. Isaac glanced around, his gaze critical. It's much worse on the inside. Then, something seemed to catch his eye. In a corner, a door was shrouded in an ethereal white mist. Huh? Wait a second. Is that? Nick reported with displeasure. The entire building is sealed, Master. Every door here has some kind of protective barrier on it. Isaac whined. What a hassle. Susie spoke up, his voice trembling with fear. Let's go back. Everything in here is locked. At those words, Isaac yanked his hair. He yelped in pain and confusion. Ow, what was that for? As Susie started to complain, he noticed something. Let go. Huh? 3 old portraits of former family heads hung on the wall. He guessed Isaac's intent. Are you aiming to be the next family head now? Susie spoke, not noticing the toy in Isaac's hand. It was glowing with a red light. But it's useless. The next family head will be me. Then Isaac grunted and threw the toy, shattering the portrait's glass. Susie's eyes went wide with disbelief. While Isaac gleefully used the toy to shatter all the portraits, Susie was in a full-blown panic. Those are our ancestors. Have you lost your mind? What are you doing to the portraits of the patriarchs? In contrast to Susie's horror, Isaac was pleased. That's it. Why would anyone put a barrier on a painting? Nick reported excitedly. The barrier has been broken, Master. Isaac grinned. Excellent. He then climbed off Susie's back. Let's go. Susie yelled in astonishment. Hey, where do you think you're going? He stared in disbelief as Isaac tumbled to the floor. Hey, are you insane? Where are you off to after making this mess? A door creaked open, followed by Isaac's cheerful yelp. Inside, a room of empty crates were countless shimmering lights. Isaac was ecstatic. Incredible. Susie ran up right behind him. Isaac gestured with his finger and gave a command. He whispered, "Lock the door." Seeing the door begin to close, Susie panicked. "Hey, wait, stop. What are you doing?" Isaac just gave him a wicked grin. "A kid like you doesn't need to know," Susie screamed. "Hey, you brat." After the door shut, Isaac sat down properly, a mysterious aura beginning to swirl around him. His eyes began to glow. "Let us begin." Worried, Susie pounded on the door. "Get out of there, right now. Hey, I'm telling the adults everything." He kept threatening, not noticing the approaching figures. "I'll tell them everything and have you thrown out." The sound of footsteps suddenly stopping made him freeze. Jilai arrived with his men. "Susie?" he asked. "What are you doing here?" Susie immediately started tattling. "Uncle, you're just in time." "Isaac, that monster." Before he could finish, an old woman interrupted. "What do you think you're doing, Susie? You know you're forbidden from entering the annex. For any reason. And what possessed you to bring Isaac here?" He was completely stunned by the scolding. "Huh?" The old woman recalled the servants whispering. "How many people saw you carrying Isaac here on your back?" Furthermore, there were traces of a holy attack art found in Isaac's room. She concluded firmly. "You are the one responsible for all this, aren't you?" Susie scrambled to explain. "No, I mean I brought him here, and the holy art was partly mine." But, to his dismay, nobody believed a word he said. Even Jilai spoke gravely. "Susie, this time, you've gone too far. No matter the reason, you tormented a child who was barely a toddler," he demanded. "Where have you locked Isaac?" Susie felt tears welling up in his eyes. "I didn't lock him in anywhere." Susie's voice faded under their glares. "Isaac went in on his own." Heli pounded on the door. "Isaac, are you in there? Did someone lock it from the outside?" one person gasped. "Oh my heavens." Trembling with fear, he finally managed to open the door. What he saw was Isaac sobbing, looking utterly heartbroken. "Isaac," the old woman worried. "Are you okay?" He looked so terrified. Jilai swept him into a hug. "You're safe now." The boy seemed frightened, but was otherwise unharmed. With a final, accusatory glare at Susie, Jilai turned away. "Susie, you should be ashamed of yourself." Susie sobbed, trying to defend herself. "No, it wasn't me, I swear." Just then Isaac peeked out with a shout. "Thanks a lot." His eyes were filled with smug triumph. "Thanks to you, I had a delicious meal." Seeing he was safe and taunting her, Susie fumed. "That little brat." The old woman looked on, confused. "Susie," people began to whisper, "why does he look like he's steaming?" Another replied, "It's just because it's so cold, right?" They never knew Isaac was secretly summoning a multicolored wisp in his hand. "The amount I absorbed is more than I expected. In a single moment, I've absorbed 100 years' worth of mana." He clenched his fist, and the light pulsed even brighter. "Yes, with this much mana," he smirked, "I can finally begin my plan." But Jilai only heard a whimper, mistaking it for fear. It seems Isaac was truly terrified. Warm sunlight filled the castle. As Isaac read with Nick, a voice called out, "Isaac, I want you to meet someone." Jilai approached with a young woman. "This is Asai. From now on, she'll be your personal aide." Asai's isn't a paid. Asai's expression was deadly serious. "My name is Asai, a holy knight of the Yazoo family." She knelt respectfully before Isaac. "I will serve you until the day I die." Isaac rolled his eyes internally. Are they sending a watchdog because of that incident? He put his hands on his hips and pointed at Asai. "Hey, you!" Then he put on a fierce face. "No way. Get out of my sight." Both Jilai and Asai were startled by his outburst. Suddenly, Asai moved closer to him. "Young master," she said, her face melting with adoration. "May I please pinch your cheeks just once?" Isaac was utterly speechless. Why is everyone in this house so insane? From behind him, Jilai produced a small box. "Isaac." Inside lay a carefully placed ring. "This is a gift from me." Isaac took the ring with disdain. "Did you find this in a trash can?" Beside him, Nick also wore a scornful look. "I must have misheard. Is the Yazoo family truly in a financial crisis? How can he call this a worthy gift for the master's first birthday?" Only Asai was stunned. "My heavens, isn't this the holy maiden's sacred heirloom?" Hearing this, Isaac was a little surprised. The holy maiden's sacred heirloom. Jilai affectionately ruffled his hair. "I pulled some strings with the council to get this for you." Isaac's eyes widened, sparkling as he stared at the ring. "Huh, it's the real thing. This is the ring the holy maiden used in her battle against me. An ancient ring holding a trace of holy power. It glowed with a faint, golden light. The holy power within is immense." Isaac's expression turned mischievous. "It'll probably break after 1 or 2 uses, but I know how to repair it. He suddenly glanced outside. There, leaning against a tree, was Gokweo, glaring at him with clenched teeth. His expression was so dark it could curdle milk, giving Isaac a slight chill. Besides, that look on his face confirms it's genuine, staring at his own nephew like he wants to kill me. Suddenly, Gokweo strode into the room. "My dear little nephew, Isaac." He beamed, his previous dark expression gone. "You are just so adorable." Isaac stared, stunned. He changes his tune faster than the weather. "I do hope you're comfortable here," Isaac scoffed internally. "What the hell? How disgusting. The man must be insane." Meanwhile, Gokweo was also cursing internally. "Damn it, this has gotten so complicated." He seethed with rage. "I sabotaged the blessing device in the vault so he couldn't receive a blessing, but they gave him the holy maiden's heirloom instead." The elder had given the ring to Jilai, saying, "Since Isaac couldn't receive a blessing, give him this instead." Gokweo had been stunned. The holy maiden's heirloom. He'd immediately rushed forward. "Please, give that to my child instead." The elder had looked displeased. "To Susie?" she'd scoffed. "Hasn't she already received a blessing from the Holy See? Don't be so greedy. Now go." The memory made Gokweo's blood boil. "I was planning to steal it while pretending to donate it to the Holy See. That brat can't possibly understand the heirloom's true value." He cleared his throat and produced an item. "If you're giving a gift, you should choose something decent. That thing is completely useless." Jilai was shocked. "Useless? Brother, how can you speak of the Holy Maiden's relic that way?" Gokweo revealed the box's contents with a sinister smirk. "Isaac is my precious nephew too. How could you give him something so useless?" In the box was an exquisite diamond ring. "This ring has been blessed multiple times by the Holy See." Jilai looked at the diamond ring, conflicted. Compared to the relics in the vault, this was far more useful. It was a precious gift he could never hope to obtain. Gokweo eagerly pushed it towards Isaac. "See? Isn't this better? Now, hand over that filthy old ring." Before he could finish, Isaac slapped his hand away. "In your dreams! Get lost!" He slammed the box shut. "This piece of garbage reeks of the Pope, doesn't it?" Then he hurled it out the window. "Get out of here, and take this with you." The ring splashed into the lake, followed by Gokweo's horrified scream. He was losing his mind. "What are you doing? Find that ring, now." Jilai watched Isaac from behind, thinking to himself, "That ring was 1,000 times more valuable than my gift." He watched the boy happily clutching the ring he'd given him. And yet, he still chose my gift? Jilai's heart completely melted. "Isaac, my dear, beloved nephew." He and Asai began to play happily with Isaac. "From now on, I'll give you only the best." Hooray for young Master Isaac. Outside by the lake, Gokweo and his servants desperately searched for the ring. "It's too deep, my lord. Find it at all costs. I don't care if you have to risk your lives." Isaac crossed his arms with a smirk. "I cast a weight spell on it. They'll never find it." Nick chimed in. "As expected, Master. Your resolve to never touch a foul object is truly admirable." Before he could finish his flattery, Isaac spoke. "You can retrieve it tomorrow morning." Nick yelped. "Me, sir?" Isaac replied nonchalantly. "You expect me to do it?" He watched with amusement as Gokweo clutched his head in despair. "That thing is quite valuable. I'll just sell it off." Jokio stormed into his room, burning with rage. That wretched brat. He erupted in fury, clueless of the item's true worth. After his outburst, Jokeo consoled himself. The boy couldn't use the ancient ring anyway. He muttered that only those who can't use holy arts are able to wield it, requiring the absorbed holy power of at least 20 people, an impossible feat. He suddenly grew curious, wondering if the boy could even gather 10 guests for his own birthday. The next day, as the castle gleamed under the sun, the grounds were bustling with excitement. Asai held Isaac, marveling at the sight. It was incredible. There were over 148 saintess candidates, including nobles and servants. About 4,000 people were present today. Her face beamed with satisfaction. All the ducal families and dozens of marquis houses had arrived. The emperor himself was present, and other nations had even sent their own saintess candidates. This was truly amazing. In contrast to her, excitement was Isaac's gloomy expression. Why so many saintess candidates? Did the lazy gods just drag them all here? Nick admitted with a pained look. That's exactly what they would do. Gilai analyzed the situation grimly. I hadn't considered this. I thought they'd all assume it was a trap. Just as he finished, someone pushed the door open, calling out, "Of course they wouldn't think it's a trap, my friend." A smiling man stepped inside. "Long time no see, Gilai." It was the head of one of the Empire's 3 merchant guilds and Gilai's best friend, Count Saman. Gilai was stunned to see him. "You came too?" Saman laughed heartily. The rumors have spread across the empire. Of course I had to come. He spoke cheerfully, not noticing the grave expressions on Gilai and Asai. Everyone knew this wasn't a trap, so they decided to participate. After all, the weak sons of the Yasu family were all present. Saemon seemed thrilled by this. Not to mention what the head of the Yasu family has wagered. How could I possibly stay away? Even the papal family might show up. Isaac, in Asai's arms, looked up suspiciously. What wager? Gilai cut Simon off. Don't speak nonsense. There's no way the papal family would attend. Saemon shrugged. Just a guess. There's no way those unfriendly royals would appear in Yasu territory. They hate this place for its commoners. Except for the Pavisa family. Outside, someone approached the door as the discussion continued inside. Saemon lowered his voice. Why would they? My son, Amon, is a saintess candidate too. This event is hosted by the Yasu family, after all. The papal family has no reason to get involved. The person outside reached for the doorknob. You must be careful with your words. The door swung open with a booming voice that startled the three inside. Never mind that bunch. They always look like they've just stepped in dung. The elders say there's nothing more dangerous than a crude friend. Hace entered grimly. The wisdom of the ancients is never wrong. Saemon's face went pale as he quickly looked away. Gilai was also flustered. Cardinal Paris Hace radiated a terrifying, murderous aura. He sneered without restraint. To think, the weak men of the Yasu family would host an event like this. I hope your child can pull something from the Hall of Achievements to save this family's face. Hace suppressed the rage building within him. I'm curious to see the Yasu child who dares to claim he's a saint candidate, yet I have yet to meet him. Asai immediately grew defensive, holding Isaac tighter. He feigned sincerity, but offered a chance. He spoke of blessings, but his presence was terrifying. I sincerely pray that the saint candidate can elevate your family's reputation. Gilai suddenly grasped the true gravity of the situation. This was a scam orchestrated by the Holy See. He considered a theory. The number of saint candidates jumping from 25 to 148 in a week was already bizarre. The only explanation was the Holy See turning a blind eye to candidates from unknown origins. Gilai delved deeper. Everyone wants their child to be a saint candidate. When such children are brought to the Hall of Achievements, they will inevitably try to eliminate their weakest rivals. He clenched his fists in fury. They might even harm the boy during the chaos. Gilai looked at Isaac. To him, Isaac's nonchalant expression was one of pure innocence, which broke his heart. He would be in danger. With the symbol of a protective shield and the statue of a mother holding her child, a boy from the Joshua family, a statue of a child in its mother's arms. Besides his striking looks and family name, he was utterly useless. A bride and a cloaked figure, for those wanting to seize the Joshua family's superior genes, or those seeking favor from the papal family who despise the saintess's lineage. The Joshua child was nothing but perfect prey. Many hands reached for something that glittered. The mysterious figure handed the boy a potion. So, let's have a little fun with this Joshua boy. The boy took it, ordered to make him helpless but not dead. Mix this into his water and use the holy poison. The bottles lay scattered on the floor. Teach the boy just how cruel the world can be. The faces of those around them turned pale. Make him a laughingstock in front of everyone. Isaac chugged the bottle, as if declaring to the world the Joshua kid could never be a saint. After finishing, he beamed with joy. So delicious. The boys nearby were in disbelief. Everyone, I'm scared. How many bottles has he drunk? Isaac threw the bottle at a brown-haired boy. Bring more. This poison can't kill me. More for me. He cheered joyfully while everyone around him was terrified. I want to go home. This is too scary. Whispers erupted. What's wrong with that kid? I thought you put a laxative in there. Or did you grab the wrong bottle? He's too strange. I don't think so. Let's just go. Suri couldn't take it anymore. Why does he keep drinking the drugged bottles? What a disgrace. He approached Isaac. What a disgrace. Stop dirtying the Joshua name. Clearly, this saint candidate is defective. He angrily snatched the bottle back. Stop drinking. Are you that thirsty? The boy looked up, raising an eyebrow. Hey. Isaac hurled the bottle right at Suri's face. If you want a drink, have this one. It's not poisoned. He grabbed another boy's leg. Give it here. Give me the super toxin. Why is he so hyper? The boys nearby worried. But this is holy poison. Are you insane? You'll die if you drink that. Holy poison. Isaac leaped forward. Give it here. You have to. They scrambled, fighting over the bottle. It seems he has an extraordinary resistance to poison. I heard someone can reach a level where they naturally destroy toxins while training their holy power. You mean he's already at that level? But why is he only targeting the poison bottles? Could it be he wants to ensure others don't drink it because it's dangerous? Suri, leaning against a corner, listened and judged. Nonsense. Suddenly, a voice echoed. Really? Kina spoke up. Do you mean he's sacrificing himself? Susie was stunned. Kina Barrett? What was he doing here? She hadn't heard the papal family would participate. Kina Barrett, a direct papal descendant, stood before them. The arguments immediately ceased. Wait, that's really Kina Barrett. Why is the papal family in the Saintess's vault? The winner's already been decided, hasn't it? Isaac seemed utterly unconcerned. Kina brushed back his hair. So this is the brat guaranteed to be a saint? But that pure hair color, could it belong to the papal Barrett family? Is it dyed? Examples of the Barretts appeared in his mind. Everyone else in that family has hair the color of dirt. Kina spoke. The papal heir appears in the Saintess's treasury. What's so strange about that? He spoke casually. The papal family leads all clergy, so this vault also belongs to our family, Kina declared proudly. I'm simply here to claim what is mine. Why do you find that strange? Isaac judged him silently. With that arrogant tone, he's definitely from the papal family. A strange golden light radiated from Kina. But that kid is a real monster. His holy power alone exceeds a bishop's. Isaac mused. So the number one candidate humiliates the host like this? And you call yourselves saint candidates? Kina scoffed. How pathetic. What's the fun in harassing a baby? He approached. A baby has no resistance to poison. Kina knelt on one knee, before Isaac. He must be protected by the Saintess's power. Isaac sighed. This family's stupidity is genetic. Kina performed a holy art. Poor thing. Let me detoxify you. The crowd began to murmur. He can already use detoxification arts? Look at his holy power. That's at least level 5. He reached out to hold the baby. This brat is planning something, Isaac thought. Trying to use me to show off your skills? You're clever. I'll give you that. But he intentionally swung his hand, hitting Kina's face. The holy power vanished. It's gone. Kina stared, not expecting this at all. My holy power was nullified? Impossible. By a mere child? He dropped Isaac, trembling as he looked at his hand. Is he stronger than me? Kina clenched his fist, glaring furiously. A filthy Joshua insect. Isaac was also getting annoyed at being stared at. What are you staring at? Susie rushed to protect Isaac. I'll smash this bottle on your head. No, don't do it. Is he protecting him because they're family? He slapped the face of someone trying to save him. So disrespectful. Kina was stunned. Do they really think they can defy the papal family? Does he really think he can protect him? Holding Isaac, Susie cursed internally. You idiots, you'd have a bottle to the head if not for me. Despite it all, Kina remained arrogant. It's fine. I must have surprised him. He's just a baby, after all. He turned and waved. Let's head back. Good luck, you Joshua children. You should at least try to gather some mud to save your family's honor. This time, Isaac couldn't hold back, but Susie held him tight. Kina continued his taunts. But of course, the best treasure here will be mine, he sneered. Your family doesn't even dare approach the Skull Demon King's corpse. Susie's annoyance was plain to see. What an insufferable brat, causing such a commotion. Just then, Isaac grabbed his collar. He screamed at Susie, trying to convey his thoughts. What did that white-haired bastard say? His intensity startled Susie. Isaac kept wailing. What did he say about the Skull Demon King's corpse? Susie didn't understand and started to panic. What's wrong with you all of a sudden? Stop pulling me. But Isaac kept clutching his collar. Susie was forced to bend over. The family head promised a secret technique to whoever brings back the Skull Demon King's corpse. Hearing this, Isaac froze for a moment. His face paled as he muttered, Merit? An image of a skeleton wrapped in ribbons appeared in his mind. He rubbed his neck, annoyed. Are you toying with my corpse? While Isaac fiddled with some bottles, the people around him resumed their cheerful conversations. His eyes showed clear frustration. Back then, as a burning skeleton, he thought, I accumulated centuries of mana in that body. If I could reclaim it, reaching level 10 would be no problem. His eyes lit up, but a sense of injustice remained. But with these kids watching, there's no way to sneak out and get it. Annoyed, Isaac threw the bottle. Whatever. I'll just trample anyone who gets in my way. A voice called out from the distance. Everyone, gather around. An elder stepped forward. We'll be leaving soon, so listen carefully. Everyone paid close attention as he spoke of the Vault of Relics. This is a sacred sanctuary, holding the achievements of past saints. Isaac watched and judged. He's starting with the history lesson again. At this rate, when will we ever leave? Bored, he crawled away. So boring. Susie quickly stood up. Hey, where are you going? Isaac crouched, ready to spring. He shot forward, kicking up a cloud of dust that blinded Susie. Everyone stared in shock. "Elder, Isaac is." He ran, cackling to himself. "Time to use that new holy art I learned. Divine speed flight." The elder tried to stop him. "Isaac, no! That's a restricted area. If you go that way, you'll activate all the vault's traps." Everyone's jaws dropped. Only then did they start running after Isaac. "Stop that little brat!" Back in the Joshua clan's bustling banquet hall, Asai stood beside Gili. "I hope the young master is all right. Someone on the main stage created an orb. We have established a connection to the Vault of Relics. The orb will monitor the children inside. Spirit beasts are tracking the third-place candidate, so we'll provide updates. The first vault door has opened, and the candidates are entering." Gili sweated nervously. "They're already in? The current third-place candidate is Amanak." Someone cheered loudly. "That's my son." In second place is Susie Joshua. Susie's father was shocked. I mean, that's my boy." Now, for the first place announcement. And in first place is Isaac Joshua. Asai and Gili couldn't believe their ears. "It's Isaac." Meanwhile, Isaac flew forward, ignoring everyone behind him. Susie panted as he chased him. "Isaac, please, not that way." "No." Susie stopped in his tracks. "If you go that way, more traps will activate." As he spoke, a bolt of lightning struck down. "Ah, I'm sorry," Susie screamed as he ran. "Save me from this lunatic. Why did you run in there and cause this mess?" He was on the verge of tears. The vault's trial was already deadly. And now we have to dodge traps meant for intruders too. Just as he finished speaking, Isaac arrived. He was crawling toward the second door. "So this is the gate to the second vault. The second trap has been activated." He headed for the second archive's side entrance. From afar, Susie yelled, "Isaac, don't go in there." Then, Lich appeared beside him. "Magnificent, Master. Thanks to the mana you absorbed, I've leveled up. Good. Now I can work you even harder." "Damn it," Isaac commanded Lich. "Now go and capture all of them, as you wish." The creature darted toward the children. "I didn't expect it to be this difficult," one kid said. "This is why saints are so powerful." The other noticed Susie up ahead. He was suddenly lifted off the ground. "Isn't that the kid from the Joshua family?" He just hung there, floating in midair. "Yeah, I think his name was Shu, something. How can he even fly? His family must have taught him. That's not fair." Susie fumed. "You fools, they didn't teach me anything." Meanwhile, Lich held him aloft, humming a tune. "I'm floating completely out of control." Susie begged in his mind. "Please just put me down." Lich brought Susie right before Isaac. "Master, I've caught the informant." He scrambled to his feet. "Stop this madness right now. I don't know how you passed the first trial of the Archive of Providence, but from the second archive on, one mistake can kill you. You have to face your fears and choose the difficult path to grow stronger." As Susie finished, Isaac zapped him. "You're too noisy." Isaac paid Susie's words no mind. "Whatever. Explain what's in the second archive." Susie explained. "Once you enter the archive, you must not attack the enemy. You get it? Don't attack them." Isaac scoffed. "What is this nonsense? Why can't I attack the enemy? That's the only way to pass the second archive." "No matter what appears, just stand still for 3 minutes until they disappear. Please say you understand, or we'll both die." Isaac went silent for a moment. "Why so empty? Is this a test of my patience? People have actually died from this." Isaac crawled to the door. "Fine, this'll be easy." He touched the door. "So I just have to not attack? 3 minutes will be no problem at all." As Isaac's hand made contact, a faint vibration was felt. "Welcome to the floor of serenity." The door opened as a voice gave a warning. "Patience is a virtue, born from cold reason. Remain calm and keep an unwavering heart." A glint appeared in his eyes. "And your patience will lead you to the light." The scene cuts to Kina. Her group was walking together. A child with her asked, "Are you sure this is all right? We're at the very back, you know?" Kina replied calmly, "There's no reason for us to walk the dangerous path ahead. The meat shields can do that for us." The others listened closely. "And did you forget there's a grade 8 demon at the entrance to the second archive? The people who went first will definitely get stuck there." She pointed ahead. "See?" In the distance, a flash of light drew everyone's attention. With a sinister tone, Kina said, "The trial has begun." The door swung open. Back to Isaac and Susie. "Do not be distracted." The voice was gentle, the face exquisite. A golden aura shimmered around the divine figure. "And your patience will guide you to the light. And if not..." Before he finished, Isaac electrocuted him. "Damn it! What was that?" Isaac's fury made Susie's blood run cold. Susie remembered Isaac's earlier words. 3 minutes is no problem. Oh, heavens. Susie couldn't take it anymore and burst into tears. We're doomed. You're completely insane. Isaac seethed. How am I supposed to be patient when I see a god's face? Lich added fuel to the fire. I think 3 seconds was long enough. A voice boomed. You have failed. It slowly began to take shape. For those who cannot endure, let divine punishment descend. A massive gatekeeper began to step toward them, Isaac and Susie. The moment Susie saw it, his face went deathly pale. It's over. I'm finished. Isaac said nothing, using his inner power to form a divine blast, striking the gatekeeper's core. It roared out in pain. Susie was hit by one shock after another. He couldn't even close his mouth. A huge hole bored through the gatekeeper as it vanished. Isaac exhaled, but Susie was still reeling from reality. What the hell? The rumble of stone echoed as a heavy door creaked open. Massive boulders rolled out from inside, along with a thick cloud of dust. Both of them sat down hard. Isaac thought, this is grade 8? Are you kidding me? His eyes widened. A golem created by the magic of my own subordinate. His thoughts raced on. Demon worms, the demon lord's elites, skeletons, the 14 familiars, the image of the demon, the gatekeeper, Lich and the other demons appeared in his mind. This is their unique magic. Have they been working like dogs for the Joshua family? The sound of crumbling stone continued. Or could this be related to my own body? Isaac thought. I have to check. With that, he quickly crawled forward. Susie saw this and yelled, Hey, where do you think you're going? Suddenly, a laugh was followed by someone's loud voice. I never expected the Joshua family kids to actually be useful to me. With a rustle, the speaker's small hand pushed aside some bushes. See? I told you the Joshuas knew how to pass the trial. The speaker was Nizer, a devout cardinal, one of the 5 faiths, and the 3rd son of the ducal family. He was laughing gleefully, pointing toward Isaac and Susie. Around him were other children, likely his friends. Thanks for defeating the gatekeeper for us. Nizer looked smug, one hand on his hip while pointing at himself. Now, get out of the way. We'll be entering the 2nd archive first. The group behind him immediately protested. You have no idea how much trouble we had because of that brat. That's right, if you go in first, you'll set off the traps. Susie and Isaac glanced back at Nizer's approaching group. Isaac's face was an unreadable mask as he thought. So there are still this many survivors? Nizer sneered. I never expected a brat from the Joshua family to be so malicious. Nizer pointed at Susie, laughing loudly, which made Susie flinch. Susie, you're working with him, aren't you? Nizer asked. The question left Susie frozen and confused, unable to accept being associated with Isaac. Behind him, Isaac just smirked. Him and me? No, we're not, Susie shouted. Hey, I said we're not together. Are you even listening? Susie desperately tried to explain, denying any cooperation with Isaac, but no one seemed to be paying him any mind. Their attention was now completely focused on Isaac, who sat there like a harmless little ball. Nizer knelt before Isaac, smiling. You all saw this kid dodge all those traps, right? Do you think he could do that alone? Nizer's attention quickly fell upon a silver necklace with a plain ring on it. See? It's an artifact, he shrieked. Then, in a flash, Nizer snatched the necklace from Isaac's neck. This ring must contain something special, he thought with certainty. Everyone, look. With this, we can avoid all the traps ahead. Nizer held up the ring with glee. Boasting to the others, he was convinced he was right. Susie, watching from behind, thought with a sigh. He's so wrong. He's too quiet. It's making me nervous, Susie thought, looking at Isaac. The boy was just sitting there, bored, cleaning his ear. He wasn't the type to let others take his belongings. That thought crossed his mind again. Nizer's group moved inside, with Nizer leading his friends. At the very back, Isaac sat quietly watching them. Susie shot up, his mouth wide open. Nizer waved a hand back. Stand aside, family only. The one to retrieve the Dryad Demon King's corpse, a feat no one had ever achieved, would be Nizer. He smirked, blushing as he imagined the glory. It is I, and no one else. Nizer Sepet, 3rd son of the Cardinal Duke's family, he boomed, announcing his full name. He strode in, eyes crinkled with confidence. Flames erupted. Nizer froze, a meaningless sound escaping him, his friend right behind. Then came another burst of fire and a piercing scream. Susie flinched at the scene. Isaac, however, looked perfectly calm. Shouts came from within. It's a trap. What is this? Startled, Susie glanced at Isaac, his name flashing in his mind. Isaac, the screams continued, but Isaac just wore a smug grin. Susie realized it instantly. He used them as bait. Through the smoke, Nizer's group lay scattered on the floor. Susie trudged on tiredly, carrying Isaac on his shoulders. Above them, a Lich hovered, following along. Isaac casually scanned the second storage area, but all the mines here had already been cleared. Isaac smirked, raising an eyebrow. He glanced at Neezer's group. Thanks to these kids. But then he frowned, lost in thought. Behind them, 3 kids were timidly trailing his group. He scowled. Why are those brats following me? One child with black hair stared at Isaac with shining eyes. That one must have some kind of divine sense. Another kid was blonde, with parted bangs. Their eyes sparkled just as brightly. Probably from a saintess's family, he thought. Neeser acted so weirdly. That ring must be an antique. They began to chatter. That's right. The Joshua family would never be so unfair. The Lich whispered to Isaac. It seems they see your greatness, master. Wonderful. But Isaac just scowled. I don't want their recognition. Susie, carrying Isaac, thought grimly. Run, kids, before it's too late. This brat is scarier than any demon. He was practically warning the kids behind him. Suddenly, someone stepped before them, declaring, If a true saint exists, I think they would be like you. This caught the attention of all 3. The Lich, and Isaac, who was holding Susie's hair, looked over, surprised. A pleasure to meet you, youngest son of Joshua. A boy with curly blonde hair tied to the side smiled. My name is Paris Julius, second prince of the Julius kingdom. That was the kingdom east of the Hellen Holy Empire. It was said the prince there received a god's blessing. The 3 children whispered among themselves after hearing Paris Julius's introduction. Isaac glanced back, listening in. Oh, this one could be useful, he thought. Susie softly called his name and stopped. We've arrived. Before them stood a massive door. This was the 3rd storage room. Suddenly 2 huge, sun-bright orbs of light appeared. Welcome, candidates. Figures emerged from within the glowing spheres. They were the gatekeepers. This was the floor of memories. They floated down before Isaac's group, the 3 kids, and Paris Julius. Show us your determination and your courage. All right, we can proceed to the next storage. Good thing we followed him, not Neeser. The 3 kids rejoiced. We'll get the Dryad Demon King's corpse. Susie was still staring ahead, stunned. One of the gatekeepers spoke. The trial is simple. Defeat us and claim your glory. They said show courage, so we have to fight them, right? Let's try it. The 3 kids grew restless, while Isaac just stared at the 2 gatekeepers. Wait, those gatekeepers, could it be? Isaac seemed to realize something. Oh, right. He grinned mischievously. This is going to be entertaining. He made a sound, waving his hand behind him. This startled the children, who had no idea what was happening. They called his name softly. Isaac? Clearly confused, Susie grew worried. Isaac's decisions were always right, the gatekeepers were lying. He recalled the previous trials he had already overcome. The first storage was about choice. Isaac had simply sprinted right through it. He ran so fast that his pursuers could only eat his dust. The second was about calmness, though Isaac wasn't calm at all. And the third is about memory. The 2 gatekeepers stood with weapons. That was the hint. We have to remember what happened in the first 2 trials. Susie had successfully figured it out. He tensed up, thinking they couldn't attack them. Isaac spoke up. That means all of you, get back. He impatiently waved toward the 3 children. They quickly moved toward Isaac. Are you waving at us? Susie looked up at Isaac, confused. Huh, that's odd. This time, he chose the right answer. No matter how wicked he is, he's a descendant of the saintess. Susie continued his thoughts. Could the saintess's kindness be showing through? Susie seemed certain it was true. He closed his eyes. Right. Maybe I've misunderstood Isaac all this time. However, on his shoulders, Isaac wore a wicked grin, forming a ball of fire in his hand. Susie, oblivious, was still thinking good things about Isaac. He'll sacrifice himself to lead everyone down the right path. Before he finished the thought, a loud noise erupted. Isaac had thrown the fireball he just created at one of the gatekeepers. He laughed with delight, while Susie froze, not processing what had just happened. As for the gatekeeper, the one hit by Isaac's fireball, was now emitting a dark aura. He was furious. You! An enraged cry escaped his lips. He quickly swung his weapon forward, screaming with fury. You have chosen wrong. Instantly, huge fireballs shot toward the children. They could do nothing but stand there and watch. With a massive boom, they were all blown away, screaming in terror. Help us! Then came a chorus of shrieks. Mommy, help! Susie was frozen solid by the chaotic scene. What is this? Could it be? He glanced up at Isaac. Isaac was grinning, clearly enjoying this. Susie was speechless. He thought to himself that Isaac was a complete lunatic. Isaac just smirked. It's been a while since I've seen this bunch, he thought. Trusting others so easily is just too naive, saint candidates. One gatekeeper's words dripped with sarcasm. The guards then revealed their grotesque true forms. They were puppets, lies crafted by the magic of 14 spirits. Isaac smirked victoriously. Show these brats how cruel life can be. But Susie was filled with dread. Flames roared, growing larger as piercing screams echoed endlessly. Amidst the chaos, Isaac and Susie remained invisible. Where did Joshua go? A child yelled. Another began to sob. They were just here. Find them. The children's shrill screams never stopped. Perched on Susie's shoulder, Isaac savored it with a grin. Susie just felt a growing horror. The magic Isaac used was a level 6 holy art. Peerless invisibility. My uncle gave me this for emergencies. What perfect timing, Isaac thought with a smug laugh. Susie was in utter panic. Behind them, Boris Julius was also safe, protected by the spell. He approached to express his gratitude to Isaac. Thank you for casting the holy art on me too. Isaac, uncaring, simply said, whatever, and tossed him a silver ring. Take this. Boris Julius caught the object, confused. What is this? A ring? He gasped in surprise. You're giving this to me, because I'm not used to fighting demons? Boris asked, moved. But Isaac just ignored him, cleaning his ear with a finger. Thank you so much. I will never forget this kindness, Boris Julius vowed. Suddenly, a suspicious yellow aura swirled from the ring on his hand. I'll pass this on to my father. Before he finished, the ring's magic drained his holy power. Witnessing this, Susie let out a horrified scream, yet Lich and Isaac merely laughed, enjoying the spectacle. Truly, you are my master, Lich said. Isaac was satisfied. The greatest holy power belongs to the prince. His smile grew more savage, making Susie think, Uncle, what kind of monster have you brought into our family? Focus, one of the children yelled. Someone rushed forward, kicking up clouds of dust. Can anyone use a defensive barrier? A clash rang out. I'll use a holy shield first. A brown-haired boy spoke, beginning to summon his power. A black-haired boy was already forming a shield with his energy. Stay behind me. The gatekeeper charged the children on the opposite side. With a whoosh, the puppet snarled, its eyes glowing fiercely. Accept your punishment, the black-haired boy shouted. Now's our chance. The brown-haired boy lunged forward. Get ready for this. Magic gathered in his hands. Take this. But before he could act, he suddenly collapsed. The black-haired boy stared in shock, not understanding what just happened. Hey, what's wrong? He watched his friend tremble on the floor, only able to groan. Suddenly, the silver ring, covered in a bizarre magic, flew towards the black-haired boy. He was completely unaware, still asking in a panic, what's happening? The moment the ring touched him, he met the same fate as Boris Julius. His life force was completely drained. The gatekeeper, witnessing this, froze, its mind full of questions. It cocked an eyebrow, confused by the scene. Did someone else fall for the lie of ours? The gatekeeper flew into the air, scanning the area for something. The ring flew away in silence. The children lay scattered on the ground, drained of holy power and trembling weakly. In this way, the ring has absorbed all their holy power, Lich reported. Isaac gave his command. Then head for the other side now. Yes, as you wish. 2 more children were still fighting the other gatekeeper. Lich floated slowly towards them. It then aimed its tail, with the ring attached, at one of the kids. He couldn't escape the fate of the others. The gatekeeper was stunned. There's still one more. The last boy was confused. Hey, what's wrong? He didn't know what happened to his friend. Don't feel it's unfair, kid, Isaac thought. The puppet of lies didn't attack. Its enemy was neutralized. The gatekeeper was now completely bewildered. It scratched its head, full of questions about the situation. Fainting after your holy power is drained is better than being injured. Lich then turned to Isaac. Master, it's almost done. Suddenly, flames erupted again. What is that? Lich asked, watching the flames swirl into a blazing circle. It quickly exploded, revealing a figure within. A powerful shout. Lich, seeing this, cried out in shock. It was thrown to the ground, tumbling over and over with a yelp. Someone appeared, walking towards Isaac and Susie. Found you. The person was Kina. He smiled faintly at Isaac, saying his name. Isaac looked at him with a blank expression. I wondered where he'd gone. He finally decided to show up. Susie's face went pale. She was confused, panicked, and terrified all at once. My God, I knew he was a genius, but this is, she thought. Wings engulfed in flames spread wide. They radiated a dangerous yet magnificent power. The one possessing them was a holy spirit, summoned by Kina. Summoning a holy spirit at that age is insane. Right, Susie? You've surprised me, Kina, he said. I didn't think anyone here besides me could defeat the demons. Susie stared at him, startled. Isaac's expression remained unchanged. Or are you setting traps for the other kids again, just like in the first trial? Kina asked with a cheerful face. He was smiling brightly, but the power around him was no joke, if that's the case. But before Kina could finish, a blond boy interrupted. No, the boy, supported by a black-haired friend, approached Kina. That child tried to pass the trial for us, the blond boy said. His friend added to his words. He even showed us which direction to go. They were defending Isaac. He is our savior, the children added. Lich, now recovered, flew to Isaac's side. It chuckled. Isaac frowned. These kids are complete idiots. Lich seemed to enjoy this. Is this what they call a submissive spirit? A savior? You call yourselves holy knight candidates, and feel no shame? Kina looked at the children, his eyes filled with scorn. I can't believe you needed help from a child like that. The black-haired boy was instantly offended and retorted, Hey, you hid in the back the entire way, and now you're talking so big? While we searched for traps, you did nothing. He's right. Isaac is more of a saint than you. You avoided all the trouble. The other children swarmed Kina, shouting accusations. This left him and his subordinate completely baffled. As soon as we're out of here, we're telling our parents everything, the kids continued. You did absolutely nothing. This was all thanks to Isaac. We're telling our parents that the Joshua family is the wise choice. The children continued to rail against Kina. Behind them, Isaac let out a triumphant smirk. Susie seemed as confused as ever. He's just using you fools, Isaac thought to himself. Without them, we would have been in serious trouble. Before the black-haired boy could finish speaking, the very ground began to tremble. The other children stumbled, completely bewildered by the violent shaking, their panicked eyes all fixed on a single point in the distance. A fireball, bright as a second sun, hovered in the air, kicking up clouds of dust as the earth shook. The other children were utterly stunned. All eyes were now on the massive stone door before them as the dust began to settle. Is that the entrance to the third archive? One child asked. I believe so. Does that mean the second trial is complete? Another asked. It seems that way, a third replied. The fireball boomed. Congratulations, candidates, on passing the second trial. I am the final guardian protecting this archive's treasure, it continued. Now, choose. You may take your reward and end the trial here. The children buzzed with confusion and anxiety, but only Kina remained perfectly calm. Or you can face the trial to proceed to the third archive. Yes, of course we'll choose the latter option. Before one of Kina's followers could finish, the fireball's voice cut him off. Choose wisely, it warned, silencing the boy. Will you take the treasure and end the trial here, or will you face the challenge to reach the third archive? The other children were a mess of nerves and confusion, but Kina calmly stared back at the orb. If you manage to pass the trial, you will find the third archive's treasure. But if you fail, the fireball declared, you will die. A chilling warning that sent fear through the crowd. Master, based on the mana I'm sensing from that voice, Lich whispered to Isaac. He replied, That's right, it's a dragon. It's been a while. His face grew grim, his brow furrowed in thought. So its threat about death is likely real. Still, I want to take on this challenge. We've endured so much to make it this far, one boy shouted loudly. Another chimed in, That's right, if we can claim the treasure from the third archive, we will become saints. Me too. I want to enter the third archive. The children erupted in agreement to proceed. The fireball processed their response before speaking again. So, you wish to face the trial, despite the grave danger it presents. Not bad. The orb seemed pleased with their answer. It began to transform. Then you shall face your trial. With that, the fireball unleashed something that stunned the children. Every face in the vicinity was etched with shock, even Susie's. But in stark contrast, Lich and Isaac looked absolutely thrilled. The orb of light's voice boomed. You who have gathered here to become saints. A blinding light erupted, shattering the door before them. Now, you will face your trial. The children shielded their faces from the choking dust. Isaac just grinned, excited by the scene as the voice went on. The final trial is rather simple. Before them stood a towering statue of a god. Your task is to praise your deity. The group of children looked up in confusion. What? Another statue? A child guessed. Is this a statue of our god? The voice rang out again. Now, show your reverence for your god. Only those who have proven their faith may reach the third treasure. A brown-haired child suggested, We just need to kneel before the statue and pray, right? His two friends asked nervously. But this is a trial. I think that's far too simple. Inside, Isaac was filled with disgust. No damn way. He gazed at the statue, a perfect replica of the gods. I will not kneel before this bastard, he thought. Not to a monster who tormented me for centuries and tricked me. In the very end, a boy with black hair stepped up and asked, I mean, it's not that difficult. I just need to pray to our Lord. That's all I have to do, right? With that, he immediately dropped to one knee. He raised his hands high with a reverent voice. To our supreme and holy sovereign, the one who is worthy of all glory and honor, your servant offers this worship. The statue replied faintly, You have learned your lessons well. Very good. You have passed. The black-haired boy heard this and cheered. Awesome. The others behind him saw the exchange and began whispering. So, all we have to do is pray? Another boy asked. For real? Suddenly, Isaac leaped down from Susie's back. Susie cried out in shock. Isaac, Susie pleaded, you should pray. Before he could finish, Isaac shot a sharp kick to his leg. He snarled with fury. And why would I ever do that? Susie fell to the ground, holding his leg and fighting back tears. Kina strode toward the statue, hands behind his back. We learned how to pray at the Holy See. Now, observe. Kina raised his hands as if giving a lesson. This is the correct posture you must assume when worshipping our Lord. A brown-haired boy cried out in awe. I want to do that too. Another shouted. Me too. A light brown-haired boy watched, dazed, as everyone began to chant, To our Most High Lord, the one worthy of our praise. Abruptly, the statue spoke. What are you waiting for? Will you give up and accept death? The question made the boy flinch. The light brown-haired boy scrambled before the statue in a panic. No, I'll do it. Another kid followed. Me too. The statue then looked suspiciously to one side, questioning the final child. Why do you not kneel? Isaac screamed internally. As if I'm insane enough to do that. The children in front turned back, confused. What's wrong with him? One asked. Does he have an issue with his faith? The children whispered. So the rumor that the house of Joshua lost its faith is actually true? Susie was performing the ritual, but he cursed Isaac in his heart. You monster, stop staining our family's name. All you have to do is pray. Kina just smirked to himself. All of this is being recorded. Does he want to lose his chance to become a saint? He then turned back, sneering. No matter how much talent you possess, without faith, it all becomes worthless. I shouldn't have paid him any attention from the start. The statue's voice boomed. This behavior is truly disrespectful. A child of the sacred family. Isaac furiously scratched his arm, thinking, So what, you dog? I'd rather die than kneel to that fool. The divine statue seemed stunned by his insults. As Isaac thought, just kill me, an invisible pressure suddenly crushed him. A murderous aura surged from the statue, its voice chillingly cold. For that insult, you shall perish. Pinned to the floor, Isaac burned with rage. He grit his teeth, thinking, Get lost. Flames erupted from his arm, full of resolve. I'll destroy that statue. Lich worriedly tried to stop him. Master, this is too dangerous. A dark glint surrounded the red flames on Isaac's hand. Die. But as he prepared to strike, the statue's tone suddenly turned cheerful. Excellent. Isaac was confused as the flames on his hand vanished. The statue then added, You have passed, little one. Proceed to the third archive. Kina looked up, stunned. Wait, what? He pointed at Isaac, demanding, You said we had to show faith to pass. So how did that kid pass without praying? This is absurd, the statue explained. Only that child is worthy to pass through this door. Only he has shown true faith in God. Kina was speechless. He asked, You really don't understand? The statue spoke. You knelt before a statue, not before God himself. Hearing this, Kina's expression changed. The statue questioned him. Is your faith kneeling before an idol, an image or symbol of God, used as an object of worship? Susie thought. Even if it's a statue of our God, it's still an idol. He realized. We've been tricked. The children gathered, whispering amongst themselves. But that's ridiculous. That statue looks just like our God in the holy paintings. I mean, the Holy Scriptures say not to worship idols. The statue directed everyone's gaze to Isaac. Look at that child. Even when facing death, he did not bow and held on to his beliefs. It concluded, Therefore, only that child is worthy to enter the third archive. Isaac got up from the ground. Lich hid to the side, wanting to sneer. Beliefs? Isaac scolded it. Shut up. Kina grit his teeth in hatred. I can't accept this. The statue replied with doubt as Kina explained. The child can't even speak. There's no proof his refusal to kneel was because of faith. Nearby, Lich whispered flatteries into Isaac's ear. I mean, he has a point. You didn't want to. Isaac nodded in agreement. True. As for Kina, he wanted to argue even more. Why doesn't the child possess the Holy Seal? Hearing that, Isaac glanced over in horror. The children around him immediately started whispering about him. He doesn't have one? Another boy showed his. I have one right here, another asked doubtfully. How can a saint candidate not have a Holy Seal? Kina smirked arrogantly at Isaac. He thought with a sly grin, that kid's the only candidate without a seal. Give it up, brat. You're not worthy of being a saint without the Holy Seal. The statue was also doubtful. A saint candidate without a Holy Seal? Then it added, it's because he is still a child. The children stared in disbelief as the statue casually made up an excuse. I mean, the boy is simply too young. This stunned Kina, who yelled, unacceptable. How does that make any sense? Then he noticed the statue's unusual movement, even more confused. Wait, you can move around? The statue firmly insisted. I'm being sincere. It's because he's just a child. Kina yelled. Then let me in too. If someone without a Holy Seal can enter, then so can I, because I have one. The other children chimed in. He's right. I have a Holy Seal too. This proves we are candidates, the statue advised. You kids need to realize. You don't have it because you're special, it asked. Does everyone think the same way? All the children answered, yes, the statue continued. So you all wish to enter the third archive? The children replied in unison, yes. It fell silent for a moment, thinking. After a moment, the statue decided, then there is no other way. I will let you all in. This made the children ecstatic, and the group cheered. Now, we can enter the third archive, Susie thought in disbelief. He's letting us in that easily? The statue added. What I mean is, if you wish to fly into the flame like moths, then so be it. Leaving the children with baffled faces, the statue began to fade with a sinister smile. Very well, I will let you in. After the statue vanished, an entrance appeared behind it. A terrifying dark aura flowed out from within. The children trembled the moment they breathed it in. It became hard to breathe. The statue's voice echoed from somewhere. Can you feel it? That is the dark magic radiating from the skeleton demon king's body. Its voice was like ice. Know your place, you fools. I was going to spare those who couldn't endure this dark magic. The children were now collapsed on the ground. Their faces were pale as they groaned. I can't take it. But Isaac wore a delighted smile. His eyes widened in excitement as he looked inside. There it is! He peered through the veil of darkness. My body. The skeleton demon king's body. An endless dark aura poured from the blackness within. My body is in there. Isaac stared at the black gate, absolutely thrilled. My body is in there. Drool escaped from his mouth uncontrollably. I never thought we'd be reunited. After self-destructing in the realm of gods, Isaac's face was like a predator eyeing its prey. Look at all that dark mana gushing out. The children around him looked at him in fear. The statue's voice rang out, Behold the child who proved his faith. That is the face of a brave warrior. A black-haired boy thought in terror. Brave, my foot. His eyes have lost focus. What kind of baby is like that? The sphere of light above reminded them. It is not too late. It hovered before the dark gate. Those who cannot smile in the face of death may turn back and leave. If you give up here, I will allow you to choose a treasure from the second archive. Susie thought fearfully. Damn it! How am I supposed to get through that dark mana? A terrified blonde boy advised. Let's not go in. We could really die. The black-haired boy next to him agreed. I should probably just pick the best item from the second archive. Someone stepped forward, their voice decisive. No, I don't need anything from the second archive. It was Kina. He told the golden sphere. All of us will head to the third archive. Kina's face was serious as he made his demand. And please, activate all the traps in the third archive. The surrounding children turned pale, cursing internally. This psycho. The sphere asked. Are you serious? Kina stated. No saint in history has ever recovered. The skeleton demon king's corpse, not even the renowned saintess Melissa. The sphere was intrigued. It seems you know something about the third archive, Kina. He secretly deduced. There's no way Saintess Melissa would let children die. I'm certain there are safety measures in place. He said resolutely, I don't want to hear that we got a treasure without overcoming any obstacles. Kina smiled, making his confident proposal. So, return the third vault to its original, dangerous state. I will earn a rating that surpasses even the Saintess. Isaac glanced over, thinking, this kid's completely lost his mind. The orb no longer tried to reason with him. If that is your wish, so be it. The orb glowed, unleashing an even denser dark aura. This test would undoubtedly reveal who the true saint was. Umbomba. He screamed in Phi. Who I, go in by yourself. But instantly all the children were lifted into the air. He cried out, Why are you dragging us with you? Their feet hovered just above the ground. The kids were thrown inside, kneeling in terror. Before them was a lake, with a skeletal arm radiating dark energy from its center. Isaac watched the chaos with amusement. Lich pulled him, shouting, "Master, look over there." He pointed toward the center, where a skeletal hand was visible. Lich cheered excitedly. "It's your body, Master." Isaac was ecstatic. "Well done, my child. My body. It has absorbed the vault's energy." In contrast to his joy, the other children were terrified. "Is that the corpse of the skeleton demon king?" The black-haired boy panicked. So much dark mana emanated from just a single hand. Isaac was even more delighted. "That's not even a whole hand. It's just the thumb. Is that all that's left? Is the rest fake?" He stared at the lone finger. Suddenly, the dark aura around the arm erupted, and a demon lunged forward. The children began to panic. "It's a demon!" One of them yelled, "I thought they were gone after the second trial." Just then, the divine statue's voice echoed. "You requested all safety measures be removed." Isaac glanced over. "Wait." A demon's foot stomped down, its voice booming. "Insects." The creature had two goat-like horns. It roared furiously. "You dare try to claim this body!" The black-haired boy pointed at Kina. "This is your fault. What will you do now?" Kina waved his hand calmly. "Trust me. I'll ensure you all leave here with a treasure." He smirked, thinking, one of the 14 elite retainers of the Skeleton King, captured by the Pope's idiotic family. Kina sized up the demon, thinking, "I've already prepared a holy art to counter it. The treasure is mine." His eyes flashed with golden light. The pressure of two giant golden eyes crashed down on the demon, making it scream in agony. The other children stared in absolute awe. The brown-haired boy exclaimed, "That's the light of the Pope's family." Kina gloated inwardly. "Good, it's working." As he moved to claim his prize, a cold voice cut in. "Is that you?" The demon stared back, completely unharmed. Its eyes burned with rage. "You dare touch my king's body." Meanwhile, at the vault's entrance, the adults were growing anxious. "What's happening in there?" they murmured. Communications were completely cut off. A man with documents ran up frantically. "We have a huge problem. The demon seal in the third vault is broken." Jili and Samon's faces instantly paled. Samon asked anxiously, "It's one of the 14 retainers, isn't it?" Jili thought in confusion, how could this happen? If it's one of the 14 retainers, everyone inside is in grave danger. The crowd pressed toward the elders. "What about the elders supervising the trial?" Someone else announced. "They tried to disable the traps, then they vanished." A wave of panic spread. "Doesn't that mean the children are in mortal danger?" The crowd grew more frantic. "How can they possibly fight that monster?" Someone cried. "We must stop the trial and get them out." As an attendant tried to calm them, the great door reacted. The gate erupted in a brilliant golden light. Everyone shielded their eyes from the blinding flash. "What is this?" Jili squinted, assuming the vault was opening. But the light was far too intense, confusing him. "What is this blinding light?" An attendant warned, "Please stand back from the entrance. Dark mana could spill out." But a nearby bishop stopped them. "No, wait a moment." He pointed at the gate. "I don't sense any demonic presence." A murmur went through the crowd. Was it defeated? The cardinal smiled, thinking, "You've done it, Kina." The crowd buzzed. "The demon guarding the Skeleton King's corpse?" Someone exclaimed. "One of the children must have defeated it." Saman cried out, "Jili, could it be?" Voices rose from the crowd. "It has to be Kina." Someone else added, "As expected from the Pope's family." Jili's face darkened, his lips pressed tight. People swarmed the cardinal with flattery. "Congratulations, Your Eminence." Another chimed in. "A fitting result for the strongest candidate." The cardinal smirked. "It seems Kina performed admirably." His gaze found Jili in the crowd, and he smiled with contempt. "Jili, this is the end of your foolish defiance. With the Demon King's corpse, you will have no choice but to bow before the Pope's family." The cardinal thought, "Time to end your little noble charade." Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look! The children are coming out!" All eyes turned toward the gate. Jili prayed silently, "Isaac, Susie." He watched as the children began to walk out. "Please be safe." Soon, everyone had surrounded their returning children. Jili scanned the crowd in front of the gate. "Some have minor injuries, but they're safe." Then someone shouted, "The children from the third vault aren't back yet." Another person worried aloud. Did something happen to them? He fell silent, his face grim. Just then, a voice yelled, "The last ones are here." Ammon and Susie emerged, looking exhausted. Saman rushed forward. "Ammon, are you all right?" Another guardian stepped up. "Susie!" Gokweo pulled his son into a tight embrace. The boy hugged his father back, terrified. Gokueo checked him frantically. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Jilai's face was filled with dread. Where is Isaac? He scanned the last group, fear rising. Wasn't Isaac with them? The cardinal grimly asked Kina. What is that in your hand? Kina flinched in fear. The cardinal pressed. Where is the skeleton king's corpse? Kina's face went pale as he stammered. The cardinal's face contorted with rage. Who told you to bring back this useless trinket? Just then, a sphere of light appeared, eclipsing the golden glow. The orb pulsed, growing brighter and more powerful. A man spotted the disturbance, pointing to the sky. Look up there. A massive golden wolf appeared, with a child held gently in its mouth. Gasps rippled through the crowd. A wolf? A servant stammered. Wait. Hold on. He recognized the child in its jaws. That's Isaac. The boy wore a wicked grin, held gently by the holy dragon. As it landed, a worried Jilai rushed forward. Isaac, Izai echoed. Young Master Isaac. She suddenly froze. But Master Jilai, that wolf. They felt its immense aura. Above it circled the guardian of the treasury, the holy dragon. The crowd gasped in awe. The holy dragon. Jilai met the golden wolf's shimmering eyes, his suspicion confirmed. She's right, it's the young dragon that guards the vault. He was still stunned. It had the form of a wolf, but its presence was unmistakably that of a holy dragon, the very dragon summoned by the matriarch, one with a deep bond to dragonkind. Its very existence was a sign of nobility. Jilai moved closer, confused. What's that noise? The sound came from Isaac's mouth. A soldier pointed. Elder, is that thing Isaac sucking on? The elder frantically adjusted his glasses. The soldier cried out, Is that the skeleton demon king's corpse? The elder pleaded, You can't put that in your mouth. But a nearby priest rejoiced. He did it! The boy brought back the skeleton demon king's corpse. Kina flinched as a voice boomed from above. Haide glared down with terrifying eyes. Did you give the skeleton demon king's corpse to that child? He added coldly. I wouldn't call that a brilliant strategy. Haide raised his voice. But it was a saint's compassion, by saving the family's honor. Jilai stiffened, his expression darkening. The holy dragon cut in, annoyed. What kind of garbage are you spouting? This child took the skeleton demon king's corpse himself. Isaac happily flashed a peace sign. The dragon scoffed, You people are such idiots. Haide's face was a mask of disbelief. What? Kina trembled in confusion. But, how? He recalled the goat demon, baffled as to why his holy arts had failed. Back then, the demon had hissed, You're nothing but insects. The children instinctively backed away. It lunged with a gaping maw, roaring, Die! The other children turned and fled instantly. But Kina, frozen in terror, could only stare up. The demon crashed down, sending dust and rock flying. As the dust cloud settled, Kina slowly opened his eyes. The children found themselves inside a blue protective barrier. A surprised voice whispered, Blue? High in the air, a small hand was outstretched. The children saw Isaac, teeth gritted, fending off the demon with a wave of his hand. You whelp of the Dusu clan! The demon snarled in fury. You filthy priests! You dare covet the corpse of the great skeleton demon king? It threw a punch towards Isaac, screaming, Die! He countered with his own furious fist. Fool! A blast of blue smoke erupted as Isaac thought, You don't recognize your own master? Back in the present, the holy dragon listened to the human's drivel, with Isaac on its head. Someone whispered, The dragon wouldn't lie, would it? Another person concluded, That means the boy from the Dusu clan really did it. Another asked, Then what did Kina do? Jilai stepped forward, looking up at the holy dragon. But the dragon, it's too dangerous, he said with a worried frown. The 14 spirit beasts aren't monsters that ordinary children can handle. Why did you release their seals? The holy dragon sneered. 14 spirit beasts? What are you implying? It gestured toward Kina. It was that pale boy who asked for their release. Kina flinched, terrified at being named. A dark-haired boy pointed. He's right. Kina asked the dragon to activate all the traps in Vault Number 3. Another child added fearfully. He even forced us to go with him, putting us all in danger. All eyes turned on Kina, filled with suspicion. Does that mean our children nearly died because of that boy? Someone asked. How could a child from the papal family do something like that? A person nearby shuddered. If Isaac hadn't defeated the demon tribe, things would have ended horribly for all of them. Another voice concluded. By the way, doesn't this mean the Dusu heir defeated the heir of the papal family? Hearing this, Haide's face contorted with fury. He ground his teeth, veins bulging on his distorted face. Someone remarked, Isn't it amazing? Even if he can't be a saint, he's incredibly powerful. Another wondered. So the rumors of the Dusu clan's return were true after all. Jilai listened, a pleased thought forming in his mind. Isaac, you did an amazing job. A priest smiled gently. Kid, spit that bone out. It's dangerous. An old woman pleaded. Won't you please show some mercy? He casually slapped away every hand that reached for him. The others grumbled. How is a child this strong? Isaac leaned back on the holy dragon, feeling his mana completely restored. I wonder if surviving allowed me to absorb it all so quickly. An elder approached, hands clasped. Isaac has done very well. The matriarch will be delighted to hear this. Jilai forced a smile. I'm sure she will. The elder's own smile twisted into a ferocious, unsettling grin. At last, we can track the skeleton demon king. We can find its soul using a pursuit spell. Isaac froze, the bone still in his mouth. He stopped cold, recalling Melissa reaching for him. Isaac thought, wait, so this is why they were after my body? Below, the elders were descending into a frenzy. They stared at him with crazed eyes. Give it to us, Isaac. They grinned like madmen. Let's hunt down the skeleton demon king and rip him to shreds. Isaac recoiled in fear, thinking, what the hell is this? An elder smiled serenely. We can finally settle our 155-year-old grudge. Hand it over now. As the holy dragon lowered its head, Isaac swallowed the white bone whole. The elder's eyes bulged in stunned silence. He pointed to his mouth, now empty. An earth-shattering scream erupted from the crowd. As the holy dragon flew off, Isaac thought, a bunch of lunatics. In a lavish room, an elder asked anxiously, did you find it yet? Another elder covered his mouth with a cloth, staring at the mess on the floor. I don't think it's in there, came the reply. The surrounding elders clutched their heads in despair. Why isn't it showing up? From the side, Isaac sneered. Go ahead, search all day. You won't find it. He tilted his head. Still, that incident in the vault is more concerning. Isaac recalled blasting that demon. Don't you even recognize your own master? He'd thought, after sending the creature flying backwards with a single punch. Suddenly, it spoke. This mana, is it you, master? Isaac was completely stunned. The demon opened its arms, declaring, when I heard you had passed, my entire world shattered. But I always knew you would return to us, my master. It whispered in broken phrases, I must serve you again, master. Then, its body began to dissolve. The demon left one final message. He was captured by the church, and then vanished. Isaac reached out, enraged. Damn it! Speak clearly before you fade. I still have so much to ask you. The flashback ended. He rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. So the ones who captured him were from the Pope's family? Isaac made a silent vow to investigate. He looked up, startled by a milk bottle appearing in his face. Jilai shouted with a grave expression. Isaac, you have to go now. Lich jumped, shocked by his sudden appearance. Then, another voice demanded, bring more of the stronger laxatives. Isaac pressed his lips tight, suppressing his rage. He thought, this wretched house. Soon I'll turn it all upside down. An elder bit his nails, lamenting. If the matriarch finds out about this, she might just kill us all. She would really gut that poor boy. Jilai frowned, trying to soothe him. Calm down, elder, it'll be fine. But then he started biting his own nails frantically. After all, she had once dissected one of her own sons, but the boy is her own grandson anyway. The elder considered this. Her own son, you say? Lich asked, confused. Isn't Melissa on a pilgrimage with the matriarch? Isaac nodded, replying telepathically. Yes, and it will take them a while to finish. I just need to absorb all the mana before Melissa returns, then escape. As he felt a moment of satisfaction, the door swung open. It was Gogwell. He strode in and called, Jilai, come here. Jilai turned, confused. Gogwell announced his purpose. The matriarch is summoning you. Isaac looked up in shock, thinking, what? Jilai gasped. Mother is back already? She's never returned this early from a pilgrimage. He grit his teeth, fuming internally. Damn it. Did they come back early because of me? Isaac felt the energy from the bone fragment within him. I haven't absorbed all the mana yet. This is bad. He thought in terror, knowing Melissa, she'll tear me open for answers. Suddenly, a massive pile of dazzling gold blinded everyone in the room. Someone gasped, my goodness. The crowd stared in disbelief. Is all of this a gift for Isaac? Heli clutched his chest, breathing a sigh of relief. I thought the matriarch herself had arrived. Gogwell chuckled. Were you scared? He smirked. She's not here yet. Just sent a voice message that she'll be returning with the family head. I never actually said she was here, did I? Isaac clenched his jaw in silent fury. This damned bastard. A soldier stepped forward to report. The Pope has also sent a gift. The elders' expressions immediately darkened. One of them ordered, "Sell it all." Another clicked his tongue in contempt. The soldier pleaded, "The Pope's messengers will hear you. They're waiting just outside." A voice rang out as someone entered. "His Holiness is very concerned about this matter. This gift is an apology and a sign of gratitude to the Dushua family." Ali pulled an object from his robe, smiling gently. But it seems the Dushua don't care for the Pope's gifts. In his hand was a red box, which he opened without a word. "However, I am certain you will like this." A brilliant light burst from the box, stunning everyone. He continued speaking. The cardinal said this would be of great help to Isaac. An elder hesitated. "What is that?" The group stared at the exquisite badge inside. "This is? The Triple Crown?" Isaac asked. "What's that?" Lich explained from beside him. "It's a medal. A vile object bearing the Pope's seal." The elders began to murmur. "A medal from the Pope?" one asked doubtfully. Another instinctively shot back. "Impossible." Ali suddenly called out, "Sir July." He approached him directly. "Take it. This is for Isaac." Isaac looked up, puzzled. "It's supposed to be mine, so why give it to my uncle?" July's entire body trembled as he asked, "Did he truly say to give this to me, and not Isaac?" Ali simply nodded with a gentle smile. "Yes." His smile turned eerie. "I was ordered to ensure it was delivered directly to you." July grit his teeth in rage. An elder shouted in alarm, "Are you giving something that belongs to Isaac to another family member? Have you gone mad?" He pointed, his voice low and dangerous. "You give this to him fully knowing that to give a medal to another family member is to declare the intended recipient dead." Hearing this, Isaac was floored. "What?" Ali spoke calmly. "Please, do not misunderstand the Pope's kind intentions." He explained, "I was only instructed this way because Isaac is so young." The elder challenged him, "Then what about that?" On the medal's ribbon, a golden emblem with a flower in the center. The elder raged. "Do the Pope's people not know that sunflower represents a recipient who has already passed away?" Isaac thought grimly. "So he really wants me 6 feet under. So this is the Pope's will." Another elder growled with fury, just like the Pope and his family, mocking the Dushua curse with every single breath. Gogwell stepped forward to mediate. "Calm down, elders. We can't be rash." The elder snapped back. "You think we can afford to relax, Gogwell?" He tried to explain. "This could be seen as open hostility against the Pope's family. If this gets blown out of proportion, it will harm the entire Dushua house." Gogwell thought to himself, "What a condescending tone. Know your place. This must be the cardinals' doing. I married into their family, and yet they are still this crude." He thought of the Pope, calculating, "What does this mean for me? Geli and the brat will be powerless now. This is good for me." Gogwell's expression shifted as he snapped, "What are you doing?" "Geli, just accept it and give your thanks." Geli tried to protest, but Gogwell cut him off. There was no reason to get heated over this. Isaac was speechless. This couldn't be happening. But as Ali smiled, he felt a strange power from the metal. A blue flame suddenly erupted, engulfing the box. Terrified, he threw the box into the air. Gogwell cried out in shock, "That thing!" Everyone stared, stunned, at the blue flame swirling in the air. "Sacred flame!" a voice cried out in disbelief. "Who summoned it?" Ali presented the hand-shaped metal. But Isaac, wreathed in holy fire, raised it high, capturing every eye. All eyes turned to him as he smiled confidently. Gasps erupted from below. "Isaac!" But Ali shot up, furious. "What do you think you're doing? How dare you defile a medal from the Pope? Is this treason against His Holiness?" one elder roared. "Does this look intentional to you?" Another elder cut in. "It was a child's doing, just a baby." His colleague shot back. "Why rage at a child not even old enough to receive it?" A hand calmly picked up the smoldering metal. "A pity this happened before we accepted it. We'll consider it never received." Ali was stunned. "What? How can you say that now?" A cold voice replied. "What? Must I bend to your will?" The man's face turned grim. Geli held the warped metal. "Must I accept a medal from the Pope that was melted by a mere infant?" The elders whispered. "The metal actually melted?" Someone gasped. "Oh, my heavens!" Ali stepped forward. "Give it to me. I must have brought the wrong item." Flames then erupted from his own robes. Ali was engulfed in sacred fire, screaming in terror. The elders smiled warmly at Isaac. One pinched his cheek. "Oh, my. Little Isaac is such a rascal." Isaac fumed internally. Let go before I burn your rears too. After the flames subsided, Isaac was a mess. Clutching his back, he ran for the door, yelling, "Damn you, you bastards!" The men immediately surrounded Isaac. An elder held him, praising, "Well done, Isaac." It felt like years of frustration released. Another elder angrily suggested, "Throw that troublesome metal away." One elder laughed joyfully. If only the family head saw the Pope's hound's face. Another praised, "Good work, July. This was all thanks to you." Another elder chimed in. Using the sacred flame then was a brilliant move. Eli, praised unexpectedly, was confused. "What?" An elder leaned in, whispering, "Kid, don't play innocent. You cast the sacred flame spell on Isaac." Eli's face was a canvas of confusion. "Wasn't it one of you elders who cast it?" The elders froze, looking lost. Then, one said seriously, "You were the one who used holy magic on him, Eli, even when he entered the treasury." Eli replied, "I only used an invisibility spell." Another elder looked doubtful, but Isaac used the shadow step technique. He asked, surprised, "The boy can use shadow step?" The elders exclaimed in unison, "Impossible." They looked down at Isaac, who was relaxing on the floor. Could Isaac have cast all those spells himself? An ancient book, a secret manual. It was a mythic-grade treasure, letting its owner instantly learn and use a master technique. Isaac recalled that moment, thinking with satisfaction, "Good thing I grabbed it from the treasury. It's weaker than in my Skull Demon King days, but it's still usable." An elder voiced his suspicion. Could Isaac's mother have cast the spell on him? But another refuted, "His mother doesn't have the fire attribute. Her attribute is the complete opposite of fire." The first elder frowned. "This is beyond talent. It's like writing poetry without knowing how to read." An elder beside him added, "Even Saintess Melissa, hailed as a genius, had to learn letters before she could use holy magic." Isaac, overhearing them, was convinced. He wondered to himself, "Is that so? That sounds like a lot of pressure." Allah exclaimed, "That's right, elders. Isn't removing the Pope's blessing even more amazing?" The two elders' eyes lit up like stars. "Right. You have a keen eye." One demanded, "Bring out the metal. I need to confirm it." Eli looked at the box on the table. "Yes, elder." He then reported, "But it's not here." The elder's jaw dropped. "What?" He pointed, bewildered. "Wait, but it was definitely there." Gokuel casually scratched his ear. "I already threw it away." Just as the elder ordered. "Throw that troublesome metal away," Gokuel explained. "The elders told me to toss it." The elder was in disbelief. "No, you can't just do that." Another commanded, "Hey, send someone to find it and bring it back now." Gokuel thought with interest. The baby melted a metal blessed by the Pope, said to resist any flame. His hand slipped into his pocket. He felt the metal inside, and silently decided, "The family head must never know about this." Gokuel grinned smugly. "Without proof, it's just a rumor." Days later, in the west of the Esua Duchy, mountains surrounded a vast, blue lake. A black cloak fluttered in the wind. Eli stood there coolly, arms crossed. He announced, "The manor is just ahead. Stay focused until the end." A line of men beside him responded crisply, "Yes, sir, family head." Eli seemed to notice something, turning his head to look. He frowned. At the grand old manor, the elders asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" They looked at Isaac, full of milk and lying on his back, asking, "Why hasn't the Demon King's corpse appeared yet?" The baby thought comfortably, "Thanks. That really refreshed my body." An elder clutched his head in despair. "We're up to 300 bottles of laxatives." The elder next to him sighed. "We also fed him 500 Sivan fruits from the Julius kingdom." Isaac burped, full of milk, and thought to himself, "That fruit was amazing. I heard it can even strengthen the bond with a divine beast or something." Isaac smiled inwardly at the thought of divine beasts. They could be tools or companions in battle. Strengthening his bond with them couldn't hurt. They're necessary if I want to crush the Pope and the gods. After all, he thought, Esua must have a family beast. Isaac looked up and his jaw dropped in sheer awe. A massive whale of light swam through the air. The Esua family's divine beast, Tarzan. As Isaac stared, someone suggested, "Wait, should we head to the banquet first?" Just then, the door burst open, revealing Eli. A soldier behind him cried out, "The family head!" He strode in confidently. The elders all bowed respectfully. "We greet the family head." Eli replied coolly, "Greetings, elders." Isaac saw the man, and a thought struck him. So that was the head of Esua. Did that make him his grandfather? He noticed a golden light glowing above him. Eli thought, "I have a good feeling. The source of survival is shining." Eli quickly stepped in front of Isaac, pleading, Father, please give us more time. Cutting Isaac open won't accomplish anything. The boy smirked inwardly. Don't worry, uncle. He wouldn't dare. Suddenly, Eli pointed directly at him. He ordered coolly, burn the boy. The faces of July and Isaac filled with pure disbelief. The uncle tried to argue. No, father. As the boy's mind raced with panic. Is my source of survival broken? Why would they want to burn me? This entire family is insane. Is my uncle the only one I can truly trust? Isaac gritted his teeth as July pleaded. The boy is still far too young to be burned. He thought grimly. What the hell? Is he implying they'll just burn me some other day? July continued to beg. Father, please reconsider. Gokweo suddenly ran up shouting, I agree, that reward is too much for him. Isaac raged internally. How is being burned a reward? Gokweo explained. That's right. If we burn Isaac, we can get the Skull Demon King's corpse and the flame's blessing. The boy will become even stronger. Hearing this, Isaac was deeply skeptical. A blessing? Jilai interrupted him. But please grant us more time, Gokweo sneered, suggesting, we could just cut the boy open instead. Jilai's face darkened. Or better yet, instead of fire, just drown Isaac in water. Isaac was speechless. This foolish family should just go extinct already. Gokweo protested. No. The temple's holy fire and water are secret, Asua techniques used to raise a saintess. We can't waste them on a child, a completely useless one at that. Jilai shot back. Useless? How can you say that? Isaac was secretly enjoying the argument. If his uncle is so fiercely against it, this must be a good thing. Gokweo smiled casually. Susie is far more worthy of receiving the blessing. In fact, Susie was the one who defeated the demon in the vault. Jilai was confused. What are you talking about? Isaac is the one who defeated that demon. The holy dragon itself confirmed it. Gokweo laughed slyly. The dragon must have been mistaken. How can a child who can't walk defeat a demon? Jilai immediately shot back. Don't be absurd, you're going too far. Eli listened in silence as they argued. Jilai then added, moreover, Isaac burned the Pope's medallion by summoning holy fire. Are you going to deny that too? We all witnessed it with our own eyes. Gokweo nonchalantly questioned. Perhaps you all conspired with the elders to cast the holy fire on him. Who really knows? He crossed his arms confidently. More importantly, there is no proof. At that moment, Eli spoke. You mean this medallion? He held up a melted crest in his hand. Are you referring to this? Only the Pope can connect to the heavens, along with items that carry his blessing. From the void, a hand reached out to grasp an object radiating a divine, golden light. It was the golden blessing, now resting in Eli's hand. Isaac thought to himself, even in my past life as the Skull Demon King, I couldn't melt this so easily. How is this happening? Isaac frowned, bewildered. Is it because I was born with a stronger body? Everyone present was in a panic. Jilai asked, Father, how do you have that? Eli explained, I happened to find it on my way here, at the bottom of Lake Elisheva. Jilai's face was a mix of shock and alarm as he looked to the boy. Father, see? He possesses the holy flame. He can melt the Pope's own symbol. Isaac remained calm, thinking, yes, that's right. Now you can prove the Yesua family is superior to the Pope. Jilai was overjoyed. He can even withstand the flames of the Skull Demon King. An elder added, indeed, the future head of the family. He'll become an excellent Skull Demon King hunter. Isaac gave a sinister and incredibly smug smile. Jilai became serious. Countless people were harmed by the Skull Demon King, a being who only recently vanished. The elder continued, that's right. If left unchecked, the age of the Skull Demon King will rise once more. Just then Lich appeared, asking, whether it's now or in the past, your imposters seem to be running rampant, aren't they? Master. Isaac considered this. I wonder who it could be. But it's not important. The more attention they draw, the better for me. You are correct, it replied. Isaac continued. Forget about now. Remember what happened 75 years ago. A worried expression crossed Jilai's face. That cursed Skull Demon King dared to come to our Eswa family. Isaac was alarmed. What? The shadow of his demon form appeared behind him. Jilai was furious. He came to our door to declare the end of the Saintess's bloodline. Just thinking of that curse makes my blood boil. Lich was delighted. If it was 75 years ago, it certainly wasn't you, Master. Isaac communicated telepathically. A curse on the bloodline? So that's why they keep rambling about not living long. He scoffed mentally. Whatever. What can a small fry's curse do to your master? I'll just nullify it with superior magic. Lich's expression grew dark as Eli began to analyze the situation. Even if one is lucky enough to survive, their ability to procreate diminishes, causing impotence and stunted growth. An elder looked on with worry. There are even cases of people living an entire lifetime without a single strand of hair. Isaac's eyes blazed with fury. I'll make that damn imposter pay dearly, painfully. Lich nervously explained. Actually, baldness can also be hereditary. Isaac shot back mentally. Nonsense, can't you see, Eli? And the family head both have full heads of hair? Eli stepped forward. The curse. His face grew grim. With eyes so red, the boy is definitely cursed. Isaac wore a baffled expression. Eli turned to everyone. Water and fire alone will not be enough. The boy muttered in confusion. What in the world? Stop confusing my poor little heart. Eli continued his decree. I shall grant the boy a holy spirit. Eli was too stunned to speak. An elder gasped. What? Isaac was suspicious. A holy spirit? Is he talking about those creatures one can only receive as a divine gift? A fiery phoenix appeared from a divine light, spreading its wings. A godlike being appeared with utter grace. I desperately need this to reach the transcendent level, and render him untouchable, even by the gods. What incredible luck. Isaac gleefully crushed them, sending all the deities running for their lives. With a holy spirit, I'll become a transcendent being and punch those arrogant gods in the face. He laughed aloud at the thought. A panicked Gogel interrupted. A holy spirit? What is that? You're showing him too much favor, father, he frantically protested. Isn't that a reward reserved for those who bring great glory to the family? What has that child ever done for this house? So he melted a medal? So what? That was nothing but an act of provocation. Do you really think they'll overlook this, father? Eli and Isaac sighed, completely fed up. This thug was starting his nonsense again. Eli's brow furrowed. Then tell me, Gogel, when we sent this so-called gift, what was your reaction? The man flinched, utterly speechless. His anger rising, he cleared his throat. A bunch of outsiders dared to humiliate us at our own doorstep. Now you not only want to let them leave safely, but you want to protect them as well? But Eli roared. Besides bullying your own young nephew, what else are you even capable of? Are you trying to drag him down now too? Gogel trembled, stumbling backward in fear. Eli's glare was as sharp as a blade, a look that could kill. Blood is thicker than water. Have you forgotten that House Joshua was founded on the principle of protecting the weak? This child is at an age where he needs to be cared for, and yet he has to bring us glory, which will really elevate the family name, won't it? Isaac smirked triumphantly. Gogel collapsed to the floor in terror. Eli bellowed. Summon everyone to the main residence. He announced with authority. I shall grant Isaac a blessing. A scene transition. A few days later, outside the magnificent estate, everyone was present. Eli asked as they walked, Father, can't you just simply give the boy his blessing? What is the point of all this? Eli replied gravely. Do you not understand? If we were to directly use fire and water to expel the demon Bone King, the boy could be gravely injured. He explained clearly. The temple's two elements are powerful enough to repel the entire demon race. If we do that, he'll never learn the art of exorcism. The two streams of fire and water swirled together, like yin and yang in conflict, displaying a power both harmonious and destructive. He watched, tense. So he would never be able to surpass a 5th-grade cleric? He replied. The boy would be stuck at grade 4 forever. From Eli's palm, 3 orbs appeared. Red, blue, and white. I will let Isaac choose for himself between fire, water, and holy. A test like this will suffice. Gogel burst out laughing, thinking, this is how it should be. I knew he wouldn't just hand the Holy Spirit over to that brat. Eli took the 3 orbs. He placed the 3 orbs before the boy. Choose, Isaac. Eli prayed silently. The power of fire, water, and the Holy Spirit. Please, choose the white orb, Isaac. The boy's hand reached forward. Isaac grabbed the red orb, and everyone gasped in shock. He held the crimson sphere high. Gogel roared with laughter. Don't be too disappointed. Even a grade 4 can bring honor to the family. Before he finished, a blinding, golden-orange light froze Eli and him in their tracks. The red orb began to crack and splinter. A colossal flame erupted. The horrifying heat stunned everyone into silence. What is this? That's not the flame of the temple. From within the inferno, a holy spirit emerged, wreathed in fire. Embers filled the blessing area. Eli tensed. That's a flame spirit. Its aura is overwhelming. The spirit then launched an attack on the crowd. Gogel cried out, What is happening, Father? Why was a holy spirit in that orb? His father calmly reassured him, Don't be so alarmed. I never said there was only one Holy Spirit. Gogel froze. Eli continued, The roots of House Joshua are of water, but for a child who can create a fire hot enough to melt the Pope's gold, looking at the blazing spirit, he continued. I placed a little trap within this test, but it seems the boy has chosen correctly. Even so, this result is beyond my expectations. At that moment, the spirit shrieked in fury. Eli Joshua, have you lost your mind? How dare you summon a royal class being like me here? With that, the spirit angrily flung fire everywhere, scorching everyone in the hall. The calmest of the elders ordered, quickly, use defensive holy arts. On the side, Gogel asked in disbelief, Father, did you summon a royal class? Are you trying to burn down our entire country? Eli nonchalantly pointed. It was not I, it was the child who did it. He wore a look of immense satisfaction as he spoke of Isaac. This kid really intends to make this place his own grave. The spirit rose into the air, spreading her arms as a vortex of fire formed behind her. Everyone around was terrified. Some even shielded their faces. Isaac looked up in horror, sweating, as he sent a mental message to Lich. I clearly only used a little power to summon a mid-tier entity. He screamed internally. So how in the hell did a royal class appear? Lich, by his side, asked cautiously, what in the world are you even made of? Isaac's eyes went wide, his mouth agape. He continued in a daze. I wonder what I would summon if I used my full strength. Lich was speechless beside him, letting out a horrified cry. The spirit's body, cloaked in flame, began to show cracks like fine porcelain. It took a stance and charged. Isaac gasped. An anti-demon holy flame. The spirit's face was ferocious, its eyes glowing gold, and it lunged forward with incredible speed. Lich spoke from the side, his voice filled with excitement. That's definitely it. The flame that can convert mana into holy power. Lich floated joyfully above Isaac. This will be of great help to you, Master. Not knowing whether to be happy or sad, he replied. You're right, but how am I supposed to make that thing submit to me? Isaac watched the spirit angrily hurl fire at the crowd. Pained screams echoed through the hall. He and Lich watched helplessly from the side. Then Lich asked, by doing it the proper way? Isaac just clicked his tongue. He crossed his arms, frustrated. Besides, royal class spirits are linked to the world. I still can't get near those damned gods. Lich wiped away a nervous sweat, agreeing with his master. That is also true. The spirit's voice boomed again. All spirits are close to the divine. Before it could finish, a terrified scream cut through the air. Good heavens, Patriarch, send it back immediately. A disheveled old man stood before Eli. The elder pointed toward the blazing spirit standing over there. The old man said urgently, that is a maddened spirit that even the gods have abandoned. Eli stroked his chin thoughtfully, saying, well, if I were scorned just for my hair color, I'd probably cut ties with the gods too. He thought to himself, it seems they are incapable of trusting anything at all. Black hair. The old man panicked. Was this spirit cast aside for that? The sacred spirit flew down and struck again. It roared, silence, you weak humans. Flames hit the old man, who screamed in agony. The spirit approached Eli, pointing angrily. How dare you summon me with a subjugation ritual? Eli looked up, arms crossed, and calmly replied, I didn't summon you. The spirit refused to believe it and shrieked again. How is that possible? You must have used the family head's authority to call me. Before it could finish, Eli interrupted, pointing towards Isaac. It was that boy. The sacred spirit's gaze shifted to Isaac. It stared, speechless. Isaac, now the center of attention, just gave an awkward smile. The sacred spirit erupted in fury, screaming, Are you insane? It couldn't believe a mere child had summoned it. Did you sacrifice a baby to call me? Ile immediately refuted it. I would do no such thing. The spirit pointed at Isaac. Even if your family is falling to ruin. This is going too far. What on earth did you do to this newborn? Eli followed the spirit's gaze. Seeing Isaac flash a wicked grin, the spirit demanded, What is with this kid? Isaac looked at the spirit fearfully, but inwardly, he was thrilled. Powerful and hostile to the gods. I must make this mine. He reached for the spirit with a twisted smile. I'll use you as my mana filter. The sacred spirit made its decision. It gathered a fireball between its hands. Fine, I will test this myself. It continued. If this child truly is the one who summoned me, with a subjugation ritual, he will survive this attack. With that, the fireball shot towards Isaac. It landed, creating a massive explosion. Gilai's soul nearly left his body as he screamed, Isaac! The spirit smirked. Well, a peaceful end is better. But its satisfaction was short-lived. What? Isaac wasn't dead. He was completely unharmed. He crawled out, wearing that same twisted smile. Eli finally spoke. Do you believe it now? This milk-drinking brat is the one who summoned you, he continued. So make your choice. Form a pact with this child, or refuse and face the penalty. The sacred spirit scoffed, reluctantly saying, Penalty? You think a spirit of my caliber would care? Distracted, it didn't notice Isaac crawling closer. Ah, this is even better. If anything, since I'm already here, I'll just burn the Duchois family to the ground and enjoy my freedom. The sacred spirit grinned menacingly. It pointed forward, declaring arrogantly, Watch your territory, burn to ashes, you foolish bastard. But before it could finish, a huge, dark mouth opened wide behind it. The crowd stared in shock as Isaac clamped his mouth around the sacred spirit. The spirit shrieked, Hey, you little maniac! The people in the hall rushed towards Isaac. Gili pleaded, Isaac, you can't eat that. Someone else yelled, Don't you dare swallow it this time. The spirit, inside Isaac's mouth, grit its teeth. The spirit's lower half was still sticking out. It struggled, yelling, Are you all insane? How in the world are you raising this child? The onlookers could only watch helplessly as Isaac happily chewed on the spirit. It continued struggling. Just you wait, you bastards. I'll retreat for today, but I will return to settle this debt. Isaac's eyes widened as the spirit stirred in his mouth. Oh ho, teleportation? The spirit gloated. See you later, you fools. But after a moment, nothing happened. The crowd stared, speechless, as the spirit remained firmly in Isaac's mouth. The spirit also realized something was wrong. Nick ran over to mock it. Oh my. It thought in disbelief. Why can't I? The spirit tried to teleport again. Gili watched helplessly. Damn it, that's dark mana. Eli gave a thumbs up. He swallowed the Skull Demon King's thumb. You know. Hearing this, the spirit screamed. What in the world have you been feeding this kid? Isaac thought deviously. Sacred spirits are the purest beings in the entire holy realm. With the spirit trapped, he mused. They're practically holy power in human form, and incredibly weak to dark mana. The spirit covered its mouth. Damn it, I'm losing power. I'm breaking out in a rash. Isaac just laughed, having the time of his life. The spirit couldn't take it. Stop this kid. Eli just waved his hand. What a shame, he continued. The Skull Demon King's power is too strong. We can't get close. The spirit shrieked in terror. You all go crazy at the mere mention of the Skull Demon King, and attack on sight. But now you pull this. Yile then sat down next to Isaac. If you stay by my grandson's side, he continued, and purify all of the Skull Demon King's dark mana, I will send you back. The spirit screamed, What the hell are you sucking on? Do you know who I am? Eli sighed helplessly. Well, feel free to stay and get eaten. The spirit remained defiant. You bunch of lunatics. This is why I hate all of you, it added. If you weren't of the Saintess's bloodline, I would have severed ties long ago. Damn it, it's come to this. I'll use this brat to destroy that damn thing. What damn thing, you little runt? Just then, it saw Isaac's tongue lunging forward. It screamed internally. What the hell, you brat? Isaac's tongue moved like a fan, swallowing the sacred spirit. Covered in drool, the spirit finally surrendered. Deal. 4 days. Just let me stay with this child for 4 days. It continued. 4 days is more than enough for a measly little finger. Yilai's face hardened. Only 4 days? How disappointing. He then gave an order. Open the east gate and take the child and the spirit inside. No one is to enter until the purification is complete. With that, Eli stood up and left. Gili cried out, Lord Head. Gokuel beside him couldn't believe his ears. Father, open the east gate? Before he could finish, Eli silenced him. Enough. Eli turned back, his eyes flashing with cold authority. I don't want to hear another word. Isaac, having had his fun, finally spat the sacred spirit out. Holding it in his hand, he thought deviously, the east gate is right next to the annex building, where the mana cores are stored. The Duchois family's east gate. An explosion rocked the Duchois family mansion. The servants watched the burning residence. They were no longer surprised. Oh, another explosion. That must be Lord Isaac, right? More precisely, the Skull Demon King and his mana. Another servant remarked, It seems the family head has given up. A male servant then spoke up. The next successor will probably be Lord Gokuel, of the Pope's bloodline, or perhaps his younger brother, right? The maid beside her added, Lord Isaac is cursed, so he's out of the succession race now. Another servant asked timidly, But is Lord Isaac truly cursed? The first replied, It's true. Just yesterday, 4 maids went to check on him. He panicked and fled in terror. The servant continued. He said it looked like a bald old man. The maid asked, Huh? Not a flayed monster or a skeleton? The maid added, Asai was with him, along with the Holy Spirit. Staring at the blazing mansion, she said, It's been 15 years, right? At the eastern mansion, a piercing scream erupted from Isaac's room. Asai heard it and approached, only to see a maid fleeing in terror. Asai called out as she neared the door. She opened it. Young Master Isaac, it's me. With a worried face, she asked, Young Master, are you okay? Isaac shot her an annoyed glance. In his hand was a half-eaten lollipop. Asai was still anxious. How strong is the Skull Demon King's curse that you still haven't grown? Isaac held his candy, smirking inwardly. What is she talking about? I'm suppressing my growth on purpose. An infant's body absorbs power far more efficiently. Certain innate abilities can only be gained in infancy. Just then, the Holy Spirit awoke, stretching its body. My whole body is aching. Asai asked her, Did you sleep well? She yawned, then cursed. Damn it, I don't care who it is. Today, I will purify that damn demonic energy, the spirit said, not noticing Isaac's expression. I'm sure I cleansed most of it yesterday. She froze upon seeing his face and roared. Hey, you damn brat. Why has the mana increased again? He simply gave a wicked smirk. Enraged, she grabbed Isaac's shirt. Hey, you wretched little monster. Just how much of the Skull Demon King did you devour that your mana hasn't dropped after 15 years of cleansing? Why does it just keep rising every time I awaken? Isaac thought smugly. Ah, that's because I've been secretly absorbing the Annex's mana core every night. Lich peeked out and said, I also never expected the Annex to have so many mana nodes. It continued, mimicking its master's tone. Truly astonishing, master. I calculated it would take 45 years, but it was done in just 15. Our difficult mana gathering is finally complete. Isaac maintained his wicked smile. My knowledge is limited since I'm self-taught, but I've already mastered the 6th stage of holy arts. Asai was oblivious to Isaac's grand thoughts. She said gently, It will be all right, young master. The church will handle it. He pouted. The church? Asai then surprised him by sweeping him into her arms. She said, The Skull Demon King's subordinates, the 14 demonic beasts, will all be executed. Asai held him close. Now we can finally purify the Skull Demon King's mana. So please, don't you worry. Isaac's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. No, are you insane? I still have things to ask them. And you dare to execute them? Asai placed him in his crib and held the candy before him. Now, have some candy and rest, young master. In the crib, Isaac put a hand to his head. That damn imposter. I have to do something about him. Suddenly, a voice called out from outside. You did a great job, Susie. Gokuel and Susie were walking outside. Gokuel was showering Susie with praise. Not only did you skip a grade, you became the youngest ordained priest. Gokuel turned to face Susie. I heard the princess will attend the ceremony. What a tremendous honor. The top graduate even becomes her personal guard. Hearing this, Susie's face swelled with pride. Of course. After all, I did it for you, father. This is nothing. Hearing this, Gokuel beamed as if flowers were blooming around him. Yes, and so humble too. My son has become so dependable, just like me. He's truly brilliant. At that, he paused, looking to his side. His son had vanished. Huh? Susie? Susie? Susie was teleported, screaming as he plummeted from above. He crashed hard right in front of Isaac. Before he could react, he heard a call. Hey, Kim Susie. Susie looked up to see the little terror's furious face. He asked, Are you looking for a death wish? With a tense expression, he scolded Susie. Lies spill out every time you open your mouth. You think life is over after graduation? Susie cursed inwardly. This little psycho again? Isaac crossed his arms. You only skipped a grade and aced your exam thanks to my guidance, and you have the nerve to act so arrogant? Susie puffed his chest, indignant. I worked hard, too. You think becoming valedictorian is easy? Isaac immediately shot back. Based on your abilities alone, that would have been impossible. You idiot, Susie reluctantly admitted. Well, that's true. Isaac schemed. Maybe I should start preparing for my own priest ordination ceremony? Most holy arts require ordination to be used. His mind made up, he jumped up. Kim Susie, you have to help me. Startled, he asked. Why me? What is it now? Isaac's terrifying demonic expression made Susie tremble and immediately obey. What do you need my help with? Isaac maintained that demonic face, his voice menacing. Hand over everything you have, your prize money, and all the allowance you get from Gokuel. Susie was on the verge of tears. He desperately wanted to punch the kid, but all he could do was curse him internally. You wretched little demon. Robbed blind, Susie had to obediently massage Isaac's shoulders. Isaac just said, Just as I thought. Did you say they're executing the Skull Demon King's subordinates? Susie replied. Oh, that? Yeah, he continued. After the treasury incident, they stopped obeying orders since they were just waiting to die, so they decided to dispose of them. Isaac was suspicious. Really? Isaac continued. There's no other choice. I have to go through with it. Susie asked, confused. What's happening this year? The priest ordination ceremony. Hearing this, Susie burst out laughing. You haven't even entered the academy, and you're talking about ordination? Isaac landed a solid punch on Susie's head. A giant bump shaped like a bear ear swelled on his head. Isaac blew on his smoking fist. Were you laughing? Susie wilted. Ah, no sir, Susie went on. There's a recommendation system, and the academy professors are also here. If you get a recommendation letter and pass the test, you can be ordained. Isaac was intrigued. What a perfect system for those who use the back door. Susie continued. You must achieve a great feat to prove your virtue. She hesitated, then asked, Is your character really that terrible? Isaac's expression darkened. This brat. At least he's perceptive. Susie quickly added, You must save a life to earn a recommendation. The higher their status, the better your chances. But what are the odds a VIP conveniently falls into danger for you to save? Isaac asked. So I only have 1 month? He stroked his chin thoughtfully. The princess will attend the ordination ceremony, right? Susie faltered. Yes, but... A wicked grin spread across Isaac's face. The princess is incredibly valuable, isn't she? A clear blue sky hung over the estate's training grounds. At the estate's entrance, Isla told the two men, Go. He stood firm, arms crossed. Isaac will not go to the capital. Ryan, standing beside the tutor, asked, Your Grace, this year is different, isn't it? The tutor chimed in, He must attend the founding festival. This is the year the saint candidates are finally ordained as priests. Isla fell silent before speaking. For 15 years, while other candidates performed miracles, young Master Isaac hasn't even shown his face, Rian exclaimed excitedly. That's right. 15 years ago, he displayed incredible power at the treasury. I heard young Master Isaac lives in the east, like the saintesses. It's astonishing. I can't imagine how much he's grown. Isla only offered a cold smirk. The tutor pointed to himself. As an academy instructor, teaching young Master Isaac has been my lifelong dream. Moreover, the ceremony coincides with the princess's birthday, so His Holiness the Pope will preside. Isla's face grew grim. The Pope. He will bestow the title of hero upon the ordained. Ela calculated silently. Receiving the hero title would greatly expand one's domain of power. It's a huge advantage. But he spoke up. Isaac isn't old enough for ordination. The tutor insisted. If he has the skill, does age truly matter? The two men stared at Isla with expectant eyes. He gave his tacit consent. Do as you wish. Their eyes lit up. He added, But you will take responsibility. Flames raged atop a building. A man watched from a short distance away. The priest thought, So, it's there. He watched the extinguished flames, black smoke billowing up, and mused. Even the Pope can only summon a spirit king once, yet that brat summoned one through a subjugation ritual, and an exorcising Holy Spirit, no less. The priest recalled that powerful spirit, a fire spirit with black hair, likely a guardian of the celestial realm, a holy spirit that can't become a spirit king due to its wicked nature. A sinister smirk played on his lips. The Pope and his family are avid spirit collectors. They'll go mad when they see this. If I successfully steal this Holy Spirit and offer it to them, my reward will be immense. The priest already pictured the 7 colorful spirit beads. He raised his hand, full of confidence. I've also prepared something to neutralize divine mana. He pictured Isaac's terrified, crying face and smirked with satisfaction. If I can suppress that brat's divine mana, the Skeleton King's dark mana will surely go berserk, and I'll just sneak the Holy Spirit away in the chaos. The professors were led to a large door. This room, sirs. Susie opened it. The tutor excitedly told the man behind him, We can finally meet the young master. The other replied cheerfully, Indeed. The tutor stepped inside, calling, Young Master Isaac. Another remarked, It's just as they said. He hasn't changed since 15 years ago. Isaac turned, his red eyes sparkling. He gave them a radiant smile, thinking as he spoke, Welcome, my letters of recommendation. Seeing Isaac's adorable face, the professors all clutched their chests, exclaiming, My heart. The tutor swooned. We must get him to the academy immediately. The priest approached, clutching his heart and thinking, This little fox, daring to charm everyone? I'll use my full power to make the Skeleton King's dark mana rampage. He reached out and embraced the boy. Holding Isaac, the priest thought, now, go berserk. A moment later, the room remained quiet. Nothing happened. Isaac even gave a charming wink, smiling up at him. The priest's face darkened in confusion, thinking, why isn't anything happening? I released enough divine mana to make the dark mana lose control. Just then, the Holy Spirit appeared above Isaac, pointing and shouting, you annoying brat, what are you waiting for? Just kill that detestable priest already. Why are you releasing so much divine mana? The priest stared in awe, a gleeful smile forming. There it is, a royal-class Holy Spirit. This is my chance. He pulled a handkerchief radiating dark energy from his robe. The priest wiped Isaac's face. It seems the weather is quite hot, isn't it? The boy tilted his head. This smell? Ah. Isaac thought mockingly. Look at this fool. Suddenly, the Holy Spirit gasped for air, clutching its throat as its body turned red. A professor asked anxiously, what's wrong with the Holy Spirit? Dark energy suddenly erupted. The spirit lost control, roaring in fury. The priest fanned the flames. Is the Skeleton King's dark mana rampaging? A tutor in the back cowered. This is dangerous, Professor. The priest held a small orb, smiling smugly. Good. Now I just need to get this rampaging spirit out of here. Seeing his chance, he instantly crushed the orb in his hand. At that moment, the priest grinned demonically, conjuring a flame in his palm. He aimed it straight for the soul-severing Holy Spirit. As the flame neared the Holy Spirit, it was suddenly blocked. The attack reversed, heading back toward the priest. Before he could react, he was engulfed, screaming in agony. From his bed, Isaac watched gleefully, thinking, you think so? Just then, a worried Jilai called out to Isaac, with Asai running right behind him. Young master. Isaac formed a stream of mana in his palm. This should be enough. Good, now there are plenty of witnesses. He sat leisurely on the bed. He entered a meditative state, surrounded by mana. The energy in the room flowed into Isaac's body. A professor gasped in amazement. Is that young master Isaac absorbing mana? The instructor stammered, yes, he is calming the rampage. Isaac's eyes fluttered open with an innocent smile. He raised his hand, thinking, the mana is settled. Isaac snapped his fingers. You there, stop. Instantly, a barrier of blue light surrounded the Holy Spirit. The flames of darkness. Jilai gasped in shock. Azure holy power. Asai covered her mouth. Oh my goodness. The Holy Spirit fell silent. Sinking into a deep sleep, the rampage was completely suppressed. She opened her eyes, staring at her hands in a daze. The professor below was moved. Incredible. He actually controlled the mana. The darkness of the Skeleton Demon King, the instructor added, deeply moved. He even calmed a rampaging Holy Spirit. Using the azure holy power of the Doxua family, the Holy Spirit rubbed her forehead, annoyed. What is this? The other professors were in awe. This is truly a miracle. Jilai and Asai rushed forward. Young master, Jilai beamed with a happy smile. You can finally speak. I'm so proud of you. Isaac facepalmed, thinking, seriously, is that all you noticed? The people in the room suddenly lifted him up in celebration. All hail Isaac. The priest who just awoke watched them, muttering in confusion. What in the world just happened? A murderous aura flared from the Holy Spirit as she hovered in the air. I should be the one asking the questions. You lackey of the yellow faith. Her eyes burned with crimson rage. Who is behind this? The priest knelt in fear, protesting. Behind this? You misunderstand. I only came here to meet young Master Isaac. The Holy Spirit's voice was ice. A misunderstanding? You're wearing full, fire-resistant gear from head to toe, and you call this a misunderstanding? Terror washed over the man's face. The Holy Spirit gave a casual command. From this day forward, all fire spirits will sever their connections with the priests from the papal family. She covered her mouth with a mocking smirk. I'm only doing this because I'm annoyed, so don't get me wrong. With that, the Holy Spirit turned to leave, and the priest panicked. What did you say? Please, wait just a moment. His face was a mask of disbelief. How can a Holy Spirit sever ties with the priests, with those who are bound to the divine, especially members of the papal family? A Holy Spirit lacks such authority. The Holy Spirit glanced back, her eyes filled with warning. Get lost. I severed my ties with the gods long ago. I am no longer bound by their laws. Isaac watched this all unfold with a smug grin. Her voice turned chilling. Are you not gone yet? The terrified priest collapsed, unable to make a sound. The Holy Spirit floated before Isaac and began to speak. You saved me using divine mana, and you even controlled the dark mana of the Skeleton Demon King. The Holy Spirit spoke with a hint of shyness. Now that the Skeleton Demon King's dark mana has been purified, our contract is officially terminated. However, I will stay by your side to repay this debt. Isaac smirked inwardly. That's more like it. Just as expected of a divine being, too proud to be indebted to anyone. The instructor cheerfully stated, "We will now return to the Holy See and report everything." He declared, "A child of this caliber must be ordained." Isaac's grin turned sinister, his goal achieved. "Thanks for the recommendation letter, dears. This is Eli's office." Eli stood before him. Eli read the letter. "The Holy See has approved Isaac's ordination as a priest." He then added, "They want the boy to attend the ceremony." Eli was shocked. "So soon? Is everything moving this fast because he saved the people of Doxua and the academy?" Eli shook his head. "No, he was recommended for possessing a king-grade soul." Hearing this, Eli couldn't help but smile. No one could possibly object. Eli's finger pointed to a bright red S+. More importantly, once the boy is ordained, it will be the same as graduating from the academy. So they tested Isaac's knowledge and education level. He proudly held out the letter. The boy achieved a perfect score in all 1,600 categories. Eli covered his mouth in joy. "A perfect score. I have nothing more to ask for. He can even speak and walk normally now." Eli let out a sigh. It's just a shame his attitude is so terrible. He looked at the letter. Now, all that's left is to check his character. Unless he's a serious criminal or a complete deviant, he will pass without any problems. "Yes." Eli stepped forward cheerfully. "I remember now. This is the test where divine law ensures that the truth is recorded, even if the writer lies, correct?" Eli asked. "Shall we give it a try?" First question, what do you think of the family that raised you? The answer, I will conquer it. It is all mine. Eli commented cheerfully. Well, that's certainly bold. Eli nodded. Though it's absurd, that kind of spirit is what I expect from him. Second question, what will you do once ordained? The answer, bite the heads off the gods. Third question, explain your dreams and ambitions. As a priest of the Holy Helani Empire? The answer, I will destroy this nation. Eli's eyes widened in disbelief at the response, pointing at the paper in total confusion. Eli cleared his throat. Only you and I have seen these results. He said grimly. If Isaac becomes a priest and takes this test again, Eli slapped his forehead in despair. The boy will be executed for heresy. A hand slammed the desk with decision. You will be ordained in his place. Do not let Isaac leave the house for now. Eli stated seriously. That boy needs a bit of re-education. A window slid open, leaving a small crack. Wind from outside made the curtain flutter as a clicking sound was heard. Master, a cheerful voice asked. Have you made your decision? Isaac replied coolly. Of course I have. A pair of small hands gripped a large bag. He stood by the window with his things, smiling confidently. I'm getting out of here. At Roman Academy in the capital, ancient buildings formed the campus. In the Holy Arts department, a voice rang out. I heard a 10-year-old child is being ordained this time. A buzz went through the children in the room. One protested. That's insane. What did he do to get ordained so early? Another expressed interest. This graduation ceremony is going to be very interesting. A red-haired boy flashed a sharp grin. Nizer sneered. A toddler who can barely walk is becoming a priest? How ridiculous. The brown-haired boy beside him asked, What do you mean he can't walk well? Nizer shrugged casually. It's just like I said. That brat hasn't grown at all in the last 15 years. He's cursed by the Skeleton Demon King, so how could he possibly grow up? He turned his head to someone sitting nearby. Isn't that right, Susie? Nizer laughed with mocking delight. How could a little runt like that get ordained? It's probably just an honorary title. The brown-haired boy snickered along. Is that so? Susie sighed, thinking, what a troublesome bastard. He was quiet for a moment but started up again. Nizer turned, mocking, but to be born into the Saintess's family. How nice, even an unworthy brat gets ordained. What a disgrace. Enraged, Susie slammed the table and stood. That bastard, how dare he? A white-haired man entered with a sneer. You think the Holy See is a joke, Nizer? Keena's mocking grin widened. You accepted Isaac's nomination. From your own father, Duke Leon. He smiled with false pity. I didn't think you were that foolish. To the point of insulting your own father? Nizer fumed. Shut up, you're not even a student here. Why are you here? Keena casually pointed to himself. Can't be helped, I was invited. He declared arrogantly. I was asked to guide the graduating students, as an advisor and instructor of holy arts. The others stared in disbelief. Keena suddenly turned his scorn on Susie. You also have me worried. A confused Susie, suddenly targeted, said, "What?" He sneered. "There's no way a cursed being like Isaac could ever become a priest. The Dusua family better hold out until you're the head." Susie listened furiously as Kina continued, "But if your family falls, come find me. I'll give you a minor post at the Holy See." He clenched his fists, telling himself, "Calm down. Now's not the time to fight," Susie said coldly. "I don't need your help." Kina bumped his shoulder walking past. Susie shot back angrily. "Worry about yourself first," then stormed out. At the dorm, a book slammed onto the floor. Susie clutched his head, cursing, "Disgusting rats. Why is this crap happening to me?" He seethed. His own family didn't even attend his ordination because that bastard ran away. Susie held his head in frustration. Of all times, why now? That useless bastard. He was busy cursing. "Curse you, I hope you go bald like the skeleton demon king." Then a hand reached out from a box. Isaac's terrifying eyes glared. "What did you just say?" Susie saw the sudden figure and screamed in fear. Isaac asked coldly, "My hair's falling out? You want to die?" Still terrified, he asked, "Why did you come out of there?" Susie was confused. "How did you even get here?" Isaac sat cross-legged on the luggage. "To get ordained, the family head and my uncle tried to stop me, so I ran." He took something from his bag. "Forget it, Susie." Susie saw the item, and his first reaction was panic. He stammered, "What now? What? What is it?" Isaac sighed, "You weak little brat." His eyes flashed as he raised the object. "You wander around getting offered petty positions from people at the Holy See?" Susie tried to explain. "No." Before he could finish, Isaac threw the object at him, cutting him off. "Shut up." He then gave him a beating. Those trashy bastards dare disrespect the Dusua name. Isaac was furious. "Dusua is mine. Only I am allowed to insult them, and only I have the right to push them to ruin." Tears streamed down Susie's face as he asked, "What the hell are you saying?" Isaac pinned him down. "Remember this, Susie," he said calmly. "I will be the one to burn down the Dosua family." Lying on the ground with teary eyes, Susie prayed, "Oh, heavens, please get this lunatic away from me." Isaac tossed an item. "Stop whining and lead the way." He looked up, confused. "Where are you going?" Isaac cracked his knuckles with a wicked grin. "To deal with those who touched you." During a break, the students gathered. The red-haired girl looked to the door, frowning. "What's this? Who brought a child here?" The girl next to her noted, "That kid's hair is beautiful." Isaac held his toy. "I wonder who it could be," he asked with a sinister smile. "Who dares to touch a Dusua?" Isaac noticed the red hair at a nearby table. He stroked his chin, smiling. "That red hair. I think I saw it in the treasury 15 years ago. This smells dangerous." Susie ran up from behind, yelling, "Wait!" He thought in a panic, "I have to stop this. If something happens here, the Inquisitors might swarm this place." Friendly reminder, a survival tip. The Academy has a heresy inquisition. Susie glanced at the girl with striking red hair. He thought, "That girl. She's Nizer's sister, Naki." She tilted her head, looking over. Susie seized the chance and leaped. He was about to grab him. "Gotcha." But then, Isaac instantly jumped away to dodge. He landed right on the table before Naki. "Hey, redhead." Isaac pointed his toy at her. "Did you bully Susie?" Naki replied, "I never bullied Susie Dusua, Nizer did." He crossed his arms with a confident smile. "Good, so you admit to the bullying." She retorted, "No, it wasn't me, it was Nizer." "Are you even listening?" Nick leaned in and asked seriously. "By the way, Master, doesn't that girl look familiar?" Isaac sent back, "She does feel familiar." He saw a golden mana emanating from Naki and guessed, "That's the aura of one of the 5 great gods." She pointed at him, her voice certain, "Based on that, you must be the rumored Isaac." Naki covered her mouth, smirking. "One is a cursed infant, the other a papal descendant. Looks like the church failed at choosing its gods this year. Again, right?" She mocked. "Looks like Dusua is about to be erased from the 5 great holy pillars." Isaac was utterly speechless, concluding, "With that attitude, you're definitely from one of the 5 great god clans." Susie whispered nervously, "Isaac, stop provoking an enemy family, and go back to your own great family." He calmly raised a hand, signaling, "Shut up, I'm not going anywhere until I'm ordained." Naki stated firmly, "You will never be ordained." Nizer said he'll appeal to the Holy See to nullify it. She scoffed arrogantly, "An unknown brat dares to dream of ordination?" Susie gritted his teeth in anger, cursing inwardly, "That bastard Nizer." Naki's tone dripped with scorn as she eyed Isaac. "Looking at your actions, It'll be cancelled even without Nizer's help. A nearby servant bowed. My lady. He whispered, should I call the Inquisitors just in case? Susie overheard the suggestion and panicked. 70% of the Inquisitors are from enemy families. He grabbed Isaac in alarm. Isaac, I told you to move! Just then, a piercing scream echoed out, and all eyes snapped in its direction. A monstrous foot slammed down, radiating a dark aura, a colossal beast. A wolf-like body materialized in the hall, roaring with fury. People screamed in terror. A demonic beast. They scrambled away from the center. Run for your lives. Isaac smirked at the beast. So, you've arrived, my personal guard. The crowd panicked. How did a monster get in here? Did it escape from the training room? The servant shielded Naki. My lady, it's dangerous. Please step back. Before he could react, the beast lunged, sending the servant flying with one swipe. Naki watched in horror. Now face to face with the monster, she gritted her teeth, eyes wide with defiance. Its claws swung toward her face. She was stunned. When did it appear? Isaac held up a toy, drawing its attention, then threw it straight at the monster's head. Wait, it didn't have time to react. Seeing the beast fall, Isaac cursed inwardly. I called for you so many times, and you only show up now. Refusing to fall, it struggled back to its feet. The monster was barely hurt, growling in fury. Naki summoned a flame. You disgusting creature, Isaac suddenly yelled. Hey! His eyes flashed with a furious red glint. Get lost. The beast froze, terrified by his gaze, and backed away. It trembled violently in fear, while everyone else just stared, completely stunned. The monster then tucked its tail and fled. Lich praised him in admiration. As expected of the master, you lured a perfectly contained beast out, just to beat it senseless and chase it off like some kind of performance. Isaac confidently replied via telepathy. You have to use the tools you're given. Just then, the door burst open. A team of investigators entered. Where's the monster? They immediately spread out to capture it. Someone warned, stay away from the beast. I think it went that way. An investigator urgently requested contact with the monster hunting squad. Naki stared blankly at Isaac. An investigator rushed to her side. Are you all right, my lady? Susie was shocked by the identity of the newcomers. Investigators. Susie lifted Isaac into her arms, forcing a smile as she tried to leave. Well, we'll be going now. An investigator stopped her. Halt! You cannot leave until the investigation is complete. The boy's face went pale with fear, crying internally. It's all over. Susie scratched her head, feigning innocence. We don't know anything, but he was sweating bullets. Suddenly, Naki's voice cut in. Stop this pointless act, she yelled, pointing at Isaac in Susie's arms. That child is the one who saved me. The two looked completely bewildered. Naki approached him. Isaac, right? She blushed with embarrassment. I apologize for what I said before. Naki quickly added, but it's not like I'm especially grateful, you hear? Isaac was baffled. What's wrong with this girl? Behind them, the crowd began to murmur. The boy received a recommendation letter for saving people. A student asked doubtfully, so it's true? Charlotte watched the child, a hint of suspicion in her eyes, the one her brother had mentioned. This was Princess Charlotte of the Holy Helen Empire. At the Doxua estate, in Eli's office, the sun shone brightly outside. An irritated voice boomed. My goodness, why do you keep refusing, Cardinal Lamb? Isn't it a good thing that your nephew is being knighted? The person on the other end urged. So just let him attend the ceremony. Eli refused, cutting him off. Silence. The contact whined. The Holy Father, the Pope, will be furious. He answered nonchalantly, not my problem. My nephew will be educated in my estate until he comes of age. The man on the other side protested. If you keep a child locked up like that, he'll have serious issues later. Eli replied, exasperated. He already has issues. The crystal ball glowed, emitting the voice. I don't know if you've heard, the man continued, but it seems a silver-haired child is wandering around the academy. Eli slammed the table and shot up, knowing exactly who it was. Isaac. He immediately called for Geli. Geli entered, confused. Yes, father. He wondered what was happening, only to be cut off by a direct order. Go to the capital at once. Eli spoke with grave seriousness. We must be there before tomorrow. Geli was stunned and tried to reason with him. Even the fastest route takes at least a week. Eli glanced at his watch. We have 23 hours and 48 minutes. His voice was grim. We'll run. The next day, the sun was high over the academy. A hand banged on the door. Hey, Isaac, what are you doing? Eli impatiently kept calling. Are you really trying to fit your tiny body into that formal priest attire? Come on out. Everyone's already here. His face was full of worry. They're definitely going to laugh at you. Can we go now? Suddenly, the door opened. I'm ready. Susie was covering his face in despair. Let's just give up and go home, please. He looked up at the sound of the voice. Seeing the figure before him, Susie's voice caught in his throat. His eyes went wide in utter shock. He stammered, You. Across from him, Isaac stood with a smirk. Let's go, Susie. On the last night of the founding festival, at the investiture banquet, all the students were seated at long tables, the hall filled with lively chatter. A voice announced, Everyone, please rise. The attendees got to their feet. The procession was led by the heads of the great families. They entered one by one. First was the incredibly arrogant Hayes, followed by Eli and the other family heads. Gokweo smiled as he and the others stood. They clapped in welcome. He thought smugly, the head of the 5 great families, the successor of Doxua, and the cardinal of the Lamb Order. It could only be me. Suddenly, a figure approached. Are we late? Gokweo turned, confused. It was July, who immediately asked, Brother, have you seen Isaac? Gokweo asked, annoyed. Why are you looking for Isaac here? He should be at the main house. More importantly, July was a mess. Gokweo was horrified. Don't tell me you ran the entire way here, July panted. Something like that. Do you know where Susie is? I think Isaac might be with him. Gokweo replied. I haven't seen them either. A guard announced, His Holiness, the Pope, has arrived. As the Pope entered, the guard shouted, Show your reverence. An old man with white hair and a beard appeared. His face seemed kind at first glance. This was Pope Julie. Everyone knelt in unison. May the blessings of the gods be with Hela. With Hela. May the blessings of the gods be with Hela. With Hela. While the crowd chanted, the Pope placed his hand on his throne, sitting with an air of arrogance as he looked down on them all. The guard announced, Honored guests, you may be seated. Eli sat down, his heart filled with worry. I can't see Isaac anywhere. The officiant began the ceremony. Will those who are called please step forward? Eli swirled his wine, thinking with relief. Now I can relax. But then, the first name was called out. Isaac. Eli didn't even react. The officiant asked again. Isaac, are you present? Eli calmly raised his glass, thinking peacefully. Why call for someone who isn't here? They should have removed the absentee names from the list. The boy isn't here, just move on. But suddenly, a voice answered. Eli choked, spitting out his wine. Gogwell raged. That shameless bastard. How dare he show his face here? Just then, 2 figures entered. The 2 were the same height. And one of them was Isaac. Eli slammed the table, roaring in disbelief. What? The officiant called out. Come forward, Isaac. He calmly ascended the platform before the stunned crowd. July shot to his feet, covering his mouth in disbelief as tears welled in his eyes. Isaac. Isaac, when did you get so big? You're even wearing the priest's robes I made for you. Seeing his new form, the crowd erupted in whispers. I heard he was still a newborn. Another wondered, did he break the skeleton demon king's curse? Someone else scoffed, House Doxua has a son this powerful? While another was captivated, damn, he's so handsome. Eli slammed the table again. What in the world is going on? How did he grow so fast? But Isaac just kept his effortless smile. The armrest in Eli's grip was completely crushed. He seethed internally, Skeleton Demon King. You detestable monster, what did you do to Isaac? A dark aura flared from Eli. That's not his smile. Did that thing possess my nephew? Kina bit her lip, annoyed by the constant whispers around her. The Doxua family curse might finally be broken. She glanced back at her group. One of them remarked, If he isn't a true saint, then who is? His companion added. He doesn't look cursed in the slightest. Seeing him approach, the Pope called out, Isaac. The young man eyed the golden manna radiating from the Pope. So, this is the pontiff, huh? Isaac mused. He looks over 70, but he has the presence of a beast. And I see the shades of every pope I've ever faced within him. A dangerous glint appeared in his eyes. Should I just slit his throat right now? Meanwhile, Eli and July recalled Isaac's questionnaire with dread. Question, what would you say to the Pope? Isaac's answer was simple. Kneel. It'll make lopping your head off easier. Eli knew he had to stop him. He raised a fist and slammed it down, shouting, Whoops, my hand slipped. Not to be outdone, Eli lifted the whole table. You disgusting cockroach. Splattered with food, Gogwell could only ask, Have they lost their minds? But it was the size of your head, another voice snapped back. Be quiet. The flustered officiant announced, Next, Susie. Isaac shot them a furious glare. Realizing those idiots were trying to stop him, he stepped aside, annoyed. The Pope's expression darkened, but the officiant continued cheerfully. Next, the ordinands will pay homage to the gods. The Pope rose and stepped forward, drawing all eyes toward him. Is it time to choose a patron god? Everyone wondered. Which deity will bless my son? A priest brought forth a basin of holy water. Eli crossed his arms, speculating grimly. It will likely be the patron of the blue sect. July prayed silently. Please, let it be, he added with a forced laugh. I mean, it's not like an evil god would descend, right? Eli's reply was chillingly serious. If one does, I will destroy it. A terrified July asked, And Isaac? Eli wondered. The holy water. What will you do? Below them, Susie approached the basin and the Pope. The Pope pricked Susie's finger, letting a single drop fall into the water. As it hit, a brilliant blue manna erupted, swirling into the air. Gogwell roared with laughter. Just as expected of my son, the patron of the blue sect has descended himself. Susie then stepped aside. Isaac thought to himself, so the Dakshua family's god is the god of light, that pure-hearted, stingy bastard. He took the needle and pricked his own finger. Honestly, I'll be annoyed no matter who shows up. Isaac sighed, letting his blood fall. Suddenly, the Pope's face changed as he saw a light begin to glow. The drop of blood was emitting a dark, sinister energy. A pillar of black aura shot upwards. Eli and Jilai watched in horror as the darkness spread. The swirling blackness coalesced, forming a gigantic skeleton. It was the skeleton demon king. Everyone stared at the colossal figure. It radiated pure dark energy as they screamed, "The skeleton demon king!" Without a word, Eli launched himself toward the monstrous being. A ring of dark energy coiled around Isaac, the closest one to it. Eli clenched his fist, mana gathering in his hand. He unleashed a furious blow, roaring, "Die!" Before anyone knew it, the Demon King's chains had ensnared Isaac, hoisting him into the air. The creature began to mutter, "I have waited long for this insolent fool to appear." Isaac was stunned. "What?" The skeleton Demon King roared, "I'll start by killing him, and after that, I will wipe the holy nation of Emily from existence." Isaac was speechless. What is this? Though he was the one captured, he looked at the Demon King and sighed. It looks exactly like my old self. Hey! A lich angrily rapped the Demon King's skull. What is this pathetic imitation? It demanded furiously. Are you saying my master looks like some pitiful wretch? It shrieked, building with rage. You bastard. The Pope and a red-haired man began gathering mana in their hands, then launched a simultaneous attack on the Demon King. The blast forced Eli back as Jilai screamed to the crowd, "Everyone, get back!" Eli continued to weave mana in his palm. He formed a giant python that lunged forward, its massive jaws aimed at the Demon King. Blue energy twisted in the air. As the dust settled, the unharmed Demon King spoke. "Patriarch of the Lamb family," it scoffed, "your power has surely been sealed by the curse. Shouldn't you just keep your mouth shut?" Eli looked up. I was holding back. I didn't want to get an earful for destroying this place. He then stomped his foot hard. Eli's eyes glowed red with fury. He summoned his family's divine beast. "But you talk far too much." The Demon King went silent, as if lost in thought. It yanked Isaac in front of it as a shield. "Do you want to watch this brat die?" Isaac panicked internally. "That's exactly what I'm talking about." As the beast's jaws opened wide, he thought in disbelief. He'd summon that monster while his own nephew is a hostage. "Why is its mouth open?" Eli smirked. "A true saint won't die from a mere attack like this." Isaac cursed him internally, completely furious. Isaac struggled as the massive jaws closed in, screaming, "I'm seriously going to die." A blinding light exploded, showering down debris. Nearby, Susie screamed in terror. The skeleton Demon King never imagined the blue light would be so overwhelming. It had no time to react. It was simply consumed by the light and vanished. The blinding flash slowly faded, leaving everyone clutching their heads on the ground. Hearing only silence, Gokuel grew suspicious. Is he really dead? As reality set in, someone cried out in fear. "The skeleton Demon King has returned," a person opposite asked, confused. Didn't he disappear 75 years ago after cursing Asua? Fear gripped them. Did he return after gathering his power all this time? Nearby, a hand slammed furiously against the ground. Isaac sat up, his thoughts burning with rage. That's not it at all. That bastard was just a fake. Just then, Jilai ran over, asking, "Isaac, are you okay?" Susie, nursing an injured arm, rose and listened to the crowd. "Even if he's from Ezua, is he all right after a hit like that?" Someone else commented, "Didn't the Demon King call him a saint? Maybe he really is one." They whispered anxiously. The skeleton demon king is dead, right? He's gone. Another agreed. Yeah, I think so. The blue patriarch's wail completely annihilated him. Gili approached to check on Isaac. With a smirk, Isaac said coolly, he can't be dead. It was merely an illusion of the demon king. The surrounding crowd was shocked. I thought someone had copied you like a shadow and released it, master. But something feels strange. Isaac didn't deny it, replying telepathically. So you noticed it too? His eyes flared with annoyance. He used my mana. Isaac recalled the demon king, a perfect copy of his past self. Don't tell me my mana core also fell somewhere. That's not impossible, especially since a part of my bones were placed in the Saintess's treasury. He cracked his knuckles with a wicked grin, deciding, whatever. If the fake has it, even better. I'll just beat him senseless and take it back. Seeing him safe, Eli sighed in relief from behind. He replayed the scene in his mind. I'm certain I saw killing intent in the Pope's eyes just now. If I hadn't attacked, he planned to kill Isaac along with the Demon King. He glanced at the Pope, who was now kindly checking on the wounded. Eli watched the Pope smiling as he healed a child, wondering to himself, but why? The Pope's gaze was distant, lost in his thoughts. I can't believe it. He remembered when Isaac's blood fell into the basin of holy water. The primordial god the Golden Palace has craved for 1,000 years. The Pope had smiled in ecstasy. Even the 5 archgods paled before the presence of that being. But suddenly, the Pope gritted his teeth in rage. His eyes turned cold and vicious as he thought, why did they choose a brat from Esua? From the corner of his eye, the Pope saw Isaac sitting nearby. Eli approached and called out, Isaac. He looked up. Yes? Eli extended a hand. Come on, let's go home. Eli placed a hand on his shoulder, his smile lacking warmth. It seems my nephew has grown up well, overcoming the Demon King's curse. Isaac broke into a cold sweat. Why does he look so terrifying when he's smiling? Eli coaxed with a grin. I'll buy you some delicious candy. Isaac panicked, flatly refusing in his mind. Who would ever follow you? You look like a man who promises a kid fried chicken but drags them straight to the hospital. A voice called from behind. Your Highness, Kina stated calmly. It seems Isaac can't go home just yet. Suddenly, rubble began to fall in a corner. Monstrous beasts crawled from the debris. Horned bulls, giant centipedes. They were almost completely surrounded. Kina continued. This isn't over yet. Isaac sighed, pushing himself to his feet. Oh well, can't be helped. He gathered mana in his hand, a confident smirk spreading across his face. I guess we can't go back just yet. Isaac rose proudly, with Kina right beside him. She frowned, thinking, arrogant bastard, you dare call yourself a saint just because you suddenly grew up? Isaac smiled to himself. Whatever, I don't know what you're plotting, but I will use this opportunity. They both stepped forward, sharing one thought. I'll show you who the real saint is. A blue orb of mana materialized in Isaac's hand. He sent it into the air, activating a purification spell. The blinding light made the beasts shield their eyes. A professor exclaimed, What a magnificent purification art. The person beside him agreed. I think it's been 5 years since I've seen light so pure. But behind them, a man in glasses sneered. But why is he only using a purification art, which is for cleansing, instead of an attack spell? The first professor explained. It can also purify mana. He's likely stopping the beasts from being summoned again. And indeed, the dark aura around the monsters had vanished. In truth, Isaac was a bit embarrassed. He recalled the Holy Spirit's cheerful question, Holy arts? You really want to learn from me? And then he learned purification. He consoled himself. It can't be helped. Shula is the only one I can learn holy arts from, Isaac reasoned. But once purification hits level 6, the monster's expressions shifted. He grinned devilishly. It deals damage over time in a wide area. The beasts suddenly descended into chaos. Isaac added, most importantly, the reason purification is needed now is, just as he was gloating, Kina cut him off. Get out of the way. Your holy art can't destroy them, she thought to herself. He's only using a level 5 holy art. Even so, that's a talent seen only once in centuries. But since she was in front, she missed Isaac's friendly middle fingers. Kina scoffed inwardly, forming golden mana. With just that talent, you're no match for me. She smiled with confidence. Watch closely. They can only be destroyed with an attack-type holy art, a powerful spell targeting multiple points at once. When suddenly, the art in Kina's hand fizzled out. Isaac stifled a laugh. Multiple points at once, huh? She turned her head and asked, Have you still not learned what these monsters truly are? They have extremely powerful regeneration. It requires a powerful strike to be finished. but he just burst out laughing. Isaac stepped forward with a contemptuous smirk. You pathetic brat. You really don't know a thing. Following behind, Kina thought, maybe I should have let the Lamb family head deal with him. His expression is so infuriating. Isaac then spoke. All of them are just decoys. A lure? She asked, her voice laced with doubt. Isaac scanned a corner, explaining, their core unit. It must be near. A blue light glowed in his palm, revealing a bug hiding below. Found it, Isaac said casually. He picked up a sharp stick, baffling Kina. How could such a tiny bug be a threat? Isaac ruthlessly impaled it, and it burst in a puff of green smoke. He coolly twirled the stick in his hand. He explained calmly, it slowly poisons humans. The surrounding students erupted into chaos. This poison was deadly, killing victims before they even noticed. Another person clutched their head in agony. What is this? Isaac continued. The skeleton already told us. He wants to destroy this entire holy nation. Seeing Kina's shocked face, he raised the stick with a wicked grin. And the priests are the future of this nation. The professors instantly shouted orders. Everyone, find the hidden bugs now. Any poisoned students, move to be detoxified. A chorus of yes sir rang out. Isaac suddenly noticed something else. Huh? Beams of light shot from the walls. He yelled in alarm. Wait! If you kill them all at once, they'll all explode. The room instantly filled with dark miasma. Lich grinned. Master, this is our chance. If you purify these fallen students, you will surely be hailed as a saint. Isaac loved the idea. Hey, you're a real genius. He smirked to himself. My moment has arrived. But before Isaac could act, a scepter slammed into the ground. Jia Hoang gripped the scepter, unleashing level 9 holy magic. A golden light erupted, consuming the dark miasma in the room and absorbing its mana. Isaac shielded his eyes from the intense light. Jia Hoang smiled gently. You don't have to worry about the poison now. Isaac bit his lip, seething internally. Those bastards from the Pope's family are always useless. A wolf's paw stepped from the shadows. A monster approached Isaac from behind, radiating malice. You dare oppose the Demon King? I will not forgive you. It launched itself forward. Even if it's the last thing I ever do, I'll drag someone down with me. Its target was Isaac, who stood with his back turned. But then, Isaac's eerie, red eyes snapped open as he turned. The monster felt an overwhelming pressure crush it. Stunned by this power, the beast turned and fled. Isaac sneered inwardly. All bark, and no bite. In the end, it was nothing. People began to cheer. We've cleared them all out. Someone began directing the injured. Get the wounded to the infirmary. Isaac walked calmly past Kina. Her face was pale with terror. He just drove away a demon. With a single glance, Kina's hand trembled as she clenched it into a fist. She looked at Isaac, denying it. That's impossible. How could he? That's a skill only someone as powerful as the Pope should be able to perform. The event was over, but the talk had just begun. The Skull Demon King appeared at the ordination ceremony. Another person said, the entire empire is in chaos. The Skull Demon King has returned, one person declared. He lost and ran away again, someone else replied. Who is this saint he mentioned? Meanwhile, in a private room, the clan heads met. Jilai spoke. It seems the problem was the holy water vessel. An illusion summoning circle was engraved on it. We're investigating the merchant who brought it in. Please wait for more information. The red-haired man was skeptical. So the cause is the increase in outsiders? He nodded. Yes, that is one of the causes. However, Jilai posed a new question. What is the holy dragon doing? The barrier it protects is the core of the problem. At a luxurious mansion, Isaac finished reading a newspaper. He came to a conclusion. So that's it. The demon invasion has weakened the empire's barrier, and since the holy dragon is connected to the royal family, the Pope's family has no responsibility at all, right? He sighed, thinking, the Pope's family is as cunning as ever. This is no surprise. A sarcastic voice spoke beside him. My nephew is quite the reader. Gokuel forced a smile. Congratulations, nephew. So you really were ordained as a priest. Isaac gave him a flat stare, thinking, how should I deal with this fool? He's probably just forcing himself to act on Grandpa's orders. Jilai, however, was thrilled. Our Isaac can even speak fluently now. We can finally have him read the Skull Demon King's cursed letter. You really know how to get on my nerves, Isaac thought. Jilai entered the room, saying, I'm glad both of you are here. Isaac, could you give us a private moment? He nodded obediently and left the room. Okay. Once the door was shut, Eli raised her hand, creating a barrier. Level 3 holy art. Absolute silence. Jilai's face turned serious. What is so important that it requires a soundproofing spell? Is that so? He sat down, explaining, I had to. I can't even be certain of my own office these days. Jilai continued. This is about Isaac. He began gravely. During the ordination ceremony, I believe Isaac was chosen by an evil god. Jilai grew extremely serious. The god that Isaac chose is definitely no ordinary being. They say a holy seal never before seen in history appeared. He continued speaking. Only the Pope and the Golden Cardinal have ever seen that seal. The Pope tried to have Isaac eliminated. Jilai asked in shock, What? The Holy Pope? Jilai nodded in response. Yes, if it wasn't an evil god, there would be no reason to react that way. Gokuel offered a theory. If not an evil god, could it be a holy seal of the Golden Faith? After he spoke, all three fell silent. The Golden Faith? He explained. They are obsessed with purity and hate anything mixed. Correct? So if someone from Yoshua chose a god they worship, they would certainly not let it slide. Gokuel added. For the Holy Pope to react that strongly, that god must be an entity that only contracts with the golden bloodline? Eli stroked his chin, pondering this. Gowel continued to speculate. Perhaps it is a god never before summoned, even by the Golden Faith Maiden. Jilai nodded in agreement. That is a distinct possibility. With Isaac, it's entirely possible. Eli asked reluctantly. Do you truly think that boy signed a standard divine contract? Gowel scoffed instantly. Impossible. Jilai couldn't answer. He ordered Gowel to contact the pontificate and find out which deity had reached out to him. Gowel sputtered in disbelief, shouting, Me? Why me? Eli added. If you do well, I'll grant Susie a precious holy relic. Gowel's silence was his consent. Eli continued. From now until Isaac's apprenticeship begins, he will be under special surveillance. And Eli, hand resting on the documents, declared, If, in the upcoming faith examination, Isaac gets the same result as last time, that child's path may turn very dark indeed. All three were grim, certain Isaac would become a dark priest. Gowel clutched his head in anguish. If he becomes a dark priest, our whole family will be branded as traitors. They'll hunt us all down. Even Susie will be exiled from the holy temple. Jilai covered his mouth, worried for his nephew, while Eli rested his chin on his hands, declaring grimly, No matter what, we must stop this from happening. A short while later, Jilai announced to Isaac, Soon, all of our children will begin their apprenticeships. He smiled, thinking, Those annoying seniors worked me to the bone. But looking back, those were good memories. Isaac scoffed internally. Give me a break. It feels like I'm repeating a grade. How disgusting. Jilai continued. During the apprenticeship, you'll be working alongside your seniors. You'll discover your talents and learn a priest's true duties, far beyond what the academy taught. Your assignments and treatment will depend on your evaluation, so do your best. Susie nodded, listening intently. He added reassuringly, After your apprenticeship, you will form a contract with a god. Isaac suddenly raised his hand. About that, he asked curiously, When can I participate in the sacrificial festival? Jilai beamed at the question. You're interested in the festival? Isaac gave an arrogant smile, extremely interested, especially in the execution of the Skeleton King's minions. Jilai expressed, Seeing our Isaac's growing faith truly warms my heart. Then let me explain the festival to you. He and Susie turned to listen. Jilai explained, The sacrifice is when we present offerings to the gods, and many people gather to celebrate. In truth, while many attend, the rite is about your personal faith towards the gods, making it a very private affair. Isaac interrupted. Wait, hold on. Jilai didn't notice, continuing. This brings us to the fundamental question of whether we should even gather for this ceremony at all. Jilai excitedly pushed up his glasses and went on. But just think about this for a moment. This sacrifice is essentially a ritual we perform for our gods, and rituals have always been a communal activity. The essence of this rite is that we are all serving the gods together, and that proof becomes our individual faith in them. Isaac was speechless. He's really into this. What's with the glasses? Jilai was still lecturing passionately. A truly fascinating fact. Does this mean prostrating yourself alone is prayer, but doing it in a group is a ritual? We can't quite say that. In essence, the purpose for which people gather and the mindset they bring are what matter most. Anyway, perhaps I've gone a bit off topic, but I think you get the idea. Yes, Jilai went on. So the sacrifice seems a lot like a festival. And what's the first thing you think of when you hear festival? That's right, it's about having fun and enjoying things together. And isn't enjoyment itself a part of faith? Therefore, the gods bless the sacrifice with great joy, and that is the divine right of the sacrificial gods. right? Isaac's interest was piqued. So you mean lesser gods and angels also join the ceremony? He smiled viciously. I hope we meet. I'll tear every single one of you to pieces. After his long speech, Geli removed his glasses, beaming. My dear Isaac, you must be eager to execute those minions yourself, aren't you? That kind of righteous hatred is essential. Gowl chimed in with a warning. The team with the highest score gets the honor of executing the Skeleton King's minions, so try your best. Susie immediately replied, Yes, father. Isaac was baffled. Team? He slapped his forehead, annoyed. A team project, Geli expressed. I want you both to get high scores so you can achieve your dreams. Isaac nodded. I understand, uncle. Internally, he thought. I have no other choice. In his head, Isaac decided, I'll have to kill a few and save the rest. But on his face was a brilliant smile. I'll do my absolute best. Geli's biased eyes saw only a proud grandson. Such an adorable child could never become a dark priest. What a relief. Gowl bit his nails anxiously, asking, But Isaac, during the ordination ceremony, which god chose you? He smirked, not wanting to answer. Isaac stated, I don't remember, but it was a sigil so disgusting it made me sick. A cloaked figure cackled maniacally. Behold, absolute destruction. The other two were horrified. A malevolent god. Geli tried to console him. It's all right. Some gods just have ominous-looking sigils, Gowl added. That's right. In the end, faith is what matters most. Isaac smiled indifferently. I don't really care. He suddenly remembered. Oh, right. The Golden Cardinal wants to see you. Isaac frowned in annoyance. That guy? Why? From the doorway, a voice called out, Isaac. Geli and Gowl looked at the newcomer, shocked. Kina. She had just opened the door and demanded, I have something to discuss with you. Geli muttered worriedly. Why would she be looking for Isaac? Gowl whispered back in fear. Who knows? How can you guess what she's thinking? He speculated. Do you think she was sent here to harm Isaac? Surely not by the Pope himself, right? He stroked his chin, thinking seriously. It's possible, he whispered, if this is about the malevolent god. Kina directly grabbed Isaac's hand. She stated plainly, I thought you were useless. Seeing Isaac's irritated expression, Kina added, I'm being serious. Isaac cursed internally. Is this woman insane? What is she even talking about? Kina declared. I finally understand. You vanished for 15 years just to train. You refused to let your skills be tainted by the Academy's fools. She added, I knew it at the ceremony. You are truly exceptional. You're on a different level from those idiots. It's a waste for you to be stuck in practical training. Isaac was speechless, thinking in terror. This woman is kind of terrifying. Nick grinned, agreeing, I think she's a little crazy too. Kina extended a hand to him, proposing seriously. Let us train under him together, and we shall face real combat together. She continued, Take my hand, Isaac. We will slay the demon king, and lead the Holy Kingdom as one. Speechless, he glanced at Susie, thinking, is this some new form of harassment from the Pope? Wait, I think she's dead serious. He clutched his chest. The offer was terrifyingly good. Isaac furiously slapped her hand away, snarling, Get lost. She froze. What? He repeated it clearly for her. Get lost. I'm sticking with the practical training. Susie smiled, thinking to herself, He's always been a madman. Kina pressed on. Forget about that worthless priest title. This is more than a simple training invitation. I will give you 15 years' worth of experience. Isaac waved her off. I don't care. He pointed across the room. If you want someone, take him. Susie flinched as he was singled out. Me? Kina nodded seriously. You are completely different from that thing. Isaac's eyes agreed. You're not wrong. Susie cursed angrily. You bastards. Kina said earnestly. With your talent, a single glance could make demons flee in terror. Nick snorted from the side. She must have seen you intimidate that monster away. Isaac rolled his eyes. This jerk, he thought with disgust. She's only doing this to learn that technique from me. That just makes me want to refuse even more. Isaac waved again. I'll say it one last time. Get lost. The thought of the Pope teaching me makes me sick. Kina's face instantly darkened. How dare you call him nauseating to look at? He pointed back defiantly. Of course. I'm going to take that old geezer's head. A hand suddenly clamped over Isaac's mouth, yanking him back. Someone new entered, announcing, My nephew is busy. Eli, who held him fast, continued, I don't want you anywhere near our boy. Kina fumed. Even if you're the head of the Doce family. He cut her off. If you associate with him, Eli said gravely, he will only corrupt you. Isaac bit his hand, unable to speak. Kina was left completely stunned. The three behind them nodded in agreement. Muffled, Isaac raged. "Damn you, Dose! I'll destroy you all!" A six-pointed star appeared. The trial of the five senses. A trial every apprentice priest must overcome. The heads of the five houses. Platinum, blue, and black. The tests proceed in order. Platinum, blue, black, and red. Each stage is overseen by a master of the respective faith. The only condition is to pass them all. To become an official priest, Isaac arrived before a room. My teammates should be here, shouldn't they? He thought of the other trainees. They're grouped in teams of 30, with members from allied families. Are they trying to spark a war between factions? Isaac remembered Susie's words. It's fine. All your team members are my close associates. He sighed, a sense of pride swelling. Good job enrolling early, Susie. Isaac opened the door, a grin spreading on his face. I'll whip these guys into shape, pass the trial, and go rescue my subordinate. He beamed, lost in thought. For that, I need to make a great first impression. Suddenly, a voice shouted, "He's here!" Isaac saw several pairs of fearful eyes staring right at him. The room was full of students. "Tie that bastard up." Two of them approached, and the blonde one spoke. "I hear you're the one who's been bullying Susie." The one with blue hair added, "We can't just let that slide. As your seniors, we'll have to teach you some manners." The blonde sneered. "Just think of it as a little game." The other smirked. "And if you tell Susie about this, you're dead." Isaac sighed, reaching into his coat. "These guys are scum." The blonde watched as he pulled something out, and held out a hand, smiling. "Right, let's call this a welcome party." Suddenly, the blue-haired guy burst out laughing. "Is that a baby's rattle?" The blonde snickered. "I heard he was a literal infant until recently. The rumors must be true." He ordered, "String him up," and then his face met Isaac's toy head-on. The blonde's nose gushed blood as he collapsed, out cold. Everyone stared in shock. "What the hell was that?" Someone yelled, "You're insane, you bastard." "No," Isaac said, nodding with the toy in hand. "Yes, it's vital we grow closer to cooperate for better results." He gave a twisted smile. "So let's all get much, much closer." After disciplining them with his toy, Isaac sat like a saint among his new converts. Susie's eye twitched. "Isaac, I'm just asking because I don't get it." He sighed, looking at the pile of bodies Isaac sat on. "You called this a welcome party?" The trainees begged. "Susie, help us," another added. "He's your younger brother." Susie scratched his cheek, forcing a smile. "Thanks for playing with my little brother." The trainee screamed. "I'm begging you to save us." He leaned in and whispered, "The first test is about teamwork." "What were you thinking?" Isaac looked puzzled. "Teamwork?" He scoffed. "Can't you see them stacked in a perfect tower? Isn't that enough teamwork?" Susie was speechless, thinking, "They only submitted to your brute force, you idiot." Isaac ignored him, holding out a piece of paper. "Whatever. Look at this." Susie took it, confused. "What is this?" Isaac explained. "It's a list of everyone who's been leeching off you." Susie read the list. Isaac scoffed. "They've been draining you for the last 7 years, using every excuse imaginable. Even if the Asua family asks for nothing in return, these leeches should know their limits." One of the trainees cried silently, "Asua doesn't need our help, and even if we wanted to, my family has nothing to offer you." Isaac's voice turned icy. "Are you absolutely sure you have nothing? Your limbs are still intact, and your internal organs are quite fresh." A terrifying pressure began to radiate from him. "What I want from you lot is nothing special. Listen up, brats. I just want a fair deal, an equal exchange. Give and take." The room fell silent, filled only with a grim tension in Isaac's voice. "So, you'd better cooperate. Work hard, be honest, and be loyal." He gave a demonic grin. "Understood?" Isaac pressed them again. "Where is your answer?" The trainees immediately shouted, "Understood." His goal achieved, he jumped down. "Very good. This little social gathering is over." The others instantly collapsed to the floor in relief. Susie asked anxiously, "What if we fail the evaluation?" Isaac just leaned back, completely at ease. "Don't worry about it. Follow me. I have something to show you." He snapped back in frustration. "The lowest score in a single evaluation means automatic failure, and of all things, the first evaluation is on teamwork," Isaac reassured him. "Don't worry, it's all part of my plan." He cheerfully opened a locker. "Now, just take a look at this." Inside sat a man, bound and gagged. Isaac looked proud, but Susie shuddered in horror. He grabbed Isaac by the collar, shaking him furiously. "You crazy bastard, what have you done? He's our teammate. He's our own uncle's son. Have you forgotten him? That time we went to the treasury together?" Isaac just nodded nonchalantly. I know, I know. The problem is, he's on our team. He left a letter saying, I resign from my duties as a spy. Susie's body froze for a moment. He glared at the man in the locker. Susie ripped off the gag and patted his shoulder, asking gravely, It's Nigel, isn't it? The trainee looked utterly broken and immediately blurted out, I'm sorry. I had no other choice. There was a story behind this. Isaac casually reached into his coat. I don't care. I want to hear what Nigel told you to do. Terrified, the man immediately answered. He told me to tear Ezua's team apart. Susie frowned, listening to his confession. He told me to make absurd demands to create division, because Susie would approve most of them. Tears streamed down the trainee's face. It was also Nigel who ordered us to attack Isaac as a welcome, because he wanted to personally deal with the subordinates of the skeleton demon king. Isaac recalled the man and grew furious. Nigel, not only did you attack me, you dared to go after my subordinates. A wicked grin spread across his face. Looks like I need to teach him a lesson he'll never forget. A few days later, in a luxurious room, an angry voice echoed, Did you just say you can't do it again? Nizer was furious, shouting, What's so hard about being a spy? Why are so many of you quitting? The trainee before him kept his head low. I'm sorry. The trainee expressed his despair. We had a social gathering. I just can't do it. Nizer was annoyed and utterly confused. What the hell is a social gathering? He waved his hand dismissively. Whatever. Get out of my sight. The black-haired man behind him said, Don't worry. Esua's team has 3 members loyal to your family, the long-haired man advised. If those 3 turn against them, their team is finished. Nizer gritted his teeth in fury. That brat infuriates me. I should have eliminated him when I had the chance. He thought of his father. It's so infuriating that even my father is interested in him. Invite him to our house? Don't be ridiculous, Nizer scoffed, deciding to let it be. It will all be over after today anyway. He smiled, his eyes filled with murderous intent, because those bastards on Esua's team are finally getting kicked out. In the grand hall, the officiator began, Welcome to the 5 senses of unity. He continued, Bai Xin can use his voice to create miracles and record them, but here at Eno, we emphasize teamwork, unity, and trust. Standing in line, Isaac let out a long yawn. The officiator's voice rang out. That is why the first of the 5 senses, unity, will be judged by a vote. From behind, Nazer stared at Isaac's back, a confident smirk playing across his face. If even one member votes against staying together, the entire team fails. And the one who votes against can be transferred to a different team. Nazer imagined the Lamb family banner being torn. Those members can be saved, even after betraying their team. He glanced at the perfectly calm Isaac. Besides, my spies have already infiltrated their ranks. Nazer let out a wicked laugh. They are doomed to fail. Then, the judge made the announcement. I will now announce the results. The judge's face was stern. The blue team has voted unanimously to stay together. The words struck Nizer like a bolt of lightning. The judge continued, You have passed the sense of unity. Isaac shot a smug, provocative look at Nizer. Simon rushed over. Isaac, wait up. How on earth did you do it? How did you get a unanimous vote? Isaac answered casually. Remember how Cardinal Kim kept trying to see me a few days ago? Of course. You were crazy enough to refuse to be a cardinal's successor. Isaac shot back. You want to die? He immediately apologized. Isaac begrudgingly continued. Anyway, I told him that if he wanted to see me, he had to offer up a golden pill first. Simon was horrified. The secret pill only direct descendants of the golden sect can use? That incredibly rare item? There's no way he would give that to you. Isaac cut through his thoughts. But he did, so I used it to bargain with the others. Simon was floored. What? He really gave it to you? So you promised them the golden pill after the vote? Isaac replied. Nope, I gave it to them before the vote. The answer terrified Simon even more. What? What if they had betrayed you? Isaac said smugly. It's fine. I have faith in my team. Those words gave Simon pause. What's happening here? Is he slowly becoming a true priest? Well, what a relief. But before he could finish that thought, the scene ahead horrified him. They were screaming, Please, we did exactly what you said. Simon was stunned. Give me the antidote now. Isaac just sneered. What antidote? At that moment, a pained scream erupted from his men. My stomach. It's tearing me apart. Seeing this, Isaac smugly explained to Susie. See? I knew it. They would never betray me, a sight that horrified Susie to his very core. What the hell have you done, you maniac? Don't tell me you called that a golden pill and actually poisoned them, Isaac replied. I gave them the golden pill, 93% flour, 5% dried demon king mana, 1% laxative, 0.5% hair extract, and 0.000001% of a real golden pill. Even dishwater is stronger than that. They've mooched off Kim Suri long enough. It's time to pay. Hearing this, Simon was stunned. The others begged in terror, "Spare us. We really can't take any more. We've already passed the 5 sensory unifications. Please, just give us the antidote." Isaac feigned pity. "Well, a promise is a promise. Now, let's see. Where did I put that antidote?" After a moment, he shouted, "Found it!" Simon's panic surged. "You lunatic, that's your dirty diaper. Who keeps an antidote in a diaper?" He then blinked at the men, asking, "So, who wants one?" Just then, a shout drew everyone's gaze away from Isaac's diaper. Nazar stormed in, radiating fury. "Return my subordinates, you bastard. I don't know what you used to bribe them away from me." Isaac looked awkward, but the next second, Nazar was getting pummeled. The men stepped forward. "I won't let you touch Isaac's diaper bag. Don't you dare lay a hand on Isaac," this baffled Simon. "Why are you suddenly protecting him?" a dazed Nazar asked mid-attack. "You've already spoken to the children, haven't you? You think that in a life-or-death moment, humans seek overwhelming power?" Isaac replied, "Wrong. The first thing they do is try to save their own necks. No one stands firm in the face of death." His words were a death sentence for Nazar, leaving him frozen. Nazar gasped in horror. "Impossible. Are those really the eyes of a human?" In the pontiff's office, Hygieia spoke coldly, "Enter." But in his mind, he fumed. How disgraceful. It took 7 days just to summon a worthless apprentice. The butler spoke, "Forgive me, your holiness, but Isaac said he will not come." Hearing this, he grew furious. "He took the golden pill and still refuses to come?" The butler replied nervously. "Those were his words, and he asked me to relay a message." He immediately demanded, "What is it?" The butler stammered, "Next time, please send a large gold bar." Hygieia erupted in rage. "Bring that brat before me, by any means necessary." Meanwhile, Nazar was seething. Damn that kid. He thought, still, this wasn't a total failure. My men reported something that absolutely can't be revealed to the interrogators. If we dig deeper, we'll find out. I will expose the truth myself. Looking at the strangers, Nazar yelled, "Who are you people? Why are you lurking around the dormitory?" He then advanced on them menacingly. The group explained, "Ah, we came to visit the young master." Nazar thought, "Damn it, nobles from the Hong family, our sworn enemy, the Huang Guillaume." Though outwardly respectful, the butler thought otherwise. "Get out of my sight, you Hong family scum. It'll be a problem if word gets out that the young master summoned the Lam family." Just then, Isaac's voice cut in. "What took you so long? I told you to hurry. We still need many things for the tea party." Nazar saw this and considered, "It seems he's helping us. Well, he owes us, so it's the least he can do. He really is easy to control." Seeing Isaac, the men bowed. "Yes, we've brought a few gifts for the young master, just as you ordered. Are the other items being prepared?" Isaac continued his lecture. "Of course. Every bonding event needs snacks. Bring them today." "Yes, understood." This made Nazar grind his teeth. A bonding event? The thing that brainwashed my men? Nazar watched the butler flatter Isaac. "Then we shall take our leave." Boom! Flames erupted toward the subordinates. Nazar furiously unleashed his skill, glaring at Isaac. "I've sent your men to rest. I am here to discuss something with you. Would you like to try a little test of truth?" Isaac thought, "No way. If I take that, I'll be burned alive. One small mistake is all it would take. They'll use it as an excuse to destroy me and my family." Nazar kept provoking him. "It's a device that reacts on contact. Very simple. Just try it." Isaac waved him off. Hygieia's cold voice sliced through Nazar's taunts. "Don't tell me you ignored my summons because you were busy playing. Do you find me amusing?